Hello, Pokemon traders, and we switched sides. Welcome
Switch sides.
to Phase 2 of the Latin American International Championships. I am Matt Maynard. It is my pleasure to bring you some more side stream action with Ben Kiriakou. How are you feeling, Ben, about some more action today after the incredible matches we had yesterday?
Pretty good, and we've got some exciting more matches. We said it yesterday when we were getting started in the stream. I think we'd had 2 rounds so far, and we'd said both of them could have been a finals. And I was like, well, where do we go from here? The question we will answer coming into Phase 2 Swiss today. Matt, I had 12 full hours of sleep last night, so I am ready and raring to go for today. I'm really excited to see exactly what our trainers are going to be bringing us this morning.
Yeah, there are some very interesting teams. I've seen some of the teams that have made it through to Phase 2. There are some very interesting teams. Obviously, a number of very, very strong players. A lot of the players that we highlighted yesterday as players to watch have made it through. There are actually some players, though, I think as testament to how tough the field is. You've got players who have international champions, regional champions, who've not been able to make it through to the second phase of this competition. I mean, we saw yesterday, I think we cast 4 games between the 2 of us, and every single person who we cast over was a regional champion. I think that says something about just how fierce the competition is this weekend.
Massively. It's one of those really stacked competitions. I feel like as the years go on, it's harder and harder to have a nice, easy tournament. I remember back in the day, I used to go in as like, well, that's fine, top 4, no problem. We'll get there one way or the other. But nowadays, it's a completely different story. Let's not think about my previous tournament results from the last few years. But I mean, you look at players like Federico Camporesi, that is our NAIC reigning champion. We know that they can achieve it on the day. We know that they've got the skills to do it. But LAIC 5-3, not making it through to Phase 2, and that can happen sometimes. It is just tough out there.
It is. As a player, I can tell you there are no easy round 1s anymore. I mean, not that I was ever around back in the good old days when you were starting to play, but
yeah, back about 1 billion years ago.
Yeah,
that was a good time then. You'd have had a good time, but we are of course back in.
Run into a Stegosaurus who's not really played the game before, and it's not that difficult, but.
Yeah, maybe. But we've got some more action coming today. Of course, we've got many players that have done very, very well. We have featured Gabriel Gacci yesterday that made 7-1. We witnessed on the side stream here the only loss that they had in Phase 1. They went 7-1 overall in the Phase 1 Swiss. There are 2 players that went undefeated overall, Justin Tang and Kilian Van Severen. That may or may not be foreshadowing as to what we've got coming up. And then, there's just so many players that we've got making it all the way through into Phase 2 that have a shot. Because let's not forget, in Gdansk just a couple of weeks ago, the 2 players that made it to the final, Tietzin Masu and Simone Sanvito, went X2 overall in the Swiss. But they were the true trainers that made it all the way through to the finals. So, there's loads of stuff up for grabs for all of our players that made it into Phase 2.
I mean, there's a chance to win a tournament from anywhere. As long as you've got less than 2 losses, you can still win. I think I've seen people go from... Was it Luca Cherubelli went from 0-1 at Worlds the year he won? Started 0-1 and then won the entire tournament.
Could have been.
So
yeah.
It's not over till it's over, so they say. There's everything to fight for every single trainer still left in our Phase 2. But let's have a look at what we've got to look forward to after our Latin American International Championships have wrapped up this weekend.
Toronto in the new year for our NA players. Anyone else that wants to make the journey over there on the way to... could be. We don't know anything about that, but on the way to EUIC in February. Then a few more regional championships across the season. There are a couple still to be announced before NAIC in New Orleans. On the way to Pokemon XP, Pokemon World Championships 2026, which excitingly should be played on the Champions form in the Champions game, and that whatever format that entails as we go through the season. But it's not just our NA season that we've got to look forward to. We've also got a schedule for us, Matt, in the EU region, where we've got Stuttgart coming up next week. On the way to Birmingham in the new year.
Yeah, Stuttgart next week, the last ever tournament in Regulation Set H, unless they decide to bring it back for Champions, but that seems unlikely. So, interesting to see how people are looking to close out the format. And then, as you said, in the new year, we have got Birmingham just the weekend after Toronto, and then again to EUIC in London. So, a lot of action in the new year, a bit of a quiet period over December, as usual. Everyone's off celebrating the holidays, relaxing a little bit. Everyone is taking a slightly enforced break from Pokemon, which I think a lot of the players
I think
will appreciate.
That can be a good thing. Nice little break until the new year. Get the season started fresh, especially with Regulation Set H ending at the end of November after Stuttgart, and us going into Regulation Set F in the new year for Birmingham and Toronto.
I'm very interested to see when we get to Regulation Set F, if it kicks off much the same as it ended last time, because we saw with some previous formats that we've had a couple of times, like Regulation Set G, that they've kind of picked up where they left off. But then it felt like with Regulation Set H, the meta at the start of this round was immediately very different to how it was at the end of the last round. So I'm very interested to see how that develops, and we can see where this will be developing in the EU region after EUIC.
Yeah, so Regulation Set H F, in fact, will be played for 2 tournaments. Birmingham, Seville, Prague, potentially. But I think there's a little bit of a question mark as to when exactly Regulation Set F is actually going to be finishing off. And then we hopefully get into whatever the next format is, whatever that may be. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what those last regional and special championships that we have in the season will be. And of course, probably be the same format that is played in NAIC at New Orleans and on the way to the World Championships. And one of the things that I love about the season is that there is that little bit of a gap between NAIC, which is usually the last event of the competitive season before the World Championships, to the World Championships. And you've got this sort of window where everyone's trying to cook up a team for playing, trying to break the metagame. They're trying to discover the next thing, or maybe trying to just refine what they're using as much as possible in the hopes to be able to win the World Championships. Because unlike everything else, where we're all working towards the World Championships, there is no decision to be made about getting points or winning the tournament. Worlds is the one that everybody wants to win.
And speaking of qualifying for the World Championships, it is championship points that you need to get there, and the international championships are the best way of doing that. With their points payout, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen here, 500 points for first place. Of course, if you get first through fourth, you will get an automatic invite to the World Championships, but those championship points can still be helpful for travel awards to let you attend other international championships. And from fifth downwards, there's still 380 points on the line, which, if I remember correctly, is more than you'd get for winning a regional level event. So that says something about just how many points are on the line here. A good international championships run can really make or break a world championship qualification.
Yeah, definitely. It's especially when you're trying to get top 80 in your region, if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe. top 60 in Latin America, top 20 in Oceania, and top 5 in MESA, you do really need all of those best finish limits that you have for regional and international level events to be as strong as possible, because it doesn't matter whether you've filled them up. If it's not quite as good as everybody else that's still competing at the end of the season, you could definitely fall out of that set of players that have got the qualification. So alongside those championship points, to help you compete in potentially more events, there is some excellent prize money on the line here. First place that Marco Silva has won twice now in a row at LAIC, went 6-2, has the opportunity to do again, is $15,000 US, going down to 2,000 if you make top 32. Many of our players in Phase 2, there are many more than 32 in the Phase 2 Swiss, but many of them win a couple of matches today, could be in contention for winning some really nice prize money.
Yeah, as you said, the prize money very helpful for going forwards for further competitions, helping to fund more trips. It can be a little bit expensive traveling around, but it is nice to get a little bit of prize money to help you along your way. And looking at who is in strongest contention right now for those prizes, we have our current Swiss rankings with, as we mentioned before, Justin Tang and Kylian van Severen at 8-0. Both of them undefeated in day one. Very, very strong runs, but that will be changing after this round.
As we said earlier, Gabriel Gacci getting 7-1. Probably one of the best known Latin American players out there, having such a great international performance over the years, since way back in 2017. But there's so many great names if we go down here. Juan Salerno that we know, Team Masu, Frederick Nielsen making it to 7-1. Oliver Escalin still on that Dusclops that he's been running the last few weeks. Yuma Kinagawa, the reigning Japanese national champion as well. Looking down this set of standings, what I love to see is that this is truly an international event, with just anyone being able to make it all the way.
Yeah, it is fascinating to see just how strong the competition is across all regions. As you said, we've got people from Europe, from Latin America, from Asia, Oceania, from all regions represented in this Phase 2 of our event, which is very exciting to see. And you mentioned a Dusclops on Oliver Eskelin's team. Frederick Nielsen also running Dusclops, so I don't think anyone would have had two Dusclops at 7-1 going into Phase 2. There's also, I believe, another one at 6-2.
If that's on your bingo card for this event, then fair play. I mean, if you're getting bingo out of Dusclops, you've done very well for yourself. That's the real metagame going on there. But they've been running it for a little while. It's been going well. But the match that we're going to be featuring today, Kylian van Severen versus Justin Tang. Now, we saw Justin yesterday, both on the main broadcast and on our side stream. But Kylian, on the other hand, we didn't get to feature as much. So Volcarona, Dragonite, Annihilate Path, Chaladon, Tatsugiri, and Dondozo.
Yeah, it's an archetype we've seen a lot, one that a lot of players find very frustrating to go up against, because if you've not got the right answers to that Dondozo, then it can be very, very tricky to break through it. With the boosts it gets from Tatsugiri's Commander ability, it gets +2 in every single one of its stats. And with the Unaware ability, it ignores any stat boosts on the opponent's end. So that will be probably the main target that Justin is looking to make sure he has answers to, but he does have answers for it. He's got Haze on Dragonite, removing all of Dondozo's boosts, can pretty quickly shut it down. You've also got options like Trick on Golden Go. Dondozo, not a very good user of the Choice Specs item, or you can go for Reflect and Thunderwave on Grimsnarl. So there are plenty of options for Justin to get through that Dondozo, to the point where I don't know if Killen's going to want to bring that to this match.
Well, I think the excellent thing about Dondozo Tatsugiri in these sort of combinations is that you don't necessarily have to bring that combination, but Dondozo on its own and Tatsugiri on its own are still good Pokemon, or still good enough Pokemon to form a core. And I'm wondering about the Volcarona, Dragonite, Annihilate Archaladon as a core of 4 Pokemon, because I feel like that's how you need to build Dondozo Tatsugiri in Regulation Set H. You have this core of 4 that can function as a team with lots of different tools at your disposal. But then if your opponent doesn't have as many answers, yeah, Dondozo Tatsugiri you're coming to the game. Let's see if it's coming to our game as well. The Archaladon. Now, one of the things I was expecting to see was maybe one of the speed control options or one of the screens coming out from Justin, but that didn't come through. In fact, instead, it looks like the Heat Wave followed up by a Spirit Break is going to be targeting down into the Dragonite. So Justin wanting to maybe remove that Dragonite as early as possible, especially taking advantage of the defense drop that this Dragonite is going to get from a Scale Shot. But that is enough to knock out the Volcarona. So one of the big pieces of Justin's puzzle has been taken down straight away by Kylan. Now Volcarona faints. Dragonite gets his defense drop. It gets its speed boost, but I don't think it's going to be using it for too much longer. Here's the Spirit Break coming into the Dragonite and picking up the KO. So KO apiece on turn one. Neither of these players wasting any time getting our round one match of phase two going.
I like that play, I think, from Justin getting aggressive here, because with Killen's team with the Dondozo, if he's brought the Dondozo in the back end, getting these early KOs is incredibly valuable to force the Dondozo onto the field. And if, as we see most likely here, he doesn't have that Dondozo, Justin now knows he doesn't have that and can play around it accordingly. So getting that early KO on Dragonite, it removes speed control as well, which is very, very nice for him, so he's not having to contest with opposing Tailwind. But the Archaladon on Killen's side does now have that special attack boost that will be counteracted by the light screen and the assault vest on Justin's Archaladon, though. So we'll see how much mileage we can actually get from Killen on this Archaladon.
Two special attackers on the board. Light screen is the move of choice from Grimmsnarl, getting that first screen set up. That's going to be on the field with the Light Clay for 8 more turns. +1 Flash Cannon, effectively ignoring the light screen overall, going down into Grimmsnarl, but it's able to tank that, as is Archaladon able to tank a body press from Archaladon.
Yeah, the light screen saving Grimmsnarl there, keeping it on the field for another turn to fire off a dangerous Thunder Wave. The yellow magic is now in play. There's now a 1 in 4 chance that this Volcarona is not going to be able to move every turn, on top of its speed being halved, counteracting that Tailwind that Killen set up on the previous turn. So we'll see now, is this Volcarona going to be able to move? It is not. Immediate reward for Justin for going for that Thunder Wave. And that is the value that you can get out of that move, especially on a defensive team like Justin's. The more turns that everything's on the field for with paralysis, the more turns your opponent's going to lose. And we see that right away on that full paralysis on the Volcarona.
A Flash Cannon apiece too, picking up 2 key knockouts here. Now the final 2 Pokemon are revealed for Kylan. You've got the Volcarona, now the Annihilate, and it looks like Archaladon and Dragonite, the final 2 Pokemon for Justin Tang as well. I like the look of this Annihilate, especially with the ability to go for a final Gambit. The question is whether or not Kylan's Volcarona can break through this Dragonite or not, and because it isn't the Terra Fairy, Terra Blast variant that we see quite commonly. Instead, it's a Terra Water with a Citrus Berry and a little bit more of a defensive move pool overall. So if you go for the final Gambit here, if you're Kylan, to remove the Archaladon, you've got to be thinking about whether or not you can even get through the Dragonite. But of course, there are options as well. You can final Gambit as well into the Dragonite for a key KO.
Kylan does have Will-O-Wisp available as well on this Volcarona, but I don't know how relevant that'll be. It feels like Final Gambit is maybe a bit too risky to go for here when you're already down to your last 2 Pokemon, and we do see instead the close combat coming out, but Archaladon, with its Terra Fighting and with its incredibly high defense stat, not really taking too much damage. We do see the Will-O-Wisp come out, so that is going to be a burn down on this Dragonite. Volcarona able to move through the paralysis this turn and lowering the damage from an incoming scale shot. But it's not a scale shot. It is instead just a tailwind from Justin's Dragonite.
Okay, so our Chaladon will be going a little bit speedier next. The Dragonite getting the tailwind a little bit later in the turn means that the Archaladon didn't get to use the speed boost that the tailwind afforded it. But now it's going to be able to at least match the speed of Annihilate potentially, or speed boost from Annihilate potentially. The tailwind is eventually going to leave on Kylan's side, and with the Volcarona paralyzed too, going to be quite difficult for Kylan to get that back up reliably.
Yeah, we saw the close combat drop as well on Annihilate, lowering its special defense, meaning that Flash Cannon looks like it will now be a 2-hit KO on that Annihilate. So that is under a lot of pressure this turn, and it doesn't look like it's really threatening a KO on either of Justin's Pokemon. I think Justin's got a really overwhelming lead here. There's no Protect on the Annihilate as well, meaning that it can't really stop an incoming attack unless it is able to knock out this Archaladon before it hits it. But with an extra stamina boost on the Archaladon now, it's not looking likely. We do see the Terrifier coming out, looking to maybe resist a Flash Cannon, but will that be enough?
Well, the Rage Fist stacks have been boosting up onto that Annihilate as well. So here's the second close combat. That's going to drop its defenses down to 2 stages of decrease, effectively doubling all damage coming into the Annihilate. Now the burnt Scale Shot. I was going to say that Scale Shot looked like it did quite a lot of damage that first one, but with the Dragonite burn, it's really going to take quite a few turns to be able to knock that one out as well. 2 critical hits out of 4 hits is pretty good going for Justin Tang. Kind of following suit from what he did on stream yesterday. Flash Cannon into Annihilate. The Terrifier is enough to allow it to take that hit, but the Heat Wave coming back in really not doing that much damage to either Dragonite nor Archaladon.
Yeah, the Archaladon with the Assault Vest and the Light Screen still up, really not too worried about these special attacks here. And with all the stamina boost, not too worried about the physical attacks either. I think Kylan's going to need a crit somewhere here to try and break through this. But doesn't look like he's going to get a chance to with Annihilate. Scale Shot coming out is going to knock that out, even through the burn, thanks to all of those close combat drops.
Yeah, doubling the damage back down. So effectively offsetting the burn there, making sure that only a couple of hits were needed to be able to knock out the Annihilate on that front. Now Body Press boosted by its Terra Fighting and all of the hits that it's taken, doing a lot of damage now down into this Volcarona that will take the hit, munch on its Citrus Berry. But I feel like the Volcarona Paralyzed is really going to struggle to get anything done, especially if it doesn't connect the Heat Wave. Oh, that's a bad miss there. I think it's possible with a little bit of Scale Shot fortune that if the Archaladon went down to that Heat Wave, not likely that it would, but if it did, that Volcarona maybe had some sort of foothold in this match. But just another Scale Shot from the Dragonite is enough to finish things off. Justin taking this game 1.
Yeah, we saw in that game, I think, Justin setting up a very strong position where with the light screen up, he got an early KO, stopped Kylan being able to switch his Pokemon around, reposition, and then just set up a wall. Said, okay, you can hit me, but I'm going to benefit from you hitting me because I'm getting my stamina boosts, and you're going to do about 5 damage at a time. And so I think Kylan's now got to try and work around how to break through that wall. He can't really go for the Dondozo mode because of the Dragonite that was there. So can he figure out another way to try and break through that?
See, I was just thinking about, whether Final Gambit would have been enough for Kylan in that end game. Knock out the Archaladon, trade the Archaladon, and then play Burnt Volcarona or Burnt Dragonite versus Paralyzed Volcarona in the end game. I'm not even sure that's going to be enough to take it. But let's see, getting into game 2, these players locking in their choices very quickly. We've got Grimmsnarl and Volcarona coming out for Justin, and an Extreme Speed coming out for Kylan's Dragonite with the Archaladon supporting it.
Yeah, Extreme Speed here, meaning that it can do some damage to the Dragonite without Kylan dropping his Dragonite's defense stat. And we see the double up into Grimmsnarl, but it's not enough thanks to the Struggle Bug from the Volcarona keeping this Grimmsnarl on the field. Spirit Break comes out, but Dragonite, without the defense drops this time, does survive the attack. Special attack drop, not going to bother this Dragonite, who is almost always going to be a physical attacker. But the key thing here is I think Grimmsnarl might be in range of an Extreme Speed now. And the problem with that
so.
for Justin is that even though Grimmsnarl has that prankster ability giving +1 priority to all of its status moves, its light screens, its reflects, its thunder waves, Dragonite has +2 priority on its extreme speed. But we are going to see that Grimmsnarl get out of there before the extreme speed comes out, and we're going to see an Archaludon come in its place.
Largely wise, I think. The Rage Powder from the Volcarona actually could have been able to redirect the extreme speed. Not often that you'd be able to say that because they are on the same priority bracket, but Volcarona being slightly faster than the Dragonite allows that sort of game plan to happen. But Justin valuing the speed control that little bit more, getting the Tailwind up. Now Archaludon returns to a neutral stage of special attack with the Power Herb and Electroshock combination. And with the Citrus Berry there, maybe this Scale Shot needs 5 hits to be able to knock out this Volcarona.
Wow, with 2 more crits, it doesn't.
4 hits is going to be enough for this Volcarona to go down.
Funnily enough, 4 hits and 2 crits is the same damage as 5 hits.
Yes. Yeah, that's
so
true.
There you go. A 5 hit absolutely would have done it. But Kylan making a very smart play. They're not falling for the bait. The Archaludon switching on an extreme speed, fishing for a defense boost off of its stamina ability, seemed a little bit obvious. Kylan sniffed it out ahead of time and said, nope, I'm just going to get rid of your Volcarona instead. That thing was a bit of a nuisance in the previous game with its speed control options, its Struggle Bug lowering the special attack, as we saw on turn 1 here. And now that is a piece off the field for Kylan. One less thing to worry about. And with just the Grimmsnarl in the back, not really threatening too much damage output, and with no screens up, this is a significantly better situation for Kylan than we saw in Game 1.
I think especially not taking the... not getting KO'd by the Dragonite before. The extreme speed makes a big difference here as well, because especially with Justin getting a Tailwind up where Kylan has no speed control, it's turns like this where Justin goes for a defensive Terra Fairy to try and avoid any damage from a Scale Shot, that extreme speed and Flash Cannon as a combination look really, really dangerous. That is what Kylan has locked in. There's the extreme speed. One paltry Scale Shot enough to knock out Kylan's Dragonite. I think it's done its job though, getting the multi-scale broken on Justin's Dragonite. Now the Archaludon on Justin's side gets to attack, but without the ability for Body Press to be boosted up. Going to have to rely on that Draco Meteor with it, which is enough to pick up the KO onto Kylan's Archaludon. So the final 2 Pokemon coming out, but this time Justin has 1 Pokemon in the back and can reposition, as well as having 2 strong Pokemon against Volcarona and Annihilate.
Yeah, we do see a very similar endgame board position to last time, but this time around, like you said, there is the Grimmsnarl in the back, but the screens aren't currently up, which means that with the Terra Fairy used on the Dragonite here, a potential close combat from Annihilate is going to be doing a lot of damage into this Archaludon without any stamina boosts, without the ability to get around its defensive weakness to it. There's a big threat here. Obviously, if you switch into the Grimmsnarl, though, the defense drops on the Annihilate from close combat may leave it vulnerable to a Scale Shot. So it's a bit of a call here as to whether you want to go for that switch or call that Kylan may read a switch again, as he did earlier in this game.
Okay, so Scale Shot coming into Kylan's Volcarona there. It's not going to be able to pick up the KO with the Citrus Berry. Even without the Citrus Berry, it's looking like this Volcarona has been trained to survive Scale Shot very, very comfortably overall. So 4 or 5 hits, it's still quite a lot of damage there. 4 hits confirmed. But it does leave this Archaludon open to being targeted by the Annihilate here. Draco Meteor already at 2- special attack is shrugged off by the Volcarona. Will-O-Wisp avoided by Dragonite. That's actually pretty big here. The close combat goes into the Archaludon, is enough to pick up the KO with a critical hit. Not sure that that critical hit mattered at all in this spot, but it does depend on how defensively. We know that this Archaludon from previous game interactions has been trained pretty defensively, but we just don't know quite how defensively and whether or not that crit was impactful in the match at all.
As someone who's used both Annihilate and Archaludon quite a bit, I think there's a very reasonable chance that crit was very relevant, but at the same time, I feel like Kylan would much rather have hit the Will-O-Wisp and not crit the Archaludon. Because now that Archaludon, it was at -4 special attack off that Draco Meteor, it wasn't really threatening any of Kylan's Pokemon. Whereas now, it's off the field, Grimmsnarl's in, it can now go for those Thunder Waves, it can get its screens back up again. So that's now suddenly, I think, a more threatening board position than with the Archaludon in that slot at -4 special attack. So, Kylan, I'd say, probably not immensely happy with that turn, especially with the Dragonite not being burned. That is now a lot more threatening. With the close combat drops on the Annihilate, as we said before, Scale Shot is really threatening that Pokemon.
Okay, so Terra Fire coming out from this Annihilate. I suppose you might as well go for it in this position because it does mean that the Spirit Break is resisted from the Annihilate. If a combination of Scale Shot with 4 hits is not enough to pick up the KO, maybe this would save it. But in this case, it's just the Thunder Wave coming out onto the Annihilate. The Scale Shot is enough to pick up the KO onto the Volcarona. Now all eyes are resting on the Annihilate as to whether or not it can... it's able to pick up the KOs that it really needs to. Rage Fist has not been boosted at all in this game, so it's still at its base power, but those drops from Scale Shot have been adding up. And so Dragonite taking a big amount of damage. If that was a KO there, I think this game would have been in Kylan's favour. But now that this Dragonite, not burnt, is still on the field, it's looking pretty strong for Justin.
It's looking like it might need to be a Scale Shot miss. This Spirit Break coming out resisted into the Annihilate. Still a good chunk of damage thanks to the couple of drops it's got from close combat. It does give the Annihilate a Defiant boost on Kylan's side, but I don't think Justin really cares too much about that since both of his Pokemon are just in range of attacks from the Annihilate anyway. Dragonite protecting for a turn against that Rage Fist. It comes down to, do we land the Scale Shot? And we do. This should be enough. Maybe. It's looking very close.
Yeah,
with
it's
the
looking
close combat drops. It looks like it's going to get it. Yeah, that 4 hit will be enough. And that will be Justin Tang going to 9-0 in the Latin American International Championships. A very, very strong start from him. Really putting himself in a great position to make top cut. Kylan, unfortunately, down to 8-1 now, but still ahead of pretty much everyone else in the field. He's still most likely second in the standings, so he's still in a very strong position. But he would have preferred to be 9-0 after that set.
I think you were right with what you said, that actually that close combat critical hit was probably a downside for Kylan overall. I think, especially with the Tailwind ending at some point as well. It's not just that, it's the Will-O-Wisp as well that didn't land into the Dragonite. I mean, if it needed 4 hits effectively to knock out that Annihilate in the end game, well, it would have needed, 7 or 8 hits if it was burnt to be able to knock out that. Wouldn't have necessarily knocked out the Volcarona in the end game either. So there's a lot of different things that could have gone a little bit better for Kylan in that game too. But I think, again, Justin just taking advantage of the things that happen. And at some point when you lock in those inaccurate moves, those things are going to go against you. But obviously Kylan has been able to play fantastically through the entirety of the event. I wouldn't be shocked to see Kylan coming into our asymmetrical top cut with a, well, could even be an X&1 record. That's still absolutely fine going into ASIM.
Yeah, it's a very strong run from him, but I think that set also really highlighted some of the issues with Dondozo Tatsugiri as a pairing, where because there are a couple of tools on Justin's team that shut it down, and it couldn't really deal that much damage through Light Screen, doesn't want to get paralyzed, doesn't want to get hazed. It feels like you almost can't bring either of those pieces, which means it's a little bit predictable which 4 Pokemon you are going to bring. And Justin did a very good job of recognizing that, still bringing his answers to Dondozo in case it did come. But if it doesn't come, now you know exactly what you're up against.
Yeah. Well, this is the downside of Dondozo Regulation Set H specifically, isn't it? Because however, how many other formats have we had a Pokemon like Dragonite that's on basically every team, if not, most teams out there that has haze because of other reasons, and the other reasons just happen to cover Dondozo in the way that those team compositions are. So you've got a lot of teams just have an automatic inbuilt answer to Dondozo that's really actually quite difficult to be able to deal with. That also helps Pokemon. It's not an opportunity cost to put haze on a Pokemon, because actually it's kind of useful. Pokemon like Archaludon, dropping your own defense debuffs on the Dragonite after a few Scale Shots, the uses are pretty endless overall, and just so happens to mean that Dondozo's a little bit harder to bring.
Yeah, Dondozo a bit of a victim of circumstance of Volcarona and, I mean, King Gambit. When Hayes first started picking up Volcarona and King Gambit on the same team was all over the place. And it was very nice for Dragonites just to be able to click Hayes and say, okay, you've clicked Swords Dance 408 times this game. Now you've got no boosts anymore. Get out of here. Especially with the multi-scalability, meaning that even if you've got a Volcarona, for example, that's set up 2 or 3 Quiver Dances, you can still take one hit, Hayes away the boosts.
Yeah.
You're fine. But Dondozo, unfortunately, a bit of a victim of that being the case. Usage dropping way down just because other setup sweepers make it a lot harder to use Dondozo.
Matt, I've got a question for you.
Yes.
Would you like to see a Mamoswine?
I would love to see a Mamoswine.
In our Phase 2 Swiss, because we've got that going on our second side stream right now. We've got Yuyatada versus Marcos Zanola here that we're going to be able to go over to. Now,
that's not a Mamoswine.
That is not a Mamoswine. That is the other. That is the mainstream, I believe. That is Gabriel Agachi versus Tiatano Masu. So we got another Politoed getting going. Looks like they've been on the field for a while because the rain is not up on the field there. But we're coming back to us because we're going to get back over to the Mamoswine. Let the mainstream do its thing over there.
Just really need an update on the weather running out in that match. All 4 Pokemon on that field can see clearly now because the rain is gone.
the rain has indeed gone. Yes, they can see. We can see clearly that they can see clearly. The rain has
how many
indeed
layers down
departed.
does this go?
I don't know, maybe quite a few. All right, so we're getting into what looks like Game 3, Yuyatada versus Marcos Zanola. And it looks like the start of the game because Kilowattrel's getting its competitive boost, you'd be happy to know that, with the Golden Go next to it. Farigiraf and Incineroar starting things off.
So I'm guessing this is going to be the Mamoswine team with the Kilowattrel and Golden Go up against what looks like a pretty standard hard trick from setup. Kilowattrel immediately benefiting from, as you said, that competitive boost, going to +2 special attack and going for Terra, probably Ghost here to get her out of potential fake out from this Incineroar. So now there's 2 Ghost types on the field. Can't fake out either of these. This is potentially 2 big hits into this Farigiraf. It is the Air Slash coming out. A lot of damage. It's going to be a Make It Rain follow-up. Is this enough to pick up the Farigiraf? It is, and that means no Trick Room from that side.
None at all. And this matchup here, so Marcos Zanola is running Incineroar, Dragonite, Golden Go Kilowattrel, Specs, Ninetales, and a Life Orb Mamoswine. So a pretty aggressive looking team composition overall. Yuyatada is actually running a rain team. Well, we haven't seen any rain on the board at the moment, but this is the Trick Room element of it. Farigiraf, Incineroar, Sinistcha, Ursaluna, Blood Moon, with Pelipper and Archaludon as the last 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, 2 very interesting teams, very non-standard compositions. We've seen similar compositions before to Yutada's team with what was known as like Elizabeth Rain, the Archaludon Pelipper, Sinistcha Core, with the Incineroar as well, actually. But Ursaluna Farigiraf, instead of what we'd often see is the other version of Ursaluna and a Dragonite offering a Tailwind mode, instead we've got a Trick Room mode on this one, really changing up how a lot of teams will want to play into it. But that Trick Room mode, no more in this set. In this final game, Farigiraf going down on turn 1.
Well, I don't know about that. We've got a Sinistcha.
Oh, that's true. Sinistcha could set up.
We've got a Sinistcha on the board. Terra Fire as well. So it's looking like this Sinistcha is going to be able to take some big attacks coming out from the Kilowattrel. That's quite a lot of damage, but Sinistcha, it holds Citrus Berry so often and for such good reason that it's able to shrug off that attack.
Shadow Ball going into it as well. Do.
Oh yeah, no, there is. Okay, Shadow Ball coming out. There's the knockoff into the Kilowattrel, both using and breaking the Focus Sash at the same time. Knock it onto the ground, and the Focus Sash breaks. Now the Trick Room goes up, so no flinches coming out from the Sinistcha.
Yeah, that 30% flinch chance is very scary on Air Slash. Harken back to the days of when Togekiss was still in the game, running Serene Grace Air Slash and complaining when you didn't get a flinch because technically it's in your favour. But yeah, this Kilowattrel and Golden Go both out of position now with that Trick Room up, both a lot faster than the Pokemon on Yuya's side of the field. So Can Marcos reposition now, maybe bring in something bulkier in the back end to try and take these hits? If there's an Incineroar, for example, that could be a very nice switch.
Incineroar, maybe even Dragonite would be able to do it. But Golden Go just going on the defensive here. We'll see if Machagotcha's a good move or it isn't a good move, because it's famously not the most accurate move out there, but its effect is well worth it. Hitting both targets and healing back for a little bit of damage. There's that 1 HP that Kilowattrel had left coming back into the teacup. And Kilowattrel getting knocked out there. So a little bit of repositioning that Marcos gets to do. Pretty common in this sort of Trick Room environment that you kind of want to slow down the knockouts if you're Marcos.
Exactly,
and
it's it.
Kind of let one Pokemon get knocked out at a time so you have some resources at the end of your Trick Room.
Yeah, exactly, that's the thing. And it is the Mamoswine coming out. Here he is.
Yes!
He's
Big boy Mamoswine.
He's going to kick you. He's got that high horsepower option going for him. With that Life Orb, would be more than enough to take out either of these two Pokemon on Yuya's side of the field.
But if it's... I mean, how is it going to get to the end of the turn to be able to get the Life Orb going? The Kilowattrel already used its Terastallization, so this Mamoswine is weak to the Machagotcha that Sinistcha has available, and there's another attack on the Incineroar. So again, is Machagotcha a good move or not? Question mark. Answer, if it hits, yes.
I always have faith in my Sinistcha when I use it. My Machagotcha doesn't miss and it burns 100% of the time. We see a double protect coming out from the Golden Go, trying to stall out just one more turn of Trick Room. Is it going to be protect from the Mamoswine? It isn't. Okay, so the Machagotcha is going to come out now, and that's going to connect on the Mamoswine. Machagotcha is a very good move. It's Scald and Giga Drain, and it hits both targets. It's a very good move.
It's a very
look how much
good
health
move.
It gets back. Sinistcha back to almost
just
full
disgusting.
Fleblin's coming out, and Mamoswine is unfortunately gonna bite the dust here. Away he goes. That critical hit, not mattering. Fleblitz from 40% is always going to get Mamoswine there. So Marcos down to his last two Pokemon, and again, this Trick Room has been so valuable for Yuya. This Golden Go stays completely pinned.
And it tells you how important. Yeah, exactly. It's like this is how important it was for Marcos to be able to knock out the Farigiraf on turn 1 and then try to flinch the Sinistcha on turn 2. You can see the reason why Marcos was really committal in that as a route through this game, because if the Trick Room doesn't go up, then Marcos has a great time. You called it already, the Terra Fire on the Sinistcha, then the Mamoswine comes in, hits the funny button, and now Earthquake picks up the KO on just about everything that Yuya has available to them. But because they got the Trick Room up, this is the effect of it. But the -1 special attack Golden Go is not going to be going down to a Machagotcha.
It's probably not going to be doing much into these two fire types either. Maybe a Shadow Ball critical hit. Fleblitz with the Snow Defense Boost on Ninetales is still enough to pick it up. Probably more offensively trained with that Choice Specs item. And this might be controversial. I don't think Golden Go's got enough in the tank to deal with the 3 Pokemon still left on Yuya's side. I really like the strategy. It's trying its best, but that was a very sad Make It Rain. I really like the strategy from Yuya of forcing that very aggressive play on turn 1, forcing the Terastallization, forcing the Make It Rain to come out to drop the Golden Go's special attack, just to stop the first round of Trick Room. And then he had a second one lined up with the Terastallization held for this Sinistcha. Obviously, a flinch there could have made that very difficult. If the Sinistcha flinches, doesn't get Trick Room up, then now that becomes a much more difficult game for Yuya. But I really like the strategy there of forcing Marcos to commit a lot of resource to getting rid of that first Trick Room option, and then just having a second one lined up with your Terastallization safe about 70% of the time to get that Trick Room up.
Yeah, and just like the commitment as well for Yuya to be able to lead the Incineroar confidently into the Kilowattrel as well. It's not often something that is correct to do in the early stages of a game, because Kilowattrel, if it gets its competitive boost, it actually becomes a quite pivotal threat in a match. Not just because of the air/flinches, just because of the amount of damage that it can get down on the board. And it's because it's faster than just about every Pokemon in the format, including Sneasler, which is very, very nice for Kilowattrel. But actually leading that Incineroar worked out really well for Yuya regardless, because as soon as you get that Trick Room up, it doesn't matter that Kilowattrel's faster than anything, because actually it's slower than everything instead, and you can just easily knock it out as long as your Machigotcha remains a good move.
Yeah, I think we saw as well there the difficulty of having a lack of defensive options on Marcus's team. It's a very, very aggressive team with the option to set Tailwind, obviously click with big Life Orb Earthquakes and high horsepowers with Mamoswine, maybe set up the Golden Go. But we saw there the perils of there's no Protect on the Ninetales, and the Pokemon that you brought to that game all share a pretty common weakness to Incineroar, obviously with the exception of the Kilowattrel getting that boost from the Intimidate. But you've got 3 Pokemon on the rest of the team that are weak to the Fire type. So once that Terra Ghost is used on Kilowattrel, suddenly Incineroar becomes a really dangerous threat under that Trick Room. So I think Marcos maybe getting punished there for not bringing his own Incin, for example, could have been a very good bring into that team, just as a contingency in case that Trick Room went up. But at the same time, if you don't bring your Ninetales, for example, and Yuya goes for his Rain mode, and you don't have a way to switch that weather, that equally becomes a lot more difficult.
It's tough either way. And I think that's really the key in that matchup. It's a really nice build of Rain that Yuya has available. You're having that sort of almost good stuff set of Pokemon in the back that don't rely on Rain whatsoever, just in case your matchup isn't so good. And if our matchup was a little bit better, maybe we could stick around here a little bit longer, Matt. But unfortunately, it's not going to be so great that we can't take a little bit of a break before we get our players ready for round 2 of the Latin America International Side Stream. So we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Trainers, welcome back here to the LAIC side stream. My name is Ben Kiriako, joined here by Matt Maynard, and we're going to be taking you through the games that didn't quite make it to the stream, but are still definitely worth preserving in VGC history because we've had so many matches. So many matches already that have been top quality that could have been a finals, but they didn't quite make it up there, and we get to see those matches coming out. Now, if you joined us for the last round where we jumped into a match featuring Mamoswine, and the Mamoswine did not do anything too much, we did get a little bit of an update after that. We came in on a game 2 versus with Marcos Zanola versus Yuya Tada, and the Mamoswine just got knocked out before it did anything. But in that game 2, it was able to get a clean sweep. So for any of those that were with us before, that's the update from game 2 of that match that we just saw. Now, Matt, we're getting into our next round.
We are. The footage of the Mamoswine sweep exists somewhere, and I'm going to find it after this. Before we get into our match, though, let's have a look at what our usage stats look like for Phase 2. And they look pretty similar to our Phase 1 usage, with the notable addition of a particular bird.
Yes. Pelipper actually making the Phase 2 usage graphic here down at 14.9% overall usage, and showing us that actually, weather is actually coming back in a big way. And certainly rain specifically, that kind of dropped off at the start of Regulation Set H this time round, but actually I feel like players are picking it back up again.
Yeah, I think we kind of called that out as well at the start of Phase 1. We thought that maybe we'd see rain making a bit of a comeback, and it turns out that, it's significantly higher usage in Phase 2 than in Phase 1. Even in, not just looking at the Pelipper, but the pieces you often find on rain, like the Basque Legion and the Archaludon. Archaludon in Phase 2 is up from 18% to 24%, Basque Legion up from 19 to 21. So a real increase in the pieces that you often see on rain teams is an indicator there. We also see a pretty significant increase in usage for a couple of the top Pokemon, namely Blood Moon Ursaluna. It was about 37% yesterday, and it's jumped up to second place with a almost 45% usage on Phase 2. And unfortunately, its brother, regular Ursaluna, on his 4 legs, has been kicked off of the usage stats in favor of Pelipper.
Yeah, especially after... It's odd, isn't it, seeing Blood Moon Ursaluna doing so well last weekend in Las Vegas. Oh, sorry, regular Ursaluna, 4-leg Ursaluna, doing very well in Las Vegas last week, and then just completely not ranking in LAIC. Whether or not that's a reaction to the local metagames, or just that people saw it do well and thought, actually, do you know what? Let's not do that. That's going to be on everybody's hit list in terms of team prep coming into LAIC. Let's do something a little bit different. Let's maybe bring back rain. Let's play more Archaludon. Let's bring Sneasler back into the fold. That's actually got a really quite big uptick in usage in Phase 2. Or Phase 2 statistics as opposed to Phase 1 as well. And try to do something that a little bit different that counters those sort of teams that just recently done well.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's telling that the usage for 4-leg Ursaluna was much higher than it is in... is much higher in Phase 1 than it is in Phase 2. I think what that says to me is that, yes, people were trying to use that kind of archetype, but, as you said, people are trying to counterplay into that archetype, and 4-leg Ursaluna does need very specific support. It really needs speed control to work, whereas its bipedal brethren is a lot more, as you would say, slappable. So it can get away with being on a lot more teams, whereas the Hisuian Ursaluna needs a lot more specific support to make it work.
Yeah, definitely. That's. I think it's always interesting looking at these graphics and thinking about what we saw in day 1 as to what's being successful coming through, what's converted. Clearly, Blood Moon Ursaluna has converted much better than 4-leg Ursaluna. There is still some in day 2, but not all of them made it all the way through. And this is sometimes how tournament goes, and sometimes that may be the way that a tournament run goes, as opposed to how many people are running it or how good it is in a current format. But Matt, let's get into the match that we're going to be featuring here. We've got Gabriel Agachi again versus Christian Wrangle. Now, Gabriel, we are well versed in across many internationals, across many years. Very well-renowned player. Probably one of the most well-known Latin America players out there. Christian Wrangle was a player that has made it also to 8-1, came top 64 in Belo Horizonte just a few weeks ago. So using the same team that he used in that regional championships, again here, keeping that tried and tested comfort pick with the Corviknight Sneasler in DD male, in fact, Tyranitar, Archaludon, and Garchomp. It's
a very tricky team to play around, Christians, because it's got so many different modes, and you see this a lot of teams have. We kind of saw it last round as well with the Trick from Rain team that we featured for a game, where there's just so many different things you have to cover for on lead and on team preview, where you've got to cover for the Indeedee Sneasler mode, you've got to cover for the Sand mode with Tyranitar, and often see extra on these compositions. This one's got a Garchomp, a bit bulkier, a bit less dependent on Sand. But I think Gabriel has a lot of options into these. Obviously, with two weather setters, Tyranitar's going to struggle to keep its Sand up. Indeedee doesn't really like facing down Rillaboom, thanks to it being able to change its terrain. And this Rillaboom on Gabriel's side has U-turn as well, which means that pivoting in those weather options, those terrain options, is even more easy than it would be on the high horsepower variants. So we'll see how Gabriel is able to leverage all these options he has into Christian's many modes.
I mean, looking at the team that Gabriel has brought, we saw it a little bit yesterday on our side stream, but the Politoed is going to be a big deal here overall if Gabriel is going to be able to protect it. Because one of the modes on Christian's team is that Corviknight as an end game. It's got Bulk Up and Roost to be able to keep it on the field for a long time. But with the Perish mode option that Politoed has available, Perish is one of those really interesting moves in the video game. It doesn't care how you've trained your Pokemon. It doesn't care what board state that you're in. As soon as it lands onto the field, all Pokemon that can hear it do go down in 3 turns. And so I really like this as an option for Gabriel, as basically leaning in and saying, well, do you know what? It doesn't matter what prep you've done. It doesn't matter how good your training is on your Pokemon. I've got a way to take 2 knockouts and to then clear the board of everything. And if I can do that successfully, then I'm going to win.
Yeah, like you said, especially into something like a kind of long-term setup Pokemon like Corviknight that doesn't have that immediate damage, Parasong can be very difficult to get through. But one thing worth noting is that we did see Gabriel on stream yesterday, as you said, but he played against Archaludon yesterday that didn't have Electro Shot, whereas the Archaludon on Christian's side here is Terra Electric, Electro Shot, and Thunderbolt, which is a lot more threatening into this Politoed, maybe forcing it to go for that Terra Grass, but still, even changing the weather to snow doesn't stop it going for that Electro Shot thanks to the Power Herb item. So Archaludon I can see being a very pivotal piece for Christian in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And no Chillenberry going to be activating, really, unless, I guess, indeed he could go for a Terra Blast, so, you know, maybe there's a little bit of mileage there. Maybe Tyranitar falls out of position and has to go for a Terra Blast for some unknown reason.
Gets intimidated 6 times.
Gets intimidated 6 times, and then goes for a Terra Blast
on the Terra Blast.
Yeah, I mean these are the strats at the high level. No, we are joking, of course. I think the other fascinating thing about this matchup is the ability for the Indeedee to put some real pressure on. Now, Indeedee is naturally faster than Basculegion, and both Basculegion and Indeedee are carrying a Choice Scarf. With an expanding force and the Terra Psychic on there, I wouldn't be surprised if this Indeedee can get a lot of work done in this matchup, assuming that Christian is able to keep the terrain on their side of the field. And I was just wondering whether or not, because especially with a Psychic Seed Sneasler that's going to be outspeeding everything and having the ability to go for Dire Claws to knock out Pokemon like Rillaboom that can turn off the terrain, I think there's going to be a potential for a lot of back and forwards, not just the weather control, but the terrain control in this matchup.
I agree with you. I'm expecting Gabriel to be clicking his many pivoting moves a lot of times. He's got U-turn on Rillaboom, he's got flip turn on Bastion and parting shot on Incineroar. And I'm expecting those to be very key features of this set, trying to, as you say, keep terrain control, stop the Indeedee from clicking those big expanding forces, get rid of the sand that Tyranitar likes to be in, because obviously it gets that big special defense boost when it's in the sand. So that's going to be a very key part of this matchup, I think. And I think Gabriel having U-turn on his Rillaboom is actually such a huge factor here, because a lot of the time Rillaboom will run high horsepower, because there's a lot of steel types in this format. Quite famously, you've got Golden Go, you've got King Gambit, Archaludon, a lot of Pokemon that you want to hit with ground type moves. But Gabriel, with his 2 fire types, deciding to forego that entirely and instead just going for that U-turn option could end up being very valuable in this matchup, even just for like breaking Sturdy on Archaludon, for example. You can take, with your Assault Vest, you can take a hit from maybe an Electro Shot or a Draco Meteor, U-turn off, break the Sturdy, and now suddenly your back end is looking much more threatening into the Archaludon.
Yeah, that's it's a nice concept, isn't it? Because in many other formats, Rillaboom does just carry that set. There is not really that much variation. Maybe there's variation in the training, maybe a couple of little item choices that make Rillaboom a little bit more scary. Miracle Seed or Grassy Plate, no, Meadow Plate, should I say? But usually it's that pivoting option that Rillaboom is so well known for, with the Incineroar as well, and it's one of those things that you love it or you hate it with VGC. The Incineroar Rillaboom combination. I can see the glint in your eyes though, Matt. I know you're one of the people that loves it.
I'm a big Incineroar enjoyer. There was a period in my VGC career, I think throughout the entirety of Sword and Shield, Incineroar was such a good Pokemon in those formats. I think every single official event I attended, I brought Incineroar to. And I attended quite a lot of events over the course of those, 2-3 years? Yeah. So, I mean,
it's right?
The Fake Out Bros.
Yeah. Well, this is it. The Fake Out Bros are there for a reason. They offer such good support. But I often find that it does take a lot of skill to play with them effectively, because if your opponent just, there's an Incineroar on the field, Rillaboom is going to come onto the field next, and then you get hit by a flying type move on the switch in, then things can go your way. But we are going to be getting into this match. Seeing it from Christian's perspective, there's the Indeedee Choice Scarf with the Archaludon with Power Herb, Volcarona and Incineroar leading things out for Gabriel.
Yeah, no fake out option for Gabriel unless he wants to hard switch in his Rillaboom on that Volcarona slot, but that leaves him with a very passive turn. So Indeedee potentially able to just fire off an attack here. Archaludon obviously threatening those big Draco Meteors and Electro Shots with the Power Herb. Indeedee also threatening Trick here, which I think is a very strong option into a setup sweeper with Volcarona, or into either of the fake out Pokemon. We do see the Rillaboom switching in here. Are we going to see that Trick come out from Christian?
Yeah, no surprise to see the Rillaboom just cancelling the terrain, but also activating the Grassy Seed on the Volcarona at the same time. It's not going to matter against these leads, but it's the preparation for later that Gabriel is going for, especially since Gabriel's Volcarona is one of those quiver dancing variants that can just get itself set up. Now the question is about training here, because the Archaludon is going straight in Terra Electric and potentially going for an Electro Shot into that Volcarona slot, but Gabriel protecting it, making sure it's not taking any damage this turn, nor is it going to be susceptible to the Trick on the Indeedee. There's the Electro Shot coming out from the Archaludon and targeting down. Is it also going to be into this Volcarona? That's what I want to know. Special attack boost. Power Herb activates. The charge on the Archaludon has been completed. Now Electro Shot going into the Rillaboom on the switch in, so was targeting down the Incineroar.
Still a very significant amount of damage on that Rillaboom though for a resisted hit, and now this +1 Draco Meteor is maybe threatening a KO. I'm not entirely sure if that'll be quite enough, but it looks very dangerous. But I really like that play from Gabriel. Sorry, excuse me. I like that play from Gabriel, very aware of the threat of Trick and Electro Shot into the Volcarona, and saying, okay, I'm just going to switch to my Rillaboom. Neither of the Pokemon on the field are threatening it that much, especially with grassy terrain active over psychic terrain. So I'll just give myself the option to click Fake Out and then protect my Volcarona, and next turn I can make a much more safe play. But he doesn't actually opt to click Fake Out this turn. Instead, the Ninetales comes in.
I was thinking the other fake out was going to be coming in on that spot, and you know when you bring in a fake out Pokemon, your opponent protects themselves, and then you actually just decide to switch instead of fake out, bring out another fake out, and it's like, oh no, my Pokemon that wants to protect cannot indeed protect itself. But instead, Christian just holding firm, going for the trick with Indeedee under threat of a fake out. Now that Volcarona has a choice scarf, but Gabriel kind of sees through that a little bit, goes for instead the Heat Wave. Now is locked into Heat Wave with a now Scarf Volcarona, and the Archaludon Draco Meteors into Ninetales Terra. A fairy type switch in for Gabriel, playing nice and defensive.
Yeah, again, I like that play from Gabriel. It feels like he's positioned this early game very nicely. No risk of a Draco Meteor getting a KO on either of these two fairy types. Maybe a Thunderbolt could have come out if he was feeling very aggressive Christian with a read. But Gabriel now, also this Scarf Volcarona, I think is fine for Gabriel. Because you've seen it's doing a lot of damage to Archaludon and Indeedee, not particularly bulky Pokemon. And if there's a Tyranitar in the back, you don't really have the opportunity to get that Volcarona set up anyway. So I think you're fine to just click Heat Wave. And now this Volcarona may well be faster than, for example, a Basculegion in the back. It'll definitely be faster than the Indeedee and the Archaludon. So I think this is actually a fine position for Gabriel with the Choice Scarf.
But locking into Heat Wave does make it telegraphed exactly what move that you're going to be rocking this turn. Now Tyranitar gets to switch into that Heat Wave, and Indeedee gets an opportunity to at least fire off that little bit of damage and try to put some damage down onto the Ninetales while breaking its Focus Sash. But again, Gabriel's just following the pattern. He's switched that slot out next to the Volcarona 3 turns in a row, which has been great every time he's done so. But eventually your Pokemon do not have enough HP to keep on switching out over and over again.
Yeah, but the thing is, this Rillaboom now being next to Volcarona, the Tyranitar switch-in seems pretty obvious based on this Volcarona, like you said, being locked into Heat Wave. But if Tyranitar doesn't go for Terastallization here, it's being threatened by a Woodhammer. If it does go for Terastallization, then suddenly it's a lot weaker to that Heat Wave. So this is a nice position
But it can't.
with Gabriel. Oh, yeah, sorry, it can't, of course. The Archaludon went for Terastallization earlier.
Yeah,
Hypothetically,
exactly. So
were this board to come up in Game 2.
Well, no, and this is the important thing. Now a Heat Wave and a Woodhammer is a direct pin onto this Tyranitar. And Tyranitar may be bulky, but it's not able to survive both of these attacks. Christian is looking more and more on the back foot in this board state. And it's strange, isn't it, that Gabriel has switched more times than Christian in this match overall, but has still managed to find all of the offensive potential that they need. If you look at those health bars down on the left-hand side of the screen, well, Christian has taken about half damage with all of those remaining Pokemon, and even more on Indeedee.
Yeah, it's just been, again, that Heat Wave from Volcarona just outputting really strong, consistent damage. Not a huge amount of bulk on Christian's side, and having burned that Terastallization on Archaludon on a very, very aggressive play on turn 1, trying to KO that instant instantly. Suddenly, there's now not that Terastallization on Tyranitar, which means your defensive options are very limited, which is why I think Gabriel's been able to get so much mileage out of, as you said, just switching this slot back and forth. I don't think... Has that slot actually attached yet this game? I don't think it has it?
One Woodhammer. One Woodhammer
oh, sorry,
coming
yeah,
out
one
from the
Woodhammer
Rillaboom.
last turn, you're right.
Here's the Heat Wave coming out. Oh, Archaludon dodging out the way. Corviknight hanging on. So potentially this Corviknight actually trained by the looks of things to be able to take those attacks with the amount of Volcarona that are in the format. And now here is the rare charged up Electroshock from Archaludon. Christian making a read to try and get back into this game. And it's really clever here to set up the Trick Room, set up the Tailwind as well at the same time, because then the Corviknight, the Archaludon is now able to use all of that boosted special attack this turn to be able to try and knock out this Volcarona.
I do like that play from Christian. Like you said, it's not common that you see the charged up Electroshot over 2 turns, but this Volcarona, now that it has this Choice Scarf, can't protect itself. So this is a free hit into that Volcarona slot,
Ooh,
but it's not enough to pick up the KO, even at +1, even with the Terra Electric.
Oh,
And
everything rested on that. Yeah, because if the Electroshock gets the KO there, we saw Christian locking into a roost with the Corviknight and not seeing any Politoed on this board. If the Fire-type Volcarona got knocked out, there'd be only the Incineroar that was able to target down the Corviknight in the end game. And with the fact that the Corviknight has mirror armor, the Incineroar would have to do that intimidated. And so that's not always the easiest thing for Incineroar to be able to break through, not least if the Corviknight had a roost. So really cool play there, actually, from Christian to try and get back into the game. But Gabriel trained their Pokemon too well for that to work.
I think there was also an element of that trick on the Choice Scarf onto Volcarona. Obviously, it stops it from setting up, but it ended up being a bit of a double-edged sword in that game because there was a point where one of Christian's Pokemon went down, but then he couldn't bring in his Indeedee because it was on low health, and the Volcarona had Choice Scarf, and so it was always going to be pinning it with that Heat Wave. So maybe he had
after the Tyranitar went down.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe he had to bank on some Heat Wave misses there, and he got one, but like I said, Gabriel's early game position, there was just, as you said, too much damage. You did say Gabriel switching that slot next to Volcarona was just taking so much damage on those slots, but he was actually taking, like you said, a lot less damage than Christian was. Those Heat Waves, with your only fire resist being Tyranitar being pinned by that Wood Hammer, those Heat Waves just doing a lot of damage. You don't need Equipment if you have the speed boost anyway.
Well, exactly, but I think this is the tricky part of the situation, right? Because you wanna stop that Volcarona from getting boosted up, and if you brick a Choice Scarf onto a Pokemon that's boosting, it's going to have to switch out and then switch back in. That gives you a lot of space on your board to start, going on the offensive. But Gabriel's just like, nah, I'm just attacking. And especially seeing how bulky that Volcarona is and how difficult it will be for Christian to be able to knock it out, at least in one. Certainly go down to a couple of attacks, but not so much in one. Seeing how dangerous just that Heat Wave is, I would be very shocked if we didn't see a bit of a switch up coming up in Game 2 from Christian, and this getting a lot closer.
Yeah, you'd think Tyranitar would be the obvious solution to that, but again, we've got double Weather Setter and a Rillaboom on Gabriel's side, and also Intimidate from Incineroar is a little bit tricky for it to get around, and we do immediately see that Incineroar on the lead again, but this time into Corviknight and the Archaladon. Christian may be pivoting his strategy a little bit here, trying to get Corviknight set up early, or maybe getting a Tailwind going immediately. This time not leading the terrain, because I think leading the Indeedee last time ended in a situation where Rillaboom got on the field pretty much for free, and Christian was at the mercy of Fake Out, which didn't end up coming out, but lost his terrain control, lost the ability to block Fake Out, now instead bringing it in the back, most likely.
No Fake Out coming out from Gabriel, just a Heat Wave, knocking that Corviknight to exactly 50% HP and activating the Citrus Berry, probably based on this, not what Gabriel was asking or wanting for in this situation, but now Corviknight gets to go for a bulk up. That does tell us the speed interactions between the Incineroar and the Corviknight could be useful to know later down the line. Bulk up going down onto the Corviknight, though, is a big deal, because now this allows the Corviknight to start going on the offensive.
Yeah, we highlighted in Team Preview that Politoed was one of those main things that would be able to shut down the Corviknight, but we saw last game there was no Politoed on Gabriel's side. So maybe Christian feeling a bit more empowered to bring that Corviknight to this game, but Volcarona is still a pretty significant threat for it, being able to fire off those Heat Waves.
Okay, so we're going to see a Terastallization getting us kicked off here. I'm wondering if this Terra Electric on the Archaladon is the best way for Christian to go in this matchup. Whether or not Christian actually really needs that damage from the Thunderbolt extra onto this Incineroar, we'll have to see, as it takes a Terra Electric Thunderbolt, and Incineroar definitely shrugging that off. Volcarona going for the Heat Wave. Archaladon avoids the attack. Very big for preserving the sturdy. Now a Brave Bird, +1 in its attack, down into Incineroar. So maybe an Electro Shot would have been able to finish off that Incineroar, but as it stands, Incineroar gets to go for those parting shots that you noted earlier, Matt, that could be really influential in how this match plays out.
You could say that they are pivotal to Gabriel's game plan.
You definitely could.
You could. You
I
probably
don't think we should.
You could. Yeah. But now again, this Corviknight, using the terrestrialization on our Chaladon means this Corviknight has been super vulnerable to these heat waves. It's taken so much damage from just being hit by heat wave over and over again. And I think the damage we got from the Terra Electric Thunderbolt, as we saw, wasn't enough to actually pick up the Incineroar. Clearly, this Incineroar being trained a bit more bulky than Christian was expecting with the +1 Brave Bird and Terra Electric Thunderbolt, not able to pick up the KO.
Now Indeedee comes in and sets up the Psychic Surge. So if there is, like last game, a Rillaboom in the back, then Gabriel will have the opportunity to pivot that in and potentially win the terrain war that is going on here. Volcarona going for a Terra Fairy, so making sure that it's not going to have any Draco Meteors coming down on it, but more importantly, I think, that a +1 Brave Bird will not be able to pick up the KO onto this Volcarona from the Corviknight, but Blizzard is putting a stopper on that. Quiver Dance getting itself set up now. If Christian has gone for a trick, in fact, no, Christian couldn't have gone for a trick on this turn because the Indeedee just switched in. So, yeah, it's looking like maybe Gabriel could have saved the Terra for a little bit later on in the match, but more importantly than anything else, the Sneasler does come in for Christian to start putting pressure down on the Volcarona. It's got a special defense boost, but that also means that Unburden is active.
Yeah, this is a good position for Sneasler to be in, but there is still that Incineroar in the back end that can intimidate the Sneasler, which means that Volcarona should be able to live at least 1 or 2 hits from the Sneasler's Diaclaw. We are going to see Incineroar or Rillaboom, I would guess, come in here. It is Incineroar getting that Intimidate down on the Sneasler, weakening its Diaclaws, but Incineroar very low on health here. It may well go down if Christian has targeted down that slot.
But that's going to be the key, isn't it? Because if Indeedee locks into Expanding Force, then it's going to be immune to that hit. But Christian making a read here, getting the Incineroar on the switch in. If it was a Rillaboom on the switch in, also would have done super effective damage there. So a nice read coming out from Christian, not targeting down that Volcarona. But the Sneasler has had its attack dropped now from the Intimidate. Now Rillaboom gets to switch in, both turning off Expanding Force, but also offering Fake Out and Grassy Seed onto the Volcarona. So bringing the Incineroar in, it's like, well, if you get it in for free, great. But if you don't, then the Rillaboom comes in and has even more of a good time.
And now you're in a tough position because you've lost terrain control. If you're Christian's lost terrain control, now Fake Out is active on this Sneasler. Volcarona may well be faster than the Scarf Indeedee now that it's got that +1 boost and is threatening with those +1 heat waves. We do see the Fake Out coming out into Sneasler. But this Sneasler, if it switches out at any point in this game, it loses its Unburden boost, which means it's going to be slower than this Volcarona again. But if it stays in, it's stuck at -1 attack. So it's in a very awkward position either way. It may just come down to, does the funny poison button do the funny poison button things?
Well, I mean, that could be it completely, because a Diaclaw Sleep here would definitely do, or even a Diaclaw Paralysis would allow this Indeedee in the back to maybe launch out some Expanding Forces. So definitely something of consideration. And worth noting that this Rillaboom without high horsepower isn't going to be able to offensively pressure the Sneasler at all. So I think all eyes are on Christian Sneasler as to whether Gabriel can break through it, or if the Sneasler gets to do Sneasler things and run away with this match.
Yeah, we do see Indeedee coming in here. Sneasler go for the Diaclaw into the Rillaboom, maybe calling a Protect on the Volcarona. Does get the poison on Rillaboom. But Gabriel seemingly has called this and has just swung with the Volcarona. Heatwave coming out is going to be enough to KO the Indeedee. Sneasler gets burned by the Heatwave as well. Oh, yeah, that's rough.
That's a big one. That's a really big burn there. That kind of takes away a lot of the opportunity for Christian to make their way back into the game. And I feel like Gabriel probably felt pretty safe to do that overall, because the Volcarona's at +1 defense and the Sneasler is intimidated, so it would have to be the secondary effect to knock out this Volcarona or stop it from moving. But even if it's asleep, even if you get put to sleep on the Diaclaw, you still get your guaranteed turn of sleep going in straight away. And so I think Gabriel's just like, well, if something goes wrong, then I can probably deal with it overall.
Yeah, like you said, even if you double the damage,
Hey!
it does get the sleep.
Does get the sleep.
And
Okay, so Christian not out of this yet.
No.
Yeah, that's true. The Blizzard can actually miss. Here, Sneasler avoiding the attack. Archaladon avoiding the attack. Okay, now the Electroshock. So the Thunderbolt choice that Christian made in the early game is now coming back for Christian to give him again another opportunity in this match. We're not saying that Christian has a good chance to win this game, but everything so far is going in Christian's favor to be able to have a chance to take this game out. Volcarona does manage to hang on, but that's probably for the best as far as Christian is concerned. Try to get a Diaclaw secondary effect on the Ninetales as you knock out the Volcarona.
Exactly, it's not likely, but also this Ninetales may feel pressure to switch, because as we saw, Blizzard can and does miss when Snow is not up, but again, with the Diaclaw threat into that Ninetales slot, it can't really safely switch into this Rillaboom. So the Heatwave burn, obviously very unfortunate on the Sneasler. This Volcarona would have been KO'd if not for that burn, but some luck coming back in Christian's favor with the double miss on the Blizzard and the Diaclaw sleep on Volcarona. That is exactly what he needed to keep himself in this game. Ninetales is going to go for the protect, doesn't want to get hit by a Diaclaw this turn.
Okay, here we go. So Diaclaw going into the Ninetales, of course, and this is a setup play. This is a setup play for Gabriel, saying that if my Volcarona does not wake up on this turn and it gets knocked out, then I can bring in the Rillaboom and go for a fake out. Then I get another opportunity to go for Blizzards in the next turn. So nothing unexpected going on here. The Volcarona does stay asleep, does go down this turn. Now the Rillaboom gets to come in. And Sneasler's taking health damage slowly but surely, but Rillaboom coming in will mitigate that. So the Sneasler will recover HP first from the grassy terrain, then take its burn damage. So it is down to Gabriel to actually physically knock out this Sneasler now. And I'm wondering whether or not the grassy glide that Rillaboom brings with it will actually be enough to pick up that KO.
And you see double protect here does seem relatively safe in front of this fake out, but you have to remember this Ninetales does have access to Encore. You see the fake out coming out into Sneasler. No protect from either. Sneasler getting the flinch. It does hang on. Blizzard missing on the Archaladon again, does hit the Sneasler.
Okay, so Sneasler going down, but this Archaladon gets another lifeline to attack yet again. Going down into the Rillaboom here, but not quite enough damage. Potentially a Draco Meteor would have been enough to pick up the KO there. And of course, some Pokemon, all of our Pokemon, recovering a little bit of HP from the grassy terrain. But without the Dragon and Steel typing, the Archaladon is probably going to go down to a grassy glide here. The Rillaboom can just launch one straight out into the Archaladon, and there's Disable and Encore pressure that we mentioned as well from the Ninetales, so that can put the Archaladon into struggle territory, which is not necessarily good for the Archaladon remaining. Now we've seen Gabriel win yet another game, going X1 9-1 overall in our Phase 2 Swiss.
Yeah, that endgame was very well played by Gabriel. Obviously the Heatwave burn on the Sneasler was a little bit fortunate, but I don't know how much it would have changed the outcome of that, because as you said, with the -1 on Sneasler, with the Grassy Seed on Volcarona, like, you're still relying on secondary effects from that Diaclaw. And credit to Christian, he played to his outs there. He did get the Diaclaw sleep, he got the double Blizzard miss, which I think he needed. But again, that endgame pin just ended up being so strong. We saw that he was a little bit wary of going for the protection Archaladon because of the Encore on Ninetales. And I think what he was going for with that play was he was worried about the fake out on Archaladon because it seemed obvious that he wouldn't protect his Archaladon because of the threat of Encore. But then he wanted to attack with his Sneasler because he thought the fake out was going into the Archaladon. But then Gabriel thought that he'd think that he was going to fake out the Archaladon. So he faked out the Sneasler instead. Like, it's so many levels of...
you know what? I was with you, Matt. Just about. If you at home are still keeping a track of what Matt's going with, then you're better at equations than maybe I am. But Yeah, no, you're right though. It is those mind games, but I think the core of that, the simple way to say that is that uh, Gabriel wasn't willing to let the Sneasler attack.
Yes, and I think it's one of those ones where sometimes you kind of cycle back to the really obvious play by thinking 3 layers deep. Because the obvious play is, fake out the Sneasler. It's the fast thing and it's going to deal damage. Fake out the Sneasler. But then the next level is, okay, but if I fake out Sneasler and they attack with Arch, and then you kind of get back to that 3rd layer, where the 3rd layer of being very, very intelligent is, I just fake out the Sneasler.
Yes, yeah, it can be quite a hard differentiation to make in the video game because it can cycle through layers. But actually, I think the key there is that our Archaludon only had Thunderbolt and Draco Meteor at its disposal, and was also not particularly a threat. I don't think that necessarily Gabriel was going through too many mental gymnastics.
Possibly not.
Because of specifically the set that was in front of him. And if the Draco Meteor lands into the Rillaboom on that turn, that's probably the worst case scenario for Gabriel. You've still got a Ninetales.
There is still the Encore as well, so Ninetales can Encore the Archaludon into that Draco Meteor. I think the main thing for Gabriel was being scared of Dark Claw secondary effects, because a paralysis or a sleep on the Ninetales could have potentially lost him that game, which is why you feel pressured to try and pin the Sneasler. I
don't know if I'm alone here, but I was very selfishly hoping that Christian was going to get every single secondary effect under the sun and take us to a game 3, because that matchup was, although it looked like it was very much in Gabriel's favour, certainly with the way that things played out and the decisions that Gabriel made. Once you've got a couple of games under your belt in a matchup, you can be able to very, very much figure things out and play it slightly differently. And I would have loved to see what the adaptations were from Christian going into a game 3, whether or not actually after 2 tries and having to have everything go in your favour in game 2, whether or not Christian would be able to hey, actually, right, I've got it. That's the way that we approach this matchup, and this is what we need to do. Because even though Christian's team was actually pretty non-standard, so was Gabriel's to a point.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of standard elements in it, but the overall composition is not quite the same. And those things do polarize the way that you approach a matchup. But we're getting told that there is a game 3 that we can go over to, Matt, on the main stage. So I think should we head over there and see what's occurring?
Production has given us the choice between taking a break or watching more VGC, and I don't know about you, Ben, but I am a big fan of watching more VGC. So
yeah, all right, see it.
Okay, well, I'm here by myself for the rest of this game. Welcome in, chat. I love the sound of my own voice. I have no issues.
It's all right. I'm back. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
All right, let's see what's going on.
Former world champion Luca Cherubelli against Oliver Escalin, running. Well, you were talking about non-standard teams. Oliver Escalin's team looks very strange. Luca Cherubelli's a lot more standard. Do we see 2 parts of the famous Doug core, which is Dragonite, Ursaluna, and Goldengo on the lead. We see Incineroar and Annihilate from Oliver Escalin. Fake out from Incineroar turn 1, pretty standard stuff. Close combat from Annihilate turn 1, also pretty standard stuff, but double protect from Luca, keeping him safe.
Yeah, this looks like one of those situations where Annihilate is kind of getting to choose its choice of targets, really, as to what pressure it wants to put on. I'm just waiting to see if that's a final gambit on the Annihilate. I'm pretty sure it is on the team from... Oh, it's not. No. Okay, so it's got coaching taunt as well. So that could actually be pretty big onto the Incineroar, but no, just a close combat into the Ursaluna, trying to put some pressure down onto it. That Ursaluna is a Terra Normal, so the Terrestrialization wouldn't make any difference whatsoever. But no Tailwind coming out from Luca, instead going for the Scale Shot, trying to dish out some damage to this Assault Vest Incineroar, and maybe a bit of telegraphing from what happened in games 1 and 2 as to whether or not the Tailwind was as effective for Luca in this match. And the Hyper Voice does come out, but Incineroar, even with the 5 hits of Scale Shot, is able to hold on and breaks the multi-scale on Dragonite with a U-turn.
5 hits of Scale Shot, a critical hit on the last hit, and a Hyper Voice, but Assault Vest Incineroar, thanks to the Intimidate on the Dragonite, able to hang on, U-turning into Dusclops, now threatening to set up potentially a Trick Room. we see Frisk Dusclops, which is an interesting choice. You often don't see that. People think, why are you running Frisk in open team sheets? You can see all your opponent's items, and there is one very specific reason to do that, and that is Zoroark.
Yes.
Which is incredibly interesting, because if you frisk a Zoroark, and you know that the Zoroark's running Focus Sash, for example, and you get, you frisk your opponent's Ursaluna and found its Focus Sash, now you know that's the Zoroark. So if anyone's wondering why there's Frisk on open team sheets, that is why.
Yes. Yeah, and it's a big deal, especially when you're when pressure doesn't necessarily do that much for you. Having an ability that actually does have a metagame relevant specific interaction actually can be really impactful. Now Luca bringing out the Dragonite in favor of the Typhlosion there. Rage Fist going down into it and picking up a big one-hit KO. Oliver very happy to see that particular interaction. Blood Moon going down into the Dusclops there, not picking up the KO, even with the Life Orb there. Ursaluna fainting to that attack as well. Now the Dusclops gets to go for whatever it wants, and that is a Trick Room.
That's a great play, I think, from Oliver. I don't think that was necessarily an insanely hard read, so much as it covers so many options going for that. Because if Dragonite tries to go for a Scale Shot into the Dusclops and double it up with the Blood Moon to try and KO it, stop it getting Trick Room up, then you just get a free Rage Fist into a -2 Dragonite with its multi-scale already broken. And if it switches, then you end up getting value into whatever comes in. So that is a nice bit of option coverage from Oliver there, saying, okay, either I get my Trick Room up or I get a KO on the Dragonite slot, or both in this case, and I'm fine with either of those outcomes. And he ended up getting probably the best outcome for him, although this Incineroar does make it a little bit difficult because Annihilate now out of position under Trick Room.
Yeah, and with its 1 increased stage of attack, definitely something that Luca will be considering whether or not to, or how to, knock out the Annihilate on this turn. Pain Split, sharing the HP, so equaling the HP of the Incineroar and the Dusclops, averaging out. But Annihilate avoiding the Scale Shot there, getting the close combat into Incineroar, picking up the KO there. Looking like this game is going in Oliver's favor now, with the Incineroar knocked out and 4 Pokemon still remaining for Oliver.
It is Dragonite versus the world, and it looks like the world is going to be taking the win here. Luca Cherubelli locking in the forfeit. Oliver Escalin taking the win and advancing to 9-1 now, which I believe puts him just 1 win away from making top cut at our Latin American International Championships. Looks like that would have been a very interesting set. We got a very interesting set of our own to cast. So shame we missed those first 2 games. They'll still be available if you want to find them somewhere. But a very interesting game 3 there, with Oliver making some very, very strong positional plays to just force situations out of Luca Cherubelli that he didn't necessarily want. And yes, there was a Scale Shot miss in the end there that racked it up pretty succinctly. But with the Trick Room up, you got to think Oliver probably had a plan to wrap that game up anyway, even if that Annihilate did go down.
There was definitely Pokemon in the back for Oliver that he could have taken advantage of. It just took away any options that Luca had in the moment to be able to stay into that match. And eventually, Dusclops is one of those Pokemon that eventually, if you don't have enough horsepower to be able to knock it out, then it can definitely just stay on the field pretty much forever. Healing itself with Parting Shot. It's also got, of course, the Nightshade that does consistent damage to anything. 50 HP damage to any Pokemon that it's targeting down.
Yeah, Dusclops really can stay on the field forever. Unfortunately, we, your casters, cannot stay on the field forever. It is time for us to take another quick break, but we will be back very shortly with our round 11 of LAIC, so do not go anywhere. Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to round 11 of our side stream of the Latin American International Championships. We're getting to the tail end of the Swiss rounds. It's make or break for everyone deciding who gets to our top cut. I am Matt Maynard. I am joined yet again by Ben Kiriakou, who I imagine is just as excited as me to see all of the VGC we still have left for you today.
Definitely. This is really getting into the business end of the tournament. We are still, of course, in our Swiss rounds. So there are trainers that have taken now 3 losses and are now out of contention to be within our asymmetrical top cut that we'll be going to in the round after this. After the round after this one, only two rounds from now, including the one that we're going to be featuring very soon. You know what, Matt? I've just tied myself in a little bit of a knot there, but let's see if we can unravel things a little bit later on when we get into the matches and look at our caster predictions. These are the Pokemon that we think may have what it takes to go all the way, and I don't think there's too many caster predictions that we've had across the board that are throwing the boat out there too much.
Nothing entirely wild, especially from you. You have chosen everything in the top 6 usage.
I want to win.
Yeah, there's no pricing for this.
There is no pricing for this other than the street cred question mark that comes along with it.
The problem is you don't get street cred for making the prediction that Incineroar might win a major.
Yeah, well, I mean, just wait until it happens, Matt, because that's what
I don't have to.
But like on a serious note, going through this, for me, it's the rise of Archaludon that's not in rain that's been really prevalent.
Yes, we've seen that a lot
in the event.
With all of, particularly some of the US players with the kind of Screens Grimmsnarl stuff that we've seen. Yeah.
Right. And then the 2-bear Ursaluna taking over from the 4-bear Ursaluna in Las Vegas at LAIC, doing very well for itself. Dragonite and Incineroar being, of course, the staples that I went with. But you, Matt, you were making a little bit more of a call there to Pokemon that have not been overall so prevalent in the metagame.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that Ursaluna 4 feet might make a return after its success in Las Vegas last weekend, but as you mentioned, it seems like people are a little more wary, a little bit more ready for it. Kingambit, though, I think Kingambit is a silly Pokemon. You have not lived until you've clicked Coaching with a Sneasler and then clicked Terradark, Black Glasses, Kowtow, Cleave. I did that for the whole of Lille and it won me so many games. It counters Annihilate for some reason with a coaching boost. It's a silly Pokemon. And I think we've seen a few of them around and about as well.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said for clicking Swords Dance, clicking Kowtow, Cleave with Black Glasses, Terradark.
None of my predictions are currently on the screen.
Yeah, and you know, we'll have to check in on those a little bit later on and see how they're getting on. This time round, we've got Yoav versus Giovanni. So our reigning world champion in Giovanni Siski coming out here with the same sort of composition that we've seen on Justin Tang, coming in undefeated, at least so far that we've seen overall. Has actually taken 1 loss in round 10 of Swiss. But this team is very, very strong. Many of the North American players have been honing in on this particular team, and it's with good reason.
Yeah, we've seen a number of players making phase 2 with these 6 Pokemon. We've seen just how strong the defensive backbone of this is. Even without Electroshock, this Archaludon behind Light Screen and Reflect, with the speed control support from Dragonite, with the Rage Powder support from Volcarona, it's really, really hard to get through. And you do have a number of strong offensive threats as well. Obviously, Life Orb Ursaluna does so much damage, so does Specs Golden Go. And even just Scale Shot from Dragonite by itself is a lot of damage. So it's a very, very well-balanced team. Obviously, it's got a few flaws in that it's a bit slower than a lot of teams, but you've got a lot of speed control to make up for that. So I think it's aware of its own weaknesses, and the people who have built this team have made a very good few calls to mitigate those somewhat. But the other team on Yoav's side is a team that we have seen a number of times before. It's the classic Lele Brigante team, but with a few small changes here and there.
Yes, like most notably the Calm Mind on the Ursaluna, which when Yoav went against Marco Silva in the Swiss on the main stream yesterday, was able to use to carve out a victory and take victory over our reigning LAIC champion, who, by the way, Marco has ended up at 7-3 after round 10 of the event. So this LAIC proving just that little bit too much for him to take the three-peat. We will be crowning a new LAIC champion, and either Yoav or Giovanni are well within their capabilities to be able to take this all the way.
Yeah, a couple of things I want to point out on Yoav's team as well. We've got drum beating on Rillaboom, which indicates it may be trained a bit faster to get speed control for potentially Ursaluna after it's got a Calm Mind or two, slow down the opposing Pokemon, and then hit them with a big Blood Moon. The other big thing is there is no Protect on Ninetales, which leaves it very vulnerable into things like this Golden Go and this Volcarona on Giovanni's team, as well as the Archaludon. So Ninetales may be a difficult bring in this matchup. The one saving grace is there is no Fake Out on Geo's team, so you don't need to be as worried about maybe going for your Terra Ghost because you can't protect against a Fake Out, but I think the lack of Protect here is going to hurt into the number of things that can hit Ninetales for big damage.
Yeah, see, this is the trade-off that you make with a Ninetales set like this, because look at all of those moves and tell me that they aren't useful in some particular board state. And Ninetales is definitely one of those Pokemon with 4 move slot syndrome, where you just want to pick like 18 different moves to have on your Ninetales, depending on what the board state is at the moment. But you only get to pick 4 of them, and sometimes that's a little bit too hard, with Protect being one of them, to get enough value out of it.
Yeah, the other thing we've seen Ninetales being used a lot for is just the fact that it's a fairy type. And so a lot of the time we've seen games come down to someone trying to isolate a Dragonite in the end game and then just put their Ninetales in front of it. And then that's game over. But when you don't have Protect on your Ninetales, it becomes a lot more difficult to leverage that end game position, because it's harder just to keep your Ninetales around.
And that's the mix that you have to deal with, in the board state positioning that you have to do, because if the Ninetales has done what it needs to do and then leaves the field because it doesn't have Protect, gets knocked out or whatever, then that paves the way for something better to come in and to be able to take advantage of the setup that Ninetales has done. So I think this is, we could talk about this one all day, Matt, because there's so many different scenarios that you could think about in the match. But all that really matters is that Yoav has a lot of tools available to them, as does Giovanni. And I think this is more than many matchups where both players have some of the strongest Pokemon in the format, really a case of like who is able to get their Pokemon in the right place at the right time, and how much of an advantage turn by turn can either of these players carve out to just get the edge over their opponent. I feel like this matchup is going to come down to those small edges rather than these big knockouts, big grandiose plays. Maybe it goes both ways, right? But I think both teams have such incredible tools and such incredible bulk and offensive potential at their disposal.
I think you're right with the option for obviously Light Screen and Reflect on Grimmsnarl and the Aurora Veil on Ninetales. It's likely we're in for a slightly slower game, where it's not going to be a lot of big flashy reads to get one-shots on Pokemon as they switch in. It is, I think, going to be a lot of positioning. I think it may come down to this Ursaluna that you highlighted with Calm Mind being very, very strong into Geo's team, unless you can position Dragonite to haze it away, because there's not really much that hits it for big damage. Once the Aurora Veil's up, once it's got a Calm Mind boost, Geo's team is primarily special attackers. So it could start to get very difficult to really make any headway through this Ursaluna, whilst it also boosts its special attack to get through your Light Screen and your Reflect that would otherwise be looking to slow Yoav's team down. And notably, because it's Terra Electric, it's also immune to Thunder Wave, whether or not it tranquilizes, which is...
Yes, that's quite nice.
You don't think it's a big deal on something like Ursaluna that's already very slow, but the issue with Thunder Wave into something like Ursaluna is because it's sticking around for so long, if it gets paralyzed, there's more chances for it to get fully paralyzed. So being immune to that is also very nice here.
Yeah, it's just like the Fake Out that happens like 6 turns later.
Yeah.
the Thunder Wave. But like, it's one of those things that we see it quite commonly used for a speed control option. But you always know that there's that 25% chance. It's used less nowadays than it used to be used way back in the day, when it also used to quarter Pokemon speed, not just half it. So where now it's just
electric types.
Oh yeah. Oh,
And
they were good
Thunderous
days.
existed.
Oh yeah. Prankster. That was so good. I love those days.
No, you
And
didn't.
those were the days. Those were the days where we had more rock slide. We didn't have to rely on stuff like Power Jam on Golden Go for our rock type coverage against Volcaronas. So yeah, that's enough of a blast from the past. But yeah, that Thunder Wave could be pretty fun going.
You've made me sad now. I'm thinking about the existence of Thunderous in Gen 5.
Oh, good times. Better times. Better times. From
How
back
was
in the
that
day.
better times?
That
In
was
what way is that
definitely better times. That was definitely better times.
No, that was objectively.
Maybe that's because I was winning tournaments back then. Maybe that's
Well, you
what
Thunderwave people and pray.
I
whole
didn't do
matchup.
that, you know. I didn't use to Thunderwave people all the time. I wasn't a Thunderwave merchant. I was on Tornadus back then.
I hate Thunderous so
And in fact, I made it my mission to knock out a bulky Thunderous with a Tornadus in 2013 Worlds, and I achieved it. So,
How did you manage that?
+1 from Defiant, Helping Hand, Flying Gem, Acrobatics.
Okay.
My Tornadus one hit KO'd a Thunderous. It was great.
I feel like your opponent may have just let that happen, to be honest. But
Yeah. Well, they Thunderwave that turn, so yeah. Here's calling out what the Thunderwave was useful for. But anyway, enough reminiscing about the past. Our players are getting set up and ready to go. We need to get our heads squarely into this matchup. Between Giovanni Siski, our reigning world champion, and Yoav Reuven, who has proved that they can take down international champions already in this match. And this is definitely going to be a close one, I think. What do you think? What do you think about lead matchups, Matt?
lead matchups, I think Ursaluna may appear on lead from Yoav here, just to start trying to get those Calm Minds up early. The issue is obviously the haze on Dragonite is going to be a little bit difficult to get around if you go for nothing but Calm Mind boost, but even just with one Calm Mind boost, those Blood Moons are now going to be hitting very, very hard. So I think that might be something that's worth looking at on lead for Yoav, especially since, as we said, so much of Geo's team is special attackers. So a Calm Mind boost and maybe an Aurora Veil, if you can leverage your Ninetales, is going to be very difficult to break through.
Okay, and well, with the Ninetales as well, you're putting the pressure on the Dragonites too. So what about Giovanni? What do you reckon for Giovanni? Potential lead matchup?
I think looking at this team sheet here, the Specs Golden Go does look nice, honestly, for Trick as much as it does for anything else. You've got big threats into the Ninetales because it doesn't have Protect, but the downside of that is that Ursaluna and Incineroar both threaten it very, very hard. So it's tough. It's really tough to say what Geo might lead here. Like,
it's such a tight matchup, isn't it?
Yeah, it's also like Geo's got a very unconventional team. So looking at this, like even as a player looking at Geo's team, I don't really know what the standard modes are, but I'm very wrong about Yoav's lead. We instead see Incineroar and Sneasler here, which ends up working out pretty nicely, I think, into the Golden Go and Ursaluna lead from Geo. Incineroar obviously very, very threatening to a Choice Specs Golden Go with Terra Steel. It cannot protect, it cannot terastallize out of that fire weakness. So it's always threatening a Flare Blitz, and Sneasler obviously looking at maybe going for close combat into this Ursaluna for big damage, and you've got the threat of Fake Out.
You've also got the Power Gem on the Golden Go for Giovanni, and that could easily just knock out this Incineroar in one with the Choice Specs boost as well. And there's nothing that Incineroar can do to fake out the Golden Go and be able to stop that from coming in. The only option is committing your Terastallization, but doing that on turn one, especially on a read, can be a difficult pill to swallow. But looking like it's going to be the Golden Go actually retreating. So Giovanni not content to make a read here and to lock their Golden Go into a particular move, instead trying to... look at that, 1 HP! Sneasler going for the close combat into the Ursaluna, not picking up that KO. Earth Power now gets to, with the Life Orb, get a clean one-hit knockout onto the Incineroar, but the Life Orb will knock out this Ursaluna after the Incineroar goes back. So these Pokemon trading 1-for-1, but the Sneasler taking a little bit of defensive drops for the trouble.
That is an enormous survival from that Ursaluna, because that's the difference between playing a 3v3 or playing a 4v3 where there's still an instant activity. You look at the Pokemon still
Yeah.
available on Geo's side, that Incineroar was going to be so dangerous into this combination of Dragonite, Goldengo, and Volcarona. Volcarona can't really damage it. Goldengo obviously threatened by the Flare Blitz. Dragonite doesn't like the Intimidate drops or the knockoffs. So that is an enormous trade for Geo. And that 1 HP is the difference between a game that looks almost lost on turn 1 and a game that may actually be in his favor now.
I think so. It depends on what Yoav has in the back at their disposal, though, because the option for a Golden Go that can protect itself, switch its moves from Yoav's side of the field could be pretty big for Yoav. But also there is the Rillaboom that has access to high horsepower that will be able to target down into this Golden Go as well. Not least boost up the Sneasler back up to neutral defense, which could be relevant for the Dragonite in the back.
Yeah, the Sneasler is a slightly strange spot here, because obviously that Golden Go is walling the Sneasler quite hard. It does have 3 attacks, but 2 of them do 0 damage to Golden Go, and 1 of them does about 5. So you've only really got Acrobatics or Dire Claw into the Volcarona, but that is still a pretty significant threat into the flying the bug type that is weak to flying. So the Sneasler is only really threatening 1 slot, but that slot doesn't have Protect, so it does mean if Yoav does want to fire off an attack with the Sneasler, he is pretty safe to do so into the Volcarona.
Rillaboom going for a defensive Terra Fire, now making itself resist to Make It Rain, but also making it resist any sort of heat waves that this Volcarona will be able to launch out. Volcarona going for the Tailwind now, so trying to get a little bit of speed control going, but that Sneasler with the Unburden boost will be going faster than either of the Golden Go or the Volcarona, irrespective of that Tailwind going out. Make It Rain coming down, but it will be a high horsepower landing down into the Golden Go, so a great defensive terrestrialization, especially on this Golden Go that can't now change to using Power Gem unless it switches out and switches back in.
Yeah, the Terrafire and Rillaboom, very nice in front of this ball position, as you say, defensively. The other upside is that you can no longer get burned by Volcarona's Flame Body ability, now that you're a Fire type. But the flip side of that is when you're a Grass type, you're immune to Powder-based moves. So Rage Powder wouldn't redirect that high horsepower. But Volcarona does now have the option of going for potentially a Rage Powder to keep a high horsepower away from the Golden Go, or whatever might come in on that slot if it so wishes. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword, but I think the Terrafire on Rillaboom is going to be very impactful into what Geo has left on his side.
Okay, so now it comes down to how this Sneasler is going to play on the offensive. It has the opportunity now to attack. Any other attack is probably going to into the Golden Go will not do too much, but now the Acrobatics gets to break the multi-scale on the Dragonite. Make It Rain coming down into the Sneasler. I wasn't actually expecting it to take that hit, but now the follow-up high horsepower knocking out the Golden Go and removing that threat to the everything on Yoav's side of the board from play.
Yeah, we see the value now of the Protect on Sneasler on the previous turn, the Make It Rain coming out, hitting that Terrafire on the Rillaboom, and notably dropping Golden Go's special attack, which is what allowed Sneasler to survive that next hit. So now it's threatening an Acrobatics into Volcarona, for example, or a Dire Claw into Dragonite. A lot of scary moves on this Sneasler that, as you said, is still faster than everything on Geo's side of the field, even though Geo has that Tailwind up, thanks to Sneasler's Unburden ability.
But there is the terrestrialization available for Geo still. Hasn't used it as yet. And so there is the option for that Volcarona to find itself not weak, in fact, to an Acrobatics coming out from this Sneasler. And I think this is wise for Yoav to play a little bit on the defensive on this turn. I feel like Rillaboom's kind of done its job. It's gone for the Terrafire. It's resisted the Make It Rains. It's got the high horsepowers into that slot. Now it can sort of let itself go down, so to speak. And if it gets a little bit of value while it's doing that, that's kind of okay. But Yoav not actually getting that opportunity, because the Scale Shot going down into the Rillaboom is enough to pick up the KO with 4 hits.
Yeah, the interesting thing with the Terra on Volcarona that turn is because it's Terra Water, it can't actually defend itself from both the Rillaboom and the Sneasler at the same time. So Geo getting rid of that Rillaboom makes that Terra Water on Volcarona so much safer, depending obviously on what Yoav has in the back. And we are finally going to see that Calm Mind Ursaluna coming in. And I think this is a pretty strong position for it. But the problem is it's moving last. So before it can get a Calm Mind off, it does potentially have to take a number of hits. And Volcarona has the option of just going for Struggle Bug to try and lower its special attack.
Yes. I think the Struggle Bug is the real key here. And if Yoav is still in... Oh, sorry, Giovanni's still in Tailwind. That's why this Sneasler is going again for the Protect here. With a Protect on the Ursaluna to make those scale shots irrelevant, because in the Tailwind environment, Dragonite would now outspeed this unburdened Sneasler with the doubling of speed from the Tailwind and the extra boost to speed that the last scale shot afforded it. So a really nice double Protect there from Yoav, playing on the defensive this turn, giving themselves a little bit more breathing room in this spot.
Yeah, a little bit fortunate from Yoav to get that double Protect, but he's also got the odds of Scale Shot potentially missing, so giving himself multiple chances to survive that last turn of Tailwind. And now it's still a tough position for the Sneasler. Do you want to maybe just start fishing for Diaclaw status at this point in the game? Because I think without one, you're going to really struggle. You're not going to one-shot this Volcarona with an Acrobatics if it's built to be particularly defensive, I imagine. So do you maybe just go for a Diaclaw and hope that you get a status that allows your Ursaluna to start getting Calm Minds up or firing off Blood Moons?
Potentially. I mean, maybe that's what you need, is the no Struggle Bug to be coming out here, or to stop the Struggle Bug coming out here, should I say. Volcarona going on the defensive with a Terra Water, so not going to be taking any super effective flying type damage from Sneasler's Acrobatics on this turn. And it is just the Acrobatics doing pretty good damage, but actually, the Flame Body activating as well, burning the Sneasler. But I feel like Sneasler's not going to be hanging around long enough for that burn to really make any impact in this match whatsoever. Here's a Scale Shot, 2 hits, knocking it out. Nice and clean there from Dragonite. And now it's 2 against 1. There is the opportunity for this Ursaluna to maybe try to start Calm Minding a little bit, make itself not take as much damage from the single target Struggle Bugs here, but it in fact is a Blood Moon coming out into this Volcarona. I like this game plan from Yoav, trying to knock out the Volcarona on this turn. Maybe a Diaclaw could have been a little bit more consistent from that front, but not activating the Citrus Berry and then going into the Blood Moon afterwards did kind of look like the best opportunity that Yoav had. If this Volcarona went down, then the Blood Moon Ursaluna could probably 1v1 this Dragonite.
You say that, but Dragonite can always protect on turns where Ursaluna is clicking Blood Moon. And when Ursaluna is not clicking Blood Moon, it's only got Earth Power. So it's not that simple to try and win that endgame with Dragonite. But I'd say it is still in Dragonite's favour. I think you maybe did just need to go for a Scale Shot. Sorry, not Scale Shot. A Diaclaw if you're Yoav. Maybe into the Dragonite, hope for some kind of luck on the Diaclaw secondary effects there. Because without that, the Struggle Bug obviously doing a lot of damage to Ursaluna, but it wouldn't have KO'd the Sneasler. You would have been able to get another hit off with the Sneasler unless Volcarona had locked into a into a Heat Wave, which would have allowed the Ursaluna to get more damage out with Blood Moon. So maybe you could have gone for a bit of a gamble there. Now instead you're in a very, very tough endgame where this Volcarona is free to just keep this Ursaluna's special attack low with these Struggle Bugs, allowing Dragonite to throw off some Scale Shots to slowly pick it off.
Yeah, getting 5 hits there on the Scale Shot. I mean, even with the critical hit, but that Struggle Bug is just doing too much damage. And it's easy it's easy enough to get.
And Volcarona lives the Blood Moon as well.
Yeah, because of the 2 drops to the special attack. This is the key there. It didn't actually matter how much damage the Struggle Bug was doing. It's really nice for Giovanni that it's doing so much damage overall. Critical hits aside, doing really solid damage to the Ursaluna with the single targeting and the same type of attack bonus. But it's really those attack drops that are doing the most work to that Ursaluna in the end game. I was going to say, with the amount of damage that Scale Shot did, it would need to hit 5 times. Or 4 times. I think it would need 3 Scale Shots easily to be able to knock it out with the leftovers recovery as well. Because it was, with 4 hits, it was doing less than 50%. Easily less than 50%. And those turns that the Dragonite protects from the Blood Moon could have been a Calm Mind. And so having that opportunity to set yourself up, bring your special attack back, if that Volcarona was there, could have made this an end game on the side of Yoav if the calls were made right in the moment. But Gio did really well there to take what looked to be a little bit of a tough spot and just have exactly what they needed in the tank to be able to get a win in this game one over Yoav.
Yeah, I think the key there was maintaining speed control over the Sneasler, because obviously with the tailwind up, Sneasler is still faster than everything on Gio's team, but not if Dragonite gets a scale shot off. So I think Gio did a very good job of getting that early scale shot, making sure that he had speed advantage over that Sneasler, and we saw that Sneasler had to go for a double protect in the end game, got it, and was still not in a fantastic position because of how Gio had set up his board in front of it. And again, he kept his 2 Pokemon alive, Gio, that were perfect for shutting down Ursaluna. Because Haze on Dragonite obviously means that it can't set up any Calm Minds, and even if it does, you're hitting it on the physical side. And then the Struggle Bug from Volcarona really just stopped it from getting out of hand. And now we do see the mix-up from Yoav, and it's the Ursaluna on lead this time around.
Yeah, no close combat that may be unreliable into the Ursaluna on Gio's side from the Sneasler, instead just trying to maybe set up the Ursaluna in the early game. But this calls into question this Incineroar may have to think about going for a Terastallization on Yoav's side to be able to survive an Earth Power. And does Gio get the opportunity to make that call?
Golden Go immediately switching out, again not wanting to deal with the Incin that is in front of it, which means no trick onto this Calm Mind Ursaluna, for example. We are going to see a Terastallization immediately. Let's see who this is from. It is going to be the Ursaluna on Yoav's side, actually. Going Terra Electric, very scared of a potential Make It Rain, but this does make it so much weaker to an incoming Earth Power from Gio's Ursaluna. But instead, we just see the Protect from Ursaluna on Gio's side, and I'm guessing this is going to be a Fake Out and a Calm Mind from Yoav. We're going to start getting this Ursaluna setup going early.
No, just an Earth Power into the Volcarona. Okay, so really nice damage down onto the Volcarona, but the the Ursaluna not getting its chance to get some boost up may have been the opportunity. But I do like the extra damage into the Volcarona this turn. Certainly the Volcarona was a really key problem for Yoav in this matchup, and Giovanni positioned it really well in game one to be able to slow things down at the end of the match. Now Yoav gets an opportunity to maybe put some pressure on it early doors, and then maybe try to put themselves into a better position, maybe preserving that Incineroar a little bit longer to deal with the Golden Go in the end game.
Problem is, this Terra Electric on Ursaluna does feel a little bit preemptive to me, especially if you don't have a Calm Mind boost up, because this Earth Power from Gio's Ursaluna, which is faster than Yoav's, is going to be very difficult to get around. This will one-shot Ursaluna without a Calm Mind boost. So I think
especially with the Tailwind getting the speed advantage there, the Earth Power going in, and as you say, getting that key one-hit knockout onto the Ursaluna, and Yoav not getting any value from it in this game.
Yeah, not only not getting value from his Calm Mind Ursaluna, but also getting no value out of his Terastallization. In fact, arguably getting negative value out of his Terastallization, because that's not going to pick up that one-shot without the Terra Electric there. And now Yoav is really on the back foot, fighting a 4v3, and his only reward for getting his Ursaluna gone and his Terastallization used up is a little bit of damage on this Volcarona. So this looks like it's going to be tricky for Yoav to get out of. We've seen all 3 of Yoav's Pokemon as well now with the Incineroar, the Rillaboom, and the Sneasler. And it's looking like it's going to be really tricky to get through, again, this combination of Volcarona and Dragonite that gave him so much trouble last game.
I think the question is whether or not the Yoav can land a close combat into the Ursaluna and to be able to knock it out, because once that happens, the Incineroar in the back for Yoav looks really good. And I can imagine Gio's not going to let that happen very easily, knowing his capabilities as a player and knowing how he understands what the board state that he needs to get to is. It's going to be a double switch here into Dragonite and Golden Go for Giovanni. Fake Out breaking the multi-scale onto the Dragonite. Acrobatics the follow-up as well, so a key prediction there I think Yoav is definitely in the stage where he has to get value out of every single turn, no matter what.
Yeah, this Golden Go is looking very, very scary. Now, we've seen that if Sneasler does not protect on this first turn, if this Golden Go is at neutral special attack, that Make It Rain will probably be enough to pick up the KO on Sneasler. But, as you said, Incin's such a valuable piece for this endgame. If you switch it in here and take too much damage on the Incineroar, Yoav could really put himself in a bad position to deal with what's left on Giovanni's side. This Golden Go scale shot, this Golden Go Make It Rain is going to get so much critical damage no matter what is on the field, and it is going to be the Rillaboom switching out into Incineroar.
Yeah, nice easy switch there from Yoav bringing in the Incineroar. It's going to drop the attack on Dragonite, which could be pretty influential actually overall with the scale shot damage that can come out. No scale shot damage is going to come out for the rest of the game though, because Dragonite goes down, and now it is down to Incineroar and Sneasler to take this Choice Specs Make It Rain. Sneaslers with a Grassy Seed or a Psychic Seed that don't carry a Focus Sash do tend to run that little bit more bulk on them to allow them to take those big hits. And that's going to allow Sneasler to still stay on the field this turn. But Ursaluna's coming in to threaten some big damage.
But Ursaluna this time around has taken 7 HP. That little bit of tip we've seen in game one, that could be incredibly crucial here. You don't often think 7 HP is that noticeable, but that really could make a difference here. And I think this makes this into a very difficult pool where if Geo thinks that Yoav's going to protect the Sneasler, you want to swing with Ursaluna into the Incineroar this turn. But if you think that he's not going to go for the protect, you really need to protect your Ursaluna so it doesn't get hit by a close combat. So Yoav's done a very good job of putting himself in a position where he can make a call, and he does get it right.
Close combat into the Ursaluna. It's enough. It's enough to pick up the KO here, and the Ursaluna goes down. This is going to make this Incineroar nice and safe against the Make It Rain coming out from the Golden Go. No switches coming out from Giovanni. Make It Rain coming down into the Sneasler. Now Incineroar shrugging that off, getting an opportunity to put some damage down. And most notably, even if a Flare Blitz isn't able to KO this Golden Go, it's not going to be able to switch itself out. It's not going to be able to change attacks. It's not going to be able to reset its stats. Here's the Flare Blitz going into Golden Go, and it's locked on the field at 29 hit points.
And this is suddenly looking like a very, very winnable game for Yoav, but this Dragonite is going to be tough to get through here. Oh, sorry, Volcarona even. Without the Terastallization available on Rillaboom's side, these Heat Waves are going to start doing some very noticeable damage very quickly. I wonder if maybe you actually just go after the Volcarona with Incineroar, leave Golden Go there and say, okay, I'll tank some -2 Make It Rains and just deal with it later, but you have to surely knock off that Citrus Berry in order to have any chance of getting through this Volcarona.
Oh, definitely. But, the Golden Go might even be in range of a Grassy Glide. At this point, it's probably a little bit bulkier than most Golden Go, certainly the Life Orb variants, but certainly not looking very healthy at the moment. Here's the Terra Steel coming out from the Golden Go. It is going to boost up that Make It Rain damage just that little bit more, but the Fake Out not activating Citrus Berry, but is activating Flame Body onto the Rillaboom is very influential here. Volcarona flinches, it can't move. The Golden Go gets its last hurrah into both the Rillaboom and the Incineroar. And now is the question, did the Incineroar go for the Volcarona? No. Knocking out the Golden Go on this turn. Now 2 versus 1. And I don't know, the Incineroar is still looking okay in this spot, but its HP is waning very much.
Yeah, and this Volcarona, I believe, still has its Citrus Berry active, right?
Still has a Citrus Berry, yeah.
Yeah, which means that now that you've gone after the Golden Go with your Incineroar that turn, and the Volcarona still has the Citrus Berry, there's no Grassy Terrain left. But if Rillaboom hits this Volcarona first, it will activate the Citrus Berry, which means that knockoff will be doing reduced damage. You might want to click Fake Out with Rillaboom here.
Well, this is what I was thinking. Or Grassy Glide in this spot if the Volcarona doesn't go for its Terra Water. Yeah. The Volcarona doesn't go for a Terra Water, then Grassy Glide burn.
We've already seen the Terra Steel coming out on the Golden Go last turn.
Oh, yeah, it can't. Right, okay. Exactly.
We all forget about Terastallizations.
Okay, so not even going to be a factor here. The Rillaboom goes down. Critical hit on the Rillaboom.
Does Flare Blitz get the KO here? It's got to be Flare Blitz.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be, especially since there's no terrestrialization available.
It's knockoff.
No, just the knockoff.
And
But the
gets
knockoff
it
is
with
a
critical hit.
critical hit. Wow.
No way!
Oh, wow. Okay.
What a game!
Okay. That's the way to end the game, yeah. Yeah, fair play. No, I think the Flare Blitz probably would have been enough to knock it out there, but
I think so.
maybe Yoav wanted to play the knockoff first, just in case it was, because this is a support Volcarona. This is not one of your run-of-the-mill Quiver-Dance Volcaronas that have to invest a bit in speed. They have to invest a bit in their special attack to be able to do enough, and that kind of limits their bulk option. This is a support Volcarona that is pretty speedy as far as they go, but the rest is definitely all in support in terms of training.
Yeah, I think,
so,
I think on that turn, you do really... Well, I guess the critical hit on Rillaboom changed it a little bit, but Rillaboom's not really doing any meaningful damage.
Yeah, you just don't want to take the... You just
pick up the KO that turn, right? Because otherwise Struggle Bug will be enough to take out the Incid.
I think it would still have to be a Heat Wave. I don't think the Struggle Bug would do enough.
I mean, you look at how much damage that Heat Wave was... Like, a spread Heat Wave was doing that much damage to...
It's close.
Yeah, but Heat Wave's resisted, Struggle Bug isn't. So Struggle Bug's doing more. Struggle Bug is more damage than Heat Wave. I think Struggle Bug would have been more than enough to pick up the Incid from that range.
Whoa. Maybe we'll see it in game 3, because that's where we're going, Matt. We're going game 3.
Crazy game 2.
Wow.
We have another game after that? Oh, I mean, even a bit of luck here and there. Like, Yoav did such a good job after a really unfavorable start to that game. He did such a good job of picking his moments to swing, particularly with the Sneasler this time, not really playing defensively at all. We've seen him click Protect on Sneasler a lot in game 1, and game 2 just went, okay, I'm going to mix that up, and I'm just going to swing with my Sneasler, and that KO on the Ursaluna ended up being critical. Who would have thought that 7 HP worth of chip damage would have been the difference?
Yeah, and making that call in a moment. Now we're getting into game 3. Ursaluna and Rillaboom versus Volcarona and Ursaluna. No Sneasler in sight to suppress the Ursaluna on Geo's side. Ursaluna and Rillaboom are offering a bit of fake-out support, but the Volcarona still looking like in a good spot. Even with Tailwind, with a Struggle Bug, doesn't matter. This Volcarona is going to be able to put some pressure down onto Yoav's team.
I do really like the Rillaboom lead from Yoav, though, because Ursaluna has been such a threat on lead in every game so far. Leading Rillaboom here gives you the option to ignore the Volcarona's Rage Powder and just click Woodhammer into the Ursaluna, potentially forcing a Terrestrialization, which is what it looks like we're going to get here. This is Ursaluna Terrestrializing on the side of Giovanni. Yoav probably not going to Terrestrialize his Ursaluna this time round after what happened last game.
Yeah.
But yeah, this Rillaboom lead really forcing this Terrestrialization out from Geo, but he doesn't even go for the Woodhammer, Yoav. Instead, we're going to see a fake out Blood Moon. Actually, Yoav's Ursaluna is faster than the Ursaluna on Geo's side. That is surprising, given it's a Life Orb variant. And that looks like it's going to put it in range of the Life Orb. We're going to trade Ursalunas here, but that means that Incineroar in the back looks so good for Yoav.
We don't know actually how these Ursalunas are trained. They might both be trained to be very, very speedy. And Yoav trying to condition the Calm Mind to go up a little bit earlier in the turn, right? But Geo and Yoav both trading the Ursalunas is massive in this game. As you said, the Incineroar in the back looking mighty fine. And this time, this is the same sort of board state that we had in game 2. But this time, there is no Terrestrialization used for Yoav. So it's still available for a little bit later on.
And notably, it's not available for Geo, because a bit of a mirror of game 2 even, where an Ursaluna Terrestrializes on turn 1 and gets taken out pretty quickly anyway. That is a really interesting tech from Yoav to run that much speed on a Calm Mind Blood Moon Ursaluna. You normally see them run much more bulky. And I don't think we'd seen that speed interaction at any point during the set. So maybe Giovanni was comfortable that he was going to be the faster of the two Ursalunas there, and Yoav able to catch him by surprise with that Blood Moon enough to get it with the Life Orb chip. But I think Yoav is more than happy to make that trade.
Definitely, especially with a Terra Fire available on the Rillaboom now. The Incineroar coming in, suppressing the Dragonite with its Intimidate as well. Put some pressure on both of these Pokemon with Fake Out. But I think more importantly, Knockoff is actually looking really, really strong at the moment for Yoav here. And I think now it's down to Geo to try to reposition, work out where the targeting's going, because say if this Golden Go knocks into, switches into a knockoff here, it could be absolutely devastating.
Yeah, like you said, knockoff's just good value to everything here. Just getting rid of items, getting rid of the citrus berry on the Volcarona, or getting rid of the... Oh, I like the drum beating here. Forgot that it had that. I was talking about Woodhammer on turn 1. I was talking about nothing. But we do see... It's not enough, but...
It's not enough.
It might be in range of a Grassy Glide here, potentially, and it's also got a speed drop, which is very notable in this situation, which does mean that Rillaboom will almost certainly be faster than it if there does not, if the Tailwind does not get set up this turn by this Volcarona, and also it doesn't have its choice specs anymore, so a potential Power Gem into Incineroar is not nearly as threatening as it was previously.
No, certainly. Well, it can't protect itself from a Grassy Glide either, and if the Golden Go switches into the Dragonite to take a Grassy Glide, it's going to take that, no questions asked. But then the multi-scale gets broken, and maybe that's part of Geo's longer-term plan for getting back into this game. At the moment, it's looking like Yoav is potentially in a very, very strong situation here. Just a couple more turns, I think, if Yoav is able to just make sure that his Incineroar is not going down anytime soon, then I think he's in a really good spot.
And we do see the high horsepower coming out from Rillaboom. I wonder if that maybe should have just been a drum beating. I think drum beating would have got that from there without risking a miss, but doesn't matter. The high horsepower connects, and we do now see the knockoff coming out from this Incineroar. Critical hit again. This Incineroar is really unhappy with this Volcarona.
Yeah, it's like, no, go back to your both boys.
That critical hit did. I wonder if maybe that knockoff in game 1 and game 2 might have been enough without the critical hit anyway, because that did probably about 80% to that Volcarona. Maybe that's an indication that this is a very offensively trained Incineroar. But now it's down to just 2 Pokemon on Geo's side. But the key here is Dragonite isn't intimidated. Volcarona is obviously not in a great position in front of this Incineroar, but it can pick up a KO on the Rillaboom here. And this Dragonite, without an Intimidate, is going to do a lot of damage to this Incineroar with a potential Scale Shot.
It's definitely looking like this Dragonite is in a much better spot now, and keeping the multi-scale is pretty big as well for the Dragonite. But we don't know what Pokemon is left in the back. If it is a Sneasler and Dragonite gets a Scale Shot plus the Volcarona gets a Tailwind boost going up here, then the Dragonite could be outspeeding it. But no, we're just going to see the Heat Wave knocking out the Rillaboom on this turn, so no more drum beating, no more speed control coming out from the Rillaboom. And that is actually a lot more defensively trained Incineroar than really I was expecting in this spot. The Scale Shot really not doing too much damage whatsoever, even without the Intimidates going down onto it, and the Citrus Berry doing a really good job at defending this Incineroar from being knocked out by the Dragonite on this turn. Now a knockoff could be really key, knocking off a loaded dice, but instead a Flare Blitz goes down into the Volcarona, making this Dragonite have to do a little bit of double duty, having to use only single target moves to knock out Incineroar and whatever the last Pokemon is on Yoav's side.
It is going to be the Sneasler coming in here. I do wonder if maybe Yoav missed a chance to break the multi-scale with a Grassy Glide that turn, especially since the Incineroar targeted on the Volcarona, but I think maybe he was worried that the combination of Struggle Bug plus a 5-hit Scale Shot could have KO'd Incin. I don't think he needed to be that worried about that, but in this situation, it's still, as you said, Dragonite only has single target moves. Sneasler is outspeeding it, does go for the Diaclaw, gets the Paralysis, which would be very, very helpful for this Incineroar. Is it going to be fast enough to get the knockoff first? It isn't, but Scale Shot comes out to Sneasler. That's not doing very much damage through the Grassy Seed, and a knockoff here.
Needs some crits.
With 2 defense drops on this Dragonite, even if Dragonite managed to KO the Sneasler that turn. Knockoff should be enough to pick this up, and it looks like Yoav will have just about squeezed a win here. It is enough for Dragonite down, and that is Yoav taking the victory, bringing himself to a 9-2 record. What an incredible set that was.
Massive, massive. And now Giovanni is playing for points. That's the other thing here. This was a winning in. Yeah, this was a winning in for World Cup. So Yoav playing on the pressure scenario about playing our current world champion for the chance to play another round for the chance to get into Top Cut, you're playing on the bubble. Every match is effectively a knockout match. You're like, if you as soon as you go X2, you might as well be playing the playoff bracket, the asymmetrical Top Cut, because every single loss that you take after you've taken your second one will knock you further away from making it all the way into the tournament. But Geo is still in, still could get a nice chunk of championship points and further solidify their direct invitation to the World Championships next year. Maybe still within the prize pool contention as well, depending on how the last round goes for them.
Yeah, I just want to commend Yoav on how he brought that back. After turn 2 of game 2, it really looked like it was over in Geo's favor, trading the Terastallization and the Ursaluna for really no value whilst already a game down. But he did so well to just get calls right that he needed to, get through Geo's Tailwind. The call on the close combat on the Ursaluna, calling that it wasn't going to protect, ended up being incredibly pivotal. And then the lead mix-up in game 3 ended up being so valuable. And again, withholding that information about his own Ursaluna's speed ended up being so crucial. Even though we are playing in this open team sheet format, you still can withhold some information about your team.
Yeah, absolutely pivotal. And I think every time we'd seen that interaction in the match, the Volcarona had clicked Tailwind before the Ursalunas had interacted with each other at all. So that was the first time we see the interaction. Whether or not that was a speed tie, we don't know. But if it wasn't, great for Yoav. If it was, well, there was a 50-50 chance either way of how that game was going to be able to unfold. As it stands, we're going to get ourselves into a little bit of a break where we've got the last round after the break of our Phase 2 Swiss before we start locking in to our asymmetrical Top Cut. You don't want to go anywhere. Keep it here at the LAIC side stream. it. The last round of Phase 2 Swiss here at LAIC. My name is Ben Kiriakou, joined here by Matt Maynard, and we have made it all the way to the end of our Swiss. Just one more round before we get to find out who is in our asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, it's a big round as well. Our two players that we are featuring in this round both at a 9-2 record. The winner of this round will move on to our top cut, and the loser will unfortunately not be making it to the next phase. Still a good run to get to 9-3, but both of these players will be desperately wanting to get to that top cut.
This is where it all really makes the difference. And the change from last season into this season is we have an asymmetrical top 8. So any of our trainers matching the record of our 8th place contestant player at the at LAIC will be making it into the asymmetrical top cut with a chance to make it all the way through the playoff bracket. But usually that's at X and 2, and if you get an X and 3 record or lower, then you're not going to be making it all the way. But you will probably, for the trainers that go X and 3, will have a nice lump of championship points, potential for maybe even a little bit of prize money to be taking home with them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Prize money going all the way down to top 32 at these international championships. So even some people who don't make it into our top cut will be walking away with, as you said, a little bit of pocket money to, I don't know, spend on something nice for Christmas, or maybe fund the next tournament run.
Well, maybe. Let's see. But it is all to play for here in this last round, and we have a fantastic match that we're going to be able to feature now. Lewis Markle versus Javier Signorina, and these are two players that are so consistent overall. Lewis, I feel like Lewis's name pops up in every event close to or in the top cut. Not just the fact that Lewis is playing a lot at the moment and going really around the circuit in a big way, but also doing it so consistently, usually with, as you can see there, the team of the moment. This is the build that's been so infamous in the second phase of Regulation Set H. Javier on the other side, using what won in the Las Vegas Regional Championships just last week, with their own spin on the composition, I'm sure. This Porygon 2, Ursaluna, Incineroar, Amoonguss, Kilowattrel, and Golden Go composition.
Yeah, both of these teams are teams that have won regional championships, looking mostly unchanged. We've seen a few versions of the Emanuele Brigante team, the one that Lewis is running, with a couple of tweaks here and there, moveset changes on Ninetales. Sometimes you'll run different sets on the Sneasler, on the Ursaluna. This one looks like it's pretty much identical. Lewis saying, okay, I don't need to make any tweaks. I'm just going to play better. I'm just going to be good enough with the team as it is, that I'm going to make it this far.
And that is exactly how Lewis tends to seem to approach from the outside this match, just using the best team and trying to use it as well as they possibly can.
Yeah, exactly. He was, back in Regulation Set I, a big fan of the Calyrex Shadow Zamazenta teams. Very standard stuff, but he's just a good enough player, consistent enough player, that he can make those teams work for him so well. But Javier obviously not going to go down without a fight. There's a lot of options that Javier's got into Lewis's team, especially the Trick Room mode, being able to get around the speed that the Icy Wind Ninetales and the Acrobatics Unburdened Sneasler potentially would like to get set up.
Definitely. The Trick Room could be a big component of this matchup overall, especially since there's not many Pokemon that can resist a Guts Flame Orb boosted up Ursaluna Facade, and that's definitely the case on Lewis's team. Even if an Incineroar gets an Intimidate down onto it, the Headlong Rush can still get the KO onto that Pokemon. So there's options for both of these players. This is a matchup that both of these players will have a lot of experience playing up against similar compositions. So I'm kind of expecting both of these players to be fairly consistent and know exactly what their win conditions are in this particular matchup, not least if they've played it already across LAIC in the event so far. they'll be very, very well versed in what they need to do to claim victory here in this final round of Phase 2 Swiss.
Absolutely. One thing to note here is we see the Assault Vest on Javier Senorina's Incineroar. Something that a lot of Incineroars have been doing recently is taking off the Safety Goggles item, running instead Citrus Berry. We've seen Assault Vest. But Javier will be a little bit unhappy to see that there is, in fact, the Safety Goggles on Lewis's Incineroar. Another way to stop this Amoonguss from clicking Spore. Golden Go obviously immune thanks to its good as gold ability. Rillaboom immune thanks to its grass typing. Amoonguss might be pretty difficult to leverage well in this matchup, which is a shame because that Spore is really, really threatening under Trick Room.
Definitely very, very powerful. And Safety Goggles usually would be the reaction to Amoonguss in a metagame, but Amoonguss has been pretty low usage overall in Regulation Set H. And I think this is probably more of an adaptation to the Volcaronas that are coming around with Rage Powder and maybe a little bit of Sand Chip from Pokemon like Tyranitar. And yeah, at the same time, you get that safety from the Amoonguss, just in case this sort of composition comes back to rear its head, because this Porygon 2, Ursaluna, Incineroar, Golden Go, Amoonguss combination is nothing new. It was right from the start of the first Regulation Set H. The flying type Pokemon, the bird of choice, has changed. It used to be Flamigo. Hydreigons had a little bit of a run at that slot of the Kilowattrel, but Kilowattrel seems to be the one that has stuck the most and has mostly solved this team composition in its favour.
Yeah, the ability to threaten away Incineroars, which otherwise can be a bit of a nuisance for the team with Golden Go, the Intimidate on your own Incineroar, the Amoonguss, that's very valuable. And the other thing is, it's just faster than Sneasler, which is the thing that a lot of Pokemon cannot say. So the other options you've seen in this team, like you mentioned, the Flamigo, the Vivian was a thing for a while. They're slower than a lot of key threats like Annihilate, like Final Gambit, Annihilate. Being faster than that for your Tailwind Center is very valuable because it opens up a mode where a lot of these teams have been moving towards running a lot of speed on the Ursaluna on these teams, potentially even maximum speed on the Ursaluna to really enable the Tailwind mode and also make sure that they outspeed most Incineroars, for example. So having a really fast Tailwind setter next to Golden Go and Ursaluna is very valuable.
Yeah, especially since then Ursaluna is kind of still slow. Even if you invest all of that training into speed, it's still not really that fast overall. So you still can, against faster teams, take advantage of the Trick Room mode with the Ursaluna, but just the ability to Tailwind and Headlong Rush a Golden Go, that can be absolutely key in many matchups, just removing that key threat so that Porygon 2 is able to set the Trick Room up, but also not just go down to 2+, make it rains. And I think that's a real nice bit of synergy there. A Kilowattrel as well does keep away and keep at bay those Incineroars that Ursaluna really doesn't like to play up against. And say, well, if you want to deal with the Ursaluna, you've got to intimidate it, or at least power control it. You've got to intimidate it. But if you intimidate it, well, Kilowattrel's saying hello with a 2+ special attack boost. And those Thunderbolt and Air Slash bits of damage really do rack up very quickly when the Kilowattrel's boosted.
Yeah, you see Kilowattrels when they get that boost, they're doing probably 60-70% to an Incineroar, which will put it in range of pretty much everything, especially if you're trying to soften it up for a Golden Go, for example. So Incineroar is one of those Pokemon that you'd really want to bring in front of Golden Go a lot of the time. But if you take a Thunderbolt, you're not taking up the follow-up Make It Rain, almost certainly, on account of, like, this Golden Go running Life Orb is going to be invested in special attack. The Kilowattrel obviously getting that +2 Thunderbolt off on the Incineroar. Incineroar's not going to like taking that double up.
No, not at all. And I think this is, contrasting with the Ursaluna Blood Moon on Lewis's side, that actually looks pretty consistent into most of Javier's team. Most of this build, especially with the Terra Electric, that's going to give him a lot of room to maneuver against all of the threats that Javier has on their side of the field. But equally, that's going to make it weak to Ursaluna. And so, yeah, it can definitely go both ways. Just to give you a little update, we're just there's some things going on the main floor at the moment for getting these players started and getting our signal over from LAIC in Brazil. We're sitting in the UK at the moment. The players are sitting in Brazil, and we've got some other things going on in Spain. So we're very worldwide on this stream, and we've done really well so far to bring all of the action. I'm sure the team is working very hard to bring us the game as quickly as physically possible.
I mean, sometimes it just happens. There's not really much you can do about it. Some video games don't work the way they're meant to, especially when, like you said, you're trying to transmit a stream from Brazil via a team in Spain through your casters in the UK. So yeah, the production team are doing a fantastic job of putting this all together. The fact that we even have this stream in the first place is, I think, so good for like some of the matches we've seen on this stream that haven't been on the main stream. Yeah, they've been fantastic. Like the last round, I was stressed off that game too. That was a crazy set. But yes, we're just having a slight delay getting this next match up and running, but we will have that for you as soon as we can.
So I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked you last time.
Yes.
Lead matchup. What do you reckon?
Okay, I think that Lewis can really lean on the Golden Go in this matchup. Because if you look at what's on Javier's side, Amoonguss can't do anything to it. Obviously, Ursaluna is a problem if they lead it next to the Kilowattrel, but you can shut that down, and you've also got the access to Terra Water. The big thing is it completely shuts down the Porygon 2, and we identified that Trick Room was potentially a big threat on Javier's team that Lewis maybe doesn't really want to deal with. He has ways of getting through it, of course, with the Incineroar, with the Ursaluna, but if Javier does go for that Trick Room mode, they're going to want to lead the Porygon 2, and Golden Go is a very nice punish for that. So the question then becomes, does Javier call that and not go for the Porygon 2 lead because they're worried about giving Lewis too much board position? We could also see potentially, I've run this team a fair bit, I'm a big fan of just leading Kilowattrel Ursaluna.
Yeah, it's pretty strong.
Saying, okay, if you lead wrong, what is that supposed to mean? If you lead wrong, you can just click Tailwind Earthquake, and good luck.
Yeah. Was it big bear go bro? I think it's the way to describe that lead, isn't it? Kilowattrel can go for Tailwind. You can just go straight on the offensive if you're Ursaluna, which, 4 feet Ursaluna, it's got a lot of defensive capability as well, right? So it's not easy to just knock it out turn 1. So Kilowattrel can, we've seen it pretty regularly go for just Terra Ghost to avoid a fake out and just go on the offensive, start putting some damage on the board. Ursaluna can do just exactly the same. I think some of these Ursalunas that we see on this composition do run Terra Fairy, but this one is running Terra Ghost, and so we'll be able to avoid a fake out. Getting the confirmation. Hopefully, we are getting into this game very soon. The last little bits of setup happening out there on the main floor at LAIC. So keep on with us. We're going to have this game getting kicked off, and here it is. No sooner do we say it does it come in. Thank you very much, production. Thank you very much, all the staff that are there making that work. It is indeed the Kilowattrel and Ursaluna. You maybe. And the Rillaboom and Golden Go coming out for Lewis.
Yeah, the Rillaboom is a really nice presence here to threaten this Ursaluna. Obviously, it's got the super effective Grass-type moves firing off into that Ursaluna with the Wood Hammer and the Grassy Glide. But importantly, on the first turn, Ursaluna's Facade is not doing very much damage, because without the burn from the Flame Orb, it's a 70 base power move. And Rillaboom doesn't really mind taking that, and it can obviously take the Ground-type moves pretty effectively. So now it becomes a case of how aggressive do you go with the Ursaluna? Because if you go for Tailwind Headlong Rush and hit a Protect or hit a Terra Water and you get hit by a Wood Hammer, that's still probably going to be enough to, if not KO the Ursaluna, at least put it in range of a Grassy Glide.
Okay, so Ursaluna going straight on the defensive, but also offensive with this Terra Ghost here, blocking any sort of fake outs. But the fake out does go into the Kilowattrel. Kilowattrel, is not known for taking hits particularly well. It is the combination of Shadow Ball and a critical hit fake out that is enough to pick it up. I'm not sure that critical hit made any difference whatsoever, but does waste somewhat the Terra Ghost onto this Ursaluna. but it does get a headlong rush down into the Golden Go. So I think the answer to how aggressive does Javier want to be on this turn one, the answer to that is kind of just yes. Going straight on the offensive with both Pokemon.
I think the crit on that Kilowatt Troll was enough to KO the second Kilowatt Troll that was hiding behind it. I don't think it needed that first one to get rid of the 1 Kilowatt Troll. But the main thing is, with this Kilowatt Troll down and the Ghost Terrestrialization on the Ursaluna, that's going to open up this Incineroar, which we're going to see coming in from Lewis Markle, getting the Intimidate down on the Ursaluna. And now, with the -1 defense drop on Ursaluna, the knockoff that might not have been threatening a KO beforehand is definitely threatening it now. And depending on how these two Pokemon are trained, the Ursaluna and the Incineroar, that's going to make a big difference regarding which one is faster here. Because if the Incineroar is faster than Ursaluna, then the Ursaluna is a little bit stuck. Because it's used its Terrestrialization, and it's just going to eat a knockoff. So I think that's a very, very good turn one from Lewis. Happy to trade his own Golden Go to stop the Kilowatt Troll from getting up a Tailwind. Obviously, there's risk if the Kilowatt Troll goes for a Terra Ghost. But if Kilowatt Troll goes Terra Ghost, that means that now the Ursaluna is weaker to the Rillaboom on Lewis's side. So I think he's happy with either outcome in that situation.
Javier, noticing that there's an Incineroar on the board and bringing in their own Incineroar, getting the Assault Vest knocked off, but probably not particularly relevant in this game because the Golden Go on Lewis's side has already been knocked out. And now where Lewis had the fake out pressure and a good amount of defensive capability going on, now Javier has the fake out pressure, bringing the Incineroar in, puts the pressure onto the Incineroar on Lewis's side so that the Golden Go has an opportunity to maybe get itself set up.
Yeah, we use the fake out coming out into the Incineroar, the one that is threatening the Golden Go the most. And we see the nasty plot coming out, some machinations from our Golden Go. Rillaboom is going to take a chance to attack here, though, going for the high horsepower, still getting a lot of damage down on the Golden Go in spite of the Intimidate, which maybe says that, firstly, this Golden Go does not have a large amount of investment in its defenses, and maybe this Rillaboom is trained to be very, very offensive.
Yeah, I think a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B going on there. But now that with the Golden Go set up, I think it's going to be really down to Javier to position their last Pokemon, or the Incineroar and Ursaluna, to be able to knock out this Incineroar so that the Make It Rains can just do what they do best and take some key KOs. But the grassy terrain is kind of working against Lewis in this spot, because while it is increasing the amount of damage that the Rillaboom is doing, it also just means that the second high horsepower is unlikely to pick up the KO after that grassy terrain recovery.
Bear in mind, there is going to be Life Orb Chip, though, as soon as Golden Go does go for an attack, which is going to play into that. I think the high horsepower probably going to be enough to get it through that. We do see a knockoff coming out from the Incin into the Protect. Are we going to see a double up into the Golden Go? We're not. We see the high horsepower coming out into the Incin. And again, another big chunk of damage from this Rillaboom as it takes a U-turn and Incineroar repositions on Javier's side.
Oh, but this is dangerous, isn't it? Because the Ursaluna comes in after anything else happens. So a little bit of speed interaction going on there. The Incineroar was faster than the Incineroar on Javier's side. Was it faster than the Rillaboom?
I believe so. I believe we saw knockoff into Protect and then saw high horsepower into...
yes, we did. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. So this is a really speedy Incineroar, which could mean that the Ursaluna is outsped by it. But it also means that this Ursaluna with a max speed might be faster than this Rillaboom, and now that it's gone for its Terra Fire, a high horsepower could be enough to pick up the KO.
I think Ursaluna would have to be exceptionally fast at the detriment of its own attack stat to outspeed a Rillaboom, unless Lewis is running some very strange Rillaboom that is slower than the default. So it looks likely that Ursaluna is being outsped by both of the Pokemon on Lewis's side, which is obviously very, very good information for Lewis to have, and it really explains why he was so willing to go so aggressive into that Tailwind setter on turn one, knowing that speed control would be in his favor for the rest of the game.
Incineroar coming in and getting another Intimidate down onto Incineroar and Rillaboom on Lewis's side. So trying to make sure that even if Lewis swings down into the Ursaluna, that it's not going to be he's not going to be picking up any KOs on this turn. But as it stands, both targets go into the Incineroar. Now Incineroar on Lewis's side takes a big headlong rush down into it, and it's an Intimidator that is being knocked out. More importantly, it's the knockoff damage dealer that has been knocked out on Lewis's side of the field. So both the ghost type damage from Shadow Ball from Golden Go has been knocked out. Now the knockoff has been knocked out. This Terra Ghost Ursaluna looks like it's in a much better spot. But also that lock to 2 minus Rillaboom down onto the field.
Without Grassy Terrain as well. The Grassy Terrain has just expired. We do see the Ursaluna coming in from Lewis. But that last turn from Javier was exceptionally well played. The Golden Go had that Nasty Block boost. It seemed unlikely that Javier wanted to switch out of those Nasty Block boosts, but he decided, I don't actually need them here. I get more value out of getting an Intimidate down, making sure my Ursaluna stays safe, and he does end up going for the high horsepower, sorry, the Headlong Rush into the opposing Incineroar. And like you said, this now removes any potential pivots from Lewis, and look how little damage that is doing. Even with the 2 Headlong Rush drops on the Ursaluna, the 2 Intimidate drops on the Rillaboom, enough to stop it doing any damage, as Rillaboom goes down to another Headlong Rush from this Ursaluna, and that is going to be another KO for Javier.
Yeah, positioning the Fake Out perfectly there to come in and play that sort of consistent turn. No reason, especially only 1 Headlong Rush drop from this Ursaluna. Did one, switched out, switched back in, did another one, and yeah, exactly. So it's effectively a -1 Rillaboom, or intimidated Rillaboom Headlong Rush, so to speak, into the Ursaluna, which is Terra Ghost and not weak to the Woodhammer, meaning that it's able to take that attack. Now Incineroar gets to go for a knockoff, which is faster than Ursaluna on Lewis's side of the field. Really good information for both of these trainers, that both of these Incineroar have been trained to be very, very speedy.
Yeah, interesting as well to see that Lewis's Ursaluna is faster than Javier's. Which, again, we saw a similar thing last set, where you expect these leftovers Ursalunas to be trained to be a little bit slower, maybe a bit bulkier, just designed to survive on the field for as long as possible. So that maybe indicates that either that is trained exceptionally fast, or maybe the Ursaluna on Javier's side is in fact less fast than a lot of them tend to run on these teams. So that's, like you said, very good information for both players.
Yeah, I think because Blood Moon Ursaluna is naturally just that little bit faster than regular Ursaluna, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So okay, so if they're both trained to be their max, but it could be all of those things. Are true. They are both trained. Both Ursalunas are trained to be as fast as they physically can be, while maintaining the boost in their other stats. But then, if that's the case, Ursaluna Blood Moon would be very slightly faster than the 4 feet. Yeah, 2 feet, 4 feet. Let's get that back into the mix. 4 feet Ursaluna would be a little bit less speedy in that case.
Yeah, it's interesting to see though that the Incineroars were both faster than both of the Ursalunas, by the looks of things, because we saw some speed interactions there, which seems counterintuitive on a team that likes to run Trick Room. But again, I think with Kilowattrel being the adaptation on these Porygon 2 Ursaluna teams, they're leaning a lot more into the fast mode, being a lot less dependent on that Trick Room. And so running that much speed can be very, very valuable. And especially on Incineroar, strangely, running it faster can be more beneficial for the Trick Room mode, because what it means is that turn 1, you can click Fake Out into something, Trick Room with your Porygon 2.
Get the Fake Out, yeah.
And then next turn, you win the Fake Out War on turn 1, and then next turn, when you have your Trick Room up, you have a slower parting shot. So your parting shot's more likely to move last.
Which means that you can
reposition more safely, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You can reposition into your Trick Room attackers without actually having them take a big wallop to the face in the process. So, okay, thinking about this game too, really tight between both of these two trainers. Oh, I'm not sure whether or not we're going to see too much adjustment from either of them, because their game plans were really solid, but I think it did come down to the turns in the moment. Lewis got a couple of those early turns right, but Javier managed to get a few in the late game. Now we're seeing a... You know what? I'm going to stop speaking, because we're seeing a complete switch up from both of our trainers. Ninetales and Ursaluna, and Kilowattrel and Incineroar.
Interestingly, this Ninetales on lead from Lewis is not the variant that runs Aurora Veil. So you'd think maybe you're just trying to set up an Aurora Veil so you can stall out a Tailwind or a Trick Room. Instead, I think it's probably just opting to go for big damage immediately. You don't really want to click Icy Wind in front of a Kilowattrel, because obviously if you are going to give it that competitive boost, and if it sets up Tailwind, it's still going to be faster than you. But these Blizzards now are looking very, very scary. in front of this Kilowattrel. Lewis, I think, maybe going for a game plan where he wants to still remove the Kilowattrel as early as possible, but doesn't want to commit as much to it. Because that turn one play he made last game, if we'd seen a Terra Ghost on Kilowattrel, that would have been a very, very bad start.
Blizzard kicking things off here from the Ninetales, getting a freeze
Good
on
start.
the Incineroar. Good start there, but if the Incineroar is going for a Flare Blitz... Oh, is Flare Blitz one of the ones that doesn't fall? Right,
Flare Blitz does fall, it didn't go for Flare Blitz.
Didn't go for a Flare Blitz, probably a knockoff then from the Incineroar, as the Incineroar takes a Blood Moon and takes a big old chunk of damage. But this is one of the things that if you go for Blizzard, turn after turn after turn, eventually you are going to get those freezes.
Yeah, and there's now the threat of a combination of Icy Wind and Earth Power into this Golden Go. We've seen this Ursaluna on Lewis's side is pretty fast, so there's a very good chance that it will outspeed this Golden Go if there is an Icy Wind drop. It looks like we did go for an Icy Wind there, but we see the Flare Blitz thawing the Incineroar out, immediately getting that big Flare Blitz damage down into the Ursaluna. Ursaluna is about to fire off an Earth Power, this time into the Incineroar, which does go down early. And
it was the Incineroar that evaded the Icy Wind, so that's why the Flare Blitz was even possible in that spot. The Icy Wind did not connect with the Incineroar and drop its speed down. So Lewis in a great spot now. The freeze allowed him to take an early Pokemon advantage, and the Icy Winds are really capable of stacking up here. But now that the Kilowattrel comes in, it's able to, if Javier wants to, go for its speed control of its own, get that Golden Go faster than both the Ninetales and the Ursaluna, and start dishing out some damage.
And another interesting play you have potentially here is there is the threat of maybe just going Icy Wind and Blood Moon into the Kilowattrel, slowing the Golden Go down, and then KOing the Kilowattrel before it can actually make use of those boosts. So you can protect the Kilowattrel here, which looks like Javier is considering doing, but then that opens up the option of going Icy Wind and just Earth Powering into the Golden Go again. So it's a lot of moving parts this turn. We'll have to see what our players lock into. It looks like that is an Icy Wind from the Ninetales. Yeah. Has Lewis called this correctly? Okay, so that's going to hit into both targets. Kilowattrel obviously protecting itself this time round. Couldn't have been an Icy Wind because there was no speed drops going on there, but Make It Rain survived by the Ursaluna as well. So Golden Go taking a little bit of chip damage, and it looks like, yeah, there it is, the Earth Power into the Golden Go. So Lewis has trained the Pokemon very, very well to be able to take these big, big hits. Yeah, that Flare Blitz damage from the Incineroar after it thawed out after dodging the Icy Wind could have been very, very meaningful there, but the Ursaluna hanging on with just a sliver, and now it's down to the last two Pokemon on Javier's side, but the last two Pokemon are very, very threatening because both of these front Pokemon are in range of an Earthquake. Yes. And there could be a Tailwind going up now. And Ursaluna will outspeed, will it? What was that, sorry? Ursaluna will outspeed this Ninetales if the Tailwind goes up from the Kilowattrel. Almost certainly, given what we've seen so far. So there is the threat of Tailwind and Earthquake now. There is probably Intimidate in the back, maybe a Rillaboom as well, but Javier does still have the Terra Ghost available to him to make the most of this. Okay, so let's see how this turn plays out. I think it is looking like we've locked in on Javier's side the Tailwind and Earthquake play, but there is always that Rillaboom to suppress the damage. Grassy Terrain reduces by half the damage that Earthquake is doing. I don't think that's going to be enough quite to allow this Blood Moon Ursaluna to hang on this turn, but because it's going for a Protect with a Leftovers and Grassy Terrain recovery, we're starting to get into a spot where Javier has to commit single target attacks to knock out Lewis's Pokemon. And if you're only attacking one Pokemon at a time, that means that at least one of the Pokemon on the other side of the field can start dishing out some damage of its own. Sorry, this is nothing to do with the actual gameplay itself. I'm just enjoying watching Ursaluna's face bobbing up and down trying to follow this Kilowattrel. But we have an interesting position now. Now I can't unsee it. I've ruined the game for everyone at home. But we do have two Terra Ghosts available on Javier's side. It becomes a call on where this Rillaboom's Fake Out is going to go, because if you call the Fake Out into the Kilowattrel correctly, you can go for an Air Slash into the Ursaluna and Facade into Rillaboom and pick up a double KO. But if you make that call and the fake out goes into the Ursaluna, equally that's not a great spot for you, because now the Incineroar can come in, you can start stalling out Tailwind turns. So this does come down to a pretty big call, I think, from Javier. Can he get it correct which way this fake out is going to go?
Because, yeah, if even if the fake out is going to be coming in the first place, I think that's also another consideration that we have to think about in this spot. The Rillaboom, if it's not knocked out straight away from a facade, or certainly not from an air slash, and doesn't get flinched, a Wood Hammer could be pretty detrimental into the Ursaluna. But can Lewis risk that, especially after the last game where the Ursaluna Terra ghosted away from that weakness to grass?
We do see a Grassy Glide instead coming out from this Rillaboom, calling the Terra Ghost. Air Slash not enough with the Terra Electric to pick up the Ursaluna. We do see the Facade come out now. Rillaboom is probably going to go down to this. Do we see a flinch? This could be incredibly, incredibly detrimental. But we don't see the flinch. It is the Blood Moon coming out. Kilowattrel is going to go down, and now it is a 3v1. 3 Pokemon, including an Incineroar and a Ninetales, against just this Ursaluna. Ursaluna no longer has access to its Terra Ghost, can't get around fake outs. Lewis looking primed and ready to stall out this last few turns of Tailwind. Ursaluna, once that Tailwind goes down, we've already seen that it is slower than all 3 remaining Pokemon on Lewis's side. So Lewis looks like he's got this pretty locked in at this point.
Okay, so there is the confirmation of the last Pokemon, the confirmation that Incineroar is indeed in the back. I really like the way that Lewis approached that turn, where Fake Out was a potential, but actually Grassy Glide is nearly as good as Fake Out for all intents and purposes, because it guarantees that the Focus Sash is broken onto the Kilowattrel. It's unlikely that Javier would lock into an Earthquake in that spot in front of a Rillaboom and an Ursaluna, so the Terra Electric, really nice there to cover all bases from Lewis's side, other than the potential of a flinch with an Air Slash. With the Fake Out coming into the Ursaluna, the Protect on the Ursaluna, now this is part of that waiting game that you were just mentioning there, Matt. And with the last turn of Tailwind, actually there's a potential for some big KOs here, but only if Lewis doesn't play defensively on this turn.
Yeah, the thing is that this Ursaluna, it's at -1, and as you said, it's kind of reduced to only clicking single target moves now, because this grassy terrain is going to weaken that Earthquake. Which means I think you've got a pretty reasonable play here of just going for a parting shot with the Incineroar and, yeah, protecting the Ursaluna, getting through the last turn of Tailwind, and then getting your Ninetales onto the field completely safely without having to worry about it taking a hit from this Ursaluna. Here comes the Earthquake.
The Earthquake.
Not too much damage on the Incineroar, like we said, at -1 with that drop. Instead of the parting shot, we just see a knockoff. Going for free damage on the Ursaluna, why not? Might as well take the damage while you have the opportunity to. And I believe that is Tailwind over now.
Yes, it is Tailwind going to be expiring at the end of this turn. I actually quite like the Earthquake there, because grassy terrain isn't going to stay on the field forever. And if the Ninetales switches in, it's only at 1 HP, it's gone down to its Focus Sash. So you're going to be definitely knocking that out on the switch in. But it also puts the Incineroar in range of an Earthquake a little bit later on. No Protects coming out from this Ursaluna. The Flare Blitz going down into it. It's looking like it's going to be in range, certainly, of a Blood Moon coming out from this Ursaluna. 2 feet better than 4 feet. Lewis taking the game.
It's game 2. We're going to a game 3. This is really down to the wire in such an important set as well. A lot of pressure on these players now. Winning in for Top Cut, going to game 3. And it was a very, very well played set from Lewis. I like the adaptation to change up the leads. I think Ninetales was an interesting play just because of the threat of Blizzard and the speed stat that it has. I think it would be interesting to see how that game would play out if we didn't see that freeze on the Incineroar early, because obviously it's not going to be doing any massive damage with anything like that, but a parting shot off of that Ursaluna on turn 1 could have been pretty crucial. So it's one of those situations where you wonder if Lewis will go, okay, well, I maybe needed that freeze, otherwise that ball position is not great for me, or does he go the opposite way and say, I didn't need that, I'm happy with how I led, I'm happy to just do the same thing again? Or the third option, which is, I'm happy with how I led, but I think my opponent's going to lead something different, so I'm going to lead something different.
Yes, I think there's like lots of different options for these two trainers, and I think they've had 2 games to feel out the strategies that they want to go for, and see exactly how either player is going to react to this very much standard set of compositions that both trainers are running. And now it's the guesswork is like the mind games that are at play between the two of them. How are they going to adapt in game 3? Because effectively this is it. One game stands between these two players and making our asymmetrical top cut. Everything is on the line between the two of them, and they've both shown, this is what I love about going into a game 3, they've both shown that they have what it takes to win this match, and who is going to make the turn in the moment.
Absolutely. We've seen Javier bring the same 4 Pokemon both times as well, is interesting to note. Obviously there was a bit of a mix-up from Lewis with the Ninetales, but we are going to see our leads now. We're back to the Rillaboom and Golden Go lead from Lewis, and Kilowattrel Incineroar again from Javier. He lost the last game, but was happy enough with his lead that he's willing to go for it again. And this Incineroar is now very well positioned in front of an intimidated Rillaboom and a Golden Go.
Definitely. I think I don't think if you're Javier, you necessarily need to commit that terrestrialization early, but there is a call to be made. Lewis has been very clear that he wants to knock out the Kilowattrel as quickly as physically possible. There is what looks like a grassy glide into that slot, followed by a Make It Rain. So calling out that Javier would go for the Terra Ghost in that spot, but Javier
that was just the Make It Rain. Yeah, we've got a Wood Hammer coming out now.
So the Wood Hammer coming out into the Incineroar. Yeah, okay, completely misread that early turn, but a knockoff, super effective into this Golden Go, enough to pick up the KO. The Assault Vest affording the Incineroar the ability to train itself to be a little bit more offensively capable, getting a key KO on turn 1.
That's a very interesting play from Lewis, going for those 2 resisted moves into the Incineroar, because I don't think there's really any reason to call a terrestrialization there, so I guess maybe calling a switch into the Ursaluna. It's very possible that play that turn could have just been the Incineroar going for a U-turn into Ursaluna, in which case that Wood Hammer would have done a lot of damage. But Javier holding his ground, protecting the Kilowattrel, doesn't get any value out of it that turn, but keeps his Sash intact and keeps the threat of Tailwind up for later in the match. And now, again, this Incineroar is in a very, very threatening position.
Tailwind going up from the Kilowattrel and getting that speed boost. If the Incineroar needed any more speed boost to its name, Knockoff taking away the leftovers from Lewis's Ursaluna, so that's not going to be able to recover quite so much HP, and that was a high horsepower and an earth power into the Kilowattrel slot, calling the switch out. So I love this. Lewis is taking the strategies that he's used in game 1 and switching them about, saying like, Javier is going to expect me to double target into this Kilowattrel, so I expect it to switch out. Can I punish that switch in? And Javier is just really like, nah,
staying in. Yeah, it's interesting. We were kind of talking about this in a previous game as well, where it becomes, after a certain number of layers of reads, the obvious play becomes the really smart one as well. And in this case, the obvious play from Javier is just click Tailwind, click Flare Blitz, or Knockoff. It seems fine. And Lewis, I think maybe these first couple of turns feels like he's been trying to play way too aggressive, to the point where the risk reward has been very skewed against him. And he's seemingly lost a lot of ground for it here.
Well, now these Rillaboom and Kilowattrel are trading blows here. The Air Slash doing about 50%. The Flare Blitz doing a good amount of damage to the Blood Moon Ursaluna as well. But now finally this Kilowattrel has been targeted down from Lewis's side of the field. So I feel like Javier is getting a better and better board position here, spreading out the damage. Would not be surprised at all to see Golden Go in the back there to be able to put some pressure down. But equally, Ursaluna does exactly the same job. And this is the opportunity, I think, for Javier to start getting the Ursaluna set up with its Flame Orb.
Yeah, this position very, very strong. And we see, I think Javier is just going for a double up into that Rillaboom slot there with a Headlong Rush, with a Headlong Rush and a Flare Blitz, saying, if you don't Terra, my Incineroar KOs you. If you do Terra, my Ursaluna KOs you. If you switch into Incineroar, my Ursaluna probably still KOs you. And we are going to see that Rillaboom switching out, but it looks like this play might be covered by Javier.
Okay, so here it is, the Incineroar coming in. So the same 4 Pokemon for Lewis in Game 3 of this set. Last round of Phase 2 Swiss here at LAIC. And it's the Terastallization committed on Javier's Ursaluna. That's going to protect it from taking super effective damage from a Grassy Glide, from a Wood Hammer. And not going to protect it from Blood Moons or Earth Powers at all from Ursaluna on the other side of the board. But certainly going to allow it to get right here on the offensive. There's the first Flare Blitz going down into the Incineroar. An important bit of chip damage here, especially with a follow-up of the Headlong Rush into the Incineroar, picking up that KO through the Intimidate.
Yeah, it's a very big pickup from Javier. Again, just covering pretty much every option that Lewis had to do anything with a Pokemon in that slot. We see the Earth Power come out now into the Incineroar. Should be enough to pick up the KO, and it is. But there's a Golden Go about to enter the field in a board position that Golden Go loves to see, which is a couple of Pokemon on low health. It's looking pretty tasty for a Make It Rain here. And both of the Terra types on Lewis's remaining Pokemon, if they want to try and resist that Make It Rain, are notably weak to ground type moves.
Yes.
And there is no opportunity to fake out this Ursaluna at all in this position, thanks to the Terra Ghost. Grassy Glide not going to be enough to pick it up either. It looks like this Rillaboom may just be going down immediately this turn to a Facade, even at -1. Plenty of damage to take it out from this range. Not really much Lewis can do to stop it, and then it's just a case of making sure the Golden Ghost still has enough juice in the tank to get through this Ursaluna potentially.
There's also the opportunity for this Golden Go on Javier's side to go for a nasty plot on a potential defensive play while pressuring the Ursaluna, because you know that after the last turn of Tailwind, that Ursaluna on your side of the field is not going to be able to outspeed these 2 Pokemon on the other side of the board. So there's a few different ways that both of our trainers can go, partly based on the Terastallization of choice here, but it is going to be the Terra Electric, getting this Ursaluna resistant to Make It Rain. That's why this has been so popular, where these Ursaluna have been played a little bit more defensively. Nasty plot there onto the Golden Go, and it is going to be the Facade covering the Ursaluna, knocking it out straight away. So Lewis trying to cover a Make It Rain, but unfortunately the Facade was too much. The Protect was obvious, but Javier was just covering for it because the Headlong Rush or the Wood Hammer on the Rillaboom was not enough damage to knock out the Golden Go or the Ursaluna.
I actually really like that play from Javier on reflection. You're right that going after the Ursaluna there, I think, is the correct move. Because if Ursaluna protects there, we saw that even if it Terastallizes, it's still getting KO'd there. If it protects, Rillaboom's not threatening the Golden Go that hard, and so you do still get your Nasty Plot up. So even if Tailwind goes down, you've got that +2 Make It Rain coming in next turn. Very, very well played endgame. And that is going to be Javier Senorina moving in to our asymmetrical top cut at the Latin American International Championships. What a run through Swiss he has had, making it through to the final stage of this tournament, with potentially 4 matches now between him and a possible Latin American International Championship title.
Could well be. I mean, he's done so well. And now, for all of our players that made it into asymmetrical top cut, the rest of the Swiss doesn't matter at all. We're here in the knockout rounds, and it is all about the next opponent that you have to face. 2 or 3 games of Pokemon with the opposition, and you just have to win. You just have to win from this point onwards. Sounds really easy when we say it, but let me tell you, it's a little bit more of a difficult proposition, because every single trainer in here has not only shown that they've got what it takes to make it all the way, getting into asymmetrical top cut. They've been battling it out through, 14 rounds of Swiss so far? 13 rounds of Swiss so far?
Yeah.
12 rounds of Swiss so far, I can count. But that tells you, it's a lot of rounds of Swiss that our trainers have had to play in. And so, everything is absolutely to play for everyone that's made it all the way through.
Yeah, the mental stamina needed to get to this point in the competition is just so much. It's really tough to stick it out for this long. It's stamina that we as casters don't have and don't need. We are going to take a break because we need a quick rest. But we are going to be back for the first game of the top 16 of our Latin American International Championships very, very shortly, so do not go anywhere. The action is only heating up from here on our Victory Road LAIC side stream. Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the final stages of our Latin American International Championships. We have had 12 incredible rounds of Swiss, so many amazing games to watch, and we are finally down to our asymmetrical Top Cut, the final stage of our tournament. I am Matt Maynard, and it is my pleasure once again to bring you this action alongside Ben Kiriakou.
Definitely, the action is even more heating up, even more than it already had. We started off with some brilliant rounds in Phase 1 of Swiss. Both Cedric and Hayden carried that on for the later stages of our Phase 1 Swiss. We've been here through the Phase 2 Swiss kicking off this morning. Now we're in our first round of asymmetrical Top Cut. After this round, we'll be going away. Hayden and Cedric will be taking you through the rest of the Top Cut before tomorrow we, of course, get to Championship Sunday with the last two trainers that have made it all the way through our Top Cut.
Yeah, the remaining players today have battled through our 12 rounds of Swiss, 8 rounds of Phase 1, 4 rounds of Phase 2, and anyone with a record of 10-2 or better has made it to our asymmetrical Top Cut, meaning that anyone with the same record as the 8th player will make it through to our Top Cut, which happens to be 10-2 in this case. So 10-2 is a very, very tricky feat in such a strong field. We mentioned before on stream, we've had so many prolific high-level players who have not been able to make it even to Phase 2, let alone Top Cut. And this is what our remaining players are fighting for, our championship prizes.
Definitely up to $15,000 on the line for all of our trainers, but making it into our asymmetrical Top Cut, of which there look to be about 11 players that have made it all the way through, will be getting a good swathe of prize money there, going all the way down to top 32. They'll have also secured themselves many championship points on the road to the World Championships, and filling up their BFLs with at least one international is a great way to kickstart your season.
Yeah, especially if the international points you get are for a top 16 or a top 8 finish. And we saw on the previous page, even some of our players who did not make it all the way to our Top Cut are rewarded for very impressive runs in the international championships. Still a lot of championship points, still some prize money all the way down as far as top 32. So even some of our players who lost their winning in rounds, there's still a bit of a consolation prize of a couple $1,000s that I'm sure they'll be perfectly content with.
I'd take that consolation prize any day of the week here, Matt. I think that's as well as the championship points that go alongside it. Now, our bracket is set up with our players in the asymmetrical Top Cut. So let's get over to our team list. Let's see the match that we're going to be facing in our top 16 round. It's Yuna Kinagawa, our reigning Japanese national champion, versus the US is William Brown.
Yeah, William Brown not been particularly active this season, but he's had a number of very impressive results with a few top 16s and some top 8s at regionals last season. So a very accomplished player in his own right, no stranger to the upper echelons of these tournaments. But a national champion from Japan is going to be an exceptionally difficult roadblock for him. And this matchup looks very interesting. We've got a classic Rain versus Sun, but the advantage that Sun has here is that it is a manual Sunsetter with Whimsicott. Not an ability, doesn't need to switch in, it can set Sun at any time.
And the Babiri Berry really does change a lot of matchups where Whimsicott might be tempted to go for a terrestrialization. We're not seeing many of them here. There is the Flash Cannon on the Archaladon the Babiri Berry on Whimsicott will be able to make Whimsicott not weak to. However, I mean, it's more for a being against Golden Goes, certainly just not feeling the pressure to terrestrialize. But that does mean it can get faked out. That's why the Terra Ghost is there. And looking around the team list, there's definitely a lot of different choices here. This is very much a fast and offensive team from the looks of things. Wants to set up Tailwind, go for Terra Normal Blood Moons with the Ursaluna. Flamigo pressuring even ghost types like the Basque Legion on William's side with a close combat. But also the Feint there, the only Pokemon that can stop a Feint from a Flamigo with a Scrappy ability, as you were saying before we went live, Matt, is a Farigiraf, which happens to be on William's team. But there is also that choice Specs Typhlosion. With the Eruption, with the Sunny Day, with the Tailwind pressure from the Whimsicott, it's going to do a great deal of damage.
Yeah, so many very interesting techs in this team. Like you pointed out, the item on Whimsicott, the Feint on Flamigo, and also the Nightshade on Farigiraf. Farigiraf, not a Pokemon that is famous for dealing a huge amount of damage, especially without some kind of boosting item or without a lot of investment in its special attack. But Nightshade on this Farigiraf, allowing it to get some consistent damage down, a flat 50 damage into anything in front of it that's not a normal type, most notably into, for example, opposing dark types that would be immune to Psychic.
Yeah, it's like a way for Farigiraf to get around an Incineroar, especially with the Citrus Berry and a Terra Water. Casting our eyes over to William Brown's team here, Incineroar, Basculegion, Dragonite, Farigiraf, Pelipper, and Archaludon. This is a little bit of an adaptation to the more standard rain teams from old, where you'd have an Amoonguss and Goldengo instead of the Dragonite and Farigiraf, and kind of smushing it together with the Elizabeth rain that got popularized afterwards with a Sinistra that would be over the Farigiraf, and William deciding to go a slightly different direction but maintain that opportunity to go for a Trick Room.
Yeah, we see a very different Farigiraf set on William's team versus Yuma's. Yuma's, I'm willing to bet, trained to be a lot more defensive with that Citrus Berry, the Nightshade, giving it consistent damage without having to invest too much in its special attack. The Farigiraf on William's side, foregoing Helping Hand, deciding that it wants to be the one to deal damage itself, running that Throat Spray to boost its special attack whenever it clicks that first Hyper Voice of a game.
And that first Hyper Voice, while it doesn't do too much damage, after the Throat Spray, actually Farigiraf becomes just as much of a threat as many of the other Pokemon on William's team. And especially, I love the way that William's taken like team compositions from lots of different places and kind of smushed them together, because you've got that Clear Amulet Incineroar that's been picking up popularity on more dedicated Trick Room teams, and with the Farigiraf with the Throat Spray that also makes an appearance on those sort of team archetypes, you've got this very offensive Trick Room variant, but also you've got this Pelipper Archaludon, Pelipper Basculegion mode that you can lean into as well from a faster perspective and try to take your opponents out that way. And so it doesn't matter what speed tier your opponents are. If William's piloting this team, you've probably got some sort of option into it.
Yeah, I think the bigger issue for William here is going to be this manual Sun option, because the only thing that can really sit in front of a Typhlosion and threaten it on this team is probably the Incineroar, especially if you can't really go for Pelipper in front of it, because as soon as Sunny goes up, Pelipper's not really doing anything back unless you really want to gamble on a 50% accurate Hurricane. But the Incineroar is shut down pretty hard by the Flamigo and the Ursaluna on Yuma's team, so it becomes a case of, do you lead expecting a Whimsicott? Do you lead expecting a Flamigo? Because one option for Yuma is to lead with the Flamigo or the Ursaluna, prioritize trying to get that KO on Incin, and then once the Incineroar from William has gone down, Yuma can then focus on getting the Typhlosion in and trying to get those big sun-boosted eruptions off once the biggest check is either KO'd or even just weakened enough that an eruption is going to get it from whatever range it is at.
The other part of this matchup that's really quite telegraphed is the fact that the Typhlosion is going to outspeed the Basculegion in that sun condition. And so, because neither of them protect, both of them are carrying the boosting item of choice for their relevant offensive stat, being attack for Basculegion, special attack for Typhlosion. Shadow Ball just knocks out Basculegion if the sun is up, or if Tailwind is up on Whimsicott's side, and Basculegion can go for a Terror if William still has that available to him. But the fact that the Typhlosion is the faster Ghost type out of these two Ghost type attackers actually could be a big deal in this matchup too.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me that much if a Terrifier Eruption in the Sun just KO'd Basculegion anyway. That move does so much damage, and that is, it's one of those things where it feels similar almost to like Dondozo, where the opposing player, that's the immediate thing they're worried about on team preview. That's the one thing where they're thinking, okay, how do I stop myself from just getting swept by an opponent clicking Eruption a whole bunch of times? And there are options on William's team. I think the Dragonite could play a really crucial role in this team. Obviously, the Whimsicott's a little bit annoying for it. The Incineroar getting the Intimidate down isn't great, But you've got options to deal with Incineroar with Pelipper and Basculegion, and Dragonite otherwise is probably able to one-shot a Flamigo through the Focus Sash with that Scale Shot. It can go for a Scale Shot into Typhlosion, and with its multi-scale ability, even if Sun's up, it's always going to be taking at least one Eruption pretty comfortably. So I think the Dragonite is going to be a pretty crucial part of this matchup for William.
I think that's this matchup could go either way, because it really does depend on how either player kind of approaches that sunny day Whimsicott. I think you're absolutely right. I think that's going to be a big deal in this matchup for Yuma. And we've not even touched on the Ursaluna here that's hiding out there in the corner, being like, hey, I've got Terra Normal, I've got Life Orb, I've got Blood Moon, I can do damage too, you know. Because Pokemon like Farigiraf that really want to take advantage of the fact that they can just sit there in front of lots of damaging attacks, especially this Farigiraf on Williams' side that's a Terra Fire, and can therefore resist the eruptions and potentially set up the Trick Room. Ursaluna's just sort of sitting there being like, yo, maybe I'm the one that's going to stop any of sort of Trick Room shenanigans going up.
Yeah, that's definitely an option. Ursaluna very scary next to Whimsicott. This is a pairing that popped up quite a bit earlier on in Regulation H. Ursaluna next to Whimsicott, or Talonflame was also quite popular next to it, that Tailwind mode. But as you said, you can just bring Ursaluna by itself as a way of dealing really big damage into much slower Pokemon. That's a way that Ursaluna has been used a lot recently, where you don't need to put the speed control next to it. If you think your opponent's going to go for, like you said, that Farigiraf, particularly against Trick Room teams, you can just click Terra Normal Hyper Voice a lot of the time, and that'll get you enough damage.
Pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, I do love the symbolism there of Ursaluna sort of coming onto the field, getting Tailwind set up for it, and just shouting until their opponent is no more.
I mean, a lot of moves in this game are just shouting. A surprising, like Parting Shot's just shouting. Parting Shot is just yelling at someone and then running away.
that is a regular Saturday afternoon for both of us here in the UK, Matt. This is how sometimes we roll.
No, don't be silly. I don't go outside. Don't be silly.
Yeah, well, that's there. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Nice comeback there. But
outside of Pokemon, I don't exist.
You don't exist. I think, like, looking back at these teams, it's just everything seems to be an option. The one thing that I think is going to struggle the most is the Archaludon in this matchup. The Flamigo, with its close combat, you've got the Ursaluna being able to put some pressure on it. More importantly, the Typhlosion with its Terra Bug, which is an adaptation that we saw Archaludon going for pretty regularly. It's a really great defensive typing until you come up against this kind of team composition.
Yeah, and it is a little bit tricky because Archaludon is one of the better options against Incineroar in this matchup, especially if Sun is going to be up. But I think you're right that it just doesn't do enough into the pressure. Without being able to terrestrialize into a type that resists fire, with its low special defense stat, even with an Assault Vest, those eruptions are going to be doing so much damage, and you're not going to be able to consistently get Electro Shots off if the Whimsicott is on the field.
Exactly, especially if you go for an Electro Shot and then the Whimsicott sets up the Sun, you're locked into that move and you cannot protect on the next turn. So there's so much going on. Okay, Matt, I don't know if you know this was coming, but now we're back to us. Are you going to ask
me what I think leads are?
I do. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. It's your challenge for this, the rest of LAIC. Can you pick the leads right?
You know what? I am going to say Yuma is going to lead Flamigo. Ooh. I'm going to say the lead for Yuma is Flamigo Ursaluna with Typhlosion. No, Flamigo Incin with Typhlosion Whimsicott. I'm so incorrect.
Pelipper Basculegion coming out. Ursaluna and Whimsicott. This is top 16 of the Latin American International Championships. William Brown is the player that we're going to see this match from the perspective of. Yuma getting that Sun on the field, or having the option to go for the Sun straight away.
Yeah, it's an interesting lead, I think, from William leading his Pelipper into this, because this Whimsicott, as you said, immediately has the opportunity to just turn the rain off, and Basculegion can't protect here. If the Sunny Day goes up, which we see that it does, this Ursaluna is not going to take too much damage from a Choice Banded Wave Crash, but we do see the Fire-type Weather Ball coming out, but not enough to pick up the Whimsicott. Flip turn coming out now into the Ursaluna, doing pretty minimal damage. And now there is almost certainly going to be a very large normal type attack coming out into something here. And it looks like the Dragonite is going to come in.
Okay, using that multi-scale to maybe take that hit that little bit better. Earth Power, though, coming in. So, yeah, there you go. There was the potential for Steel-type Pokemon to be coming in the back, most notably the Archaludon. Yuma thinking, hey, that's what's going to come in this spot now that they've flip-turned out. But Dragonite actually being able to come in and resist that attack. Really loved that. Now, this was the answer to the question, I think, overall of like, how do you deal with the sunny day on the Whimsicott? And the answer seems to be from William, knock it out as quickly as possible, then reset the weather.
Yeah, and this Dragonite on William's side, unlike a lot of Dragonites, is running Extreme Speed, so it's not completely walled by Fairy types like a lot of them are. We do see Whimsicott switching out, Yuma deciding that is crucial for later in the game, which I think I agree with here. Instead, we are going to see the Farigiraf coming in to block any potential priority from this Dragonite. No extreme speeds for you. And now it looks like this Ursaluna is yet again going to be given another chance to fire off a big attack.
Basculegion of the distant past coming in, the extreme speed failing because of the Armor Tail ability that Farigiraf brings to the field. Earth Power, though, going down into this Basculegion. So Yuma Earth powering a flying type Pokemon and getting it right. Could have been a Hyper Voice as well. Mind's Eye, the ability on Ursaluna, allows it to hit Ghost type Pokemon with normal type moves.
I do find it interesting, especially with the opportunity to break a multi-scale on Dragonite here, that Yuma seems to be very keen on trying to catch an Archaludon switching in, a Pokemon that hasn't actually been revealed yet. On both of these last turns, if Yuma had just clicked Hyper Voice, he'd have gotten so much valuable damage down, but is maybe playing a little bit reliant on, or maybe being a bit too aggressive on trying to catch this Steel-type Pokemon switching in. And yet again, we see the Archaludon not switching into the field here. Are we going to see Yuma now capitalize on this Basculegion threatening big damage this turn?
I really like this Pelipper switch in because there is no option for the Sunny Day to be going up on this turn. So this is the chance that you get to launch a big Wave Crash. Now that is into the Whimsicott rather than the Farigiraf. I think William was really targeting down that Farigiraf to try and stop any sort of Trick Room shenanigans. But now the rain is going to be set up on the field for the rest of the game. Yuma locking into the Hyper Voice doesn't feel the need now to try to catch an Archaludon on the switch in, just instead wanting to make sure that this Pelipper goes down to its Focus Sash, but also the Basculegion gets knocked out. William could have made the call there, knocked out the Ursaluna with a Wave Crash on that turn, but again, Yuma making a call that the Ursaluna wasn't going to be the target of choice for William.
Yeah, the call there, I think, is that if Trick Room goes up, William ends up in a very bad spot, and Yuma correctly identified that and decided to just play around it very, very well. But with that Whimsicott down, rain is going to be up for as long as William can keep it up. It'll be at least another 4 turns, plus if Pelipper switches out here, maybe some more. And now we finally see the Archaludon. There's a lot of pressure now on this Farigiraf with the option for Electroshot and Weather Ball, or you could also double down the Ursaluna for equally large damage. It's going to be interesting to see where William targets and where Yuma potentially protects here or attacks if he does go for an attack this game.
Yeah, it's the question, isn't it? Because as well, you could see the Terra option is available for William, so this Archaludon could turn into a bug type at any time and just resist that Earth Power. Now, it does make them not resist a Blood Moon, but equally a Blood Moon going, or a Hyper Voice going into that Archaludon on the turn where it doesn't Terrastallize could be equally detrimental to Yuma. So here's the double up. Electroshock plus a Weather Ball is enough to pick up the KO here on this Farigiraf. So no more Trick Room, no more Whimsicott, no more Speed Control, no more Tailwind.
Yeah, it looked like that Farigiraf might have survived after that first Electroshock, just because it didn't take very much. I really thought the Weather Ball might not be enough to get it, but Pelipper with the Rain Boost and the same type attack bonus, it does turn out to be enough to get over the line. And now, Yuma just locking in the 4th away, not thinking he can find a way out of that position, with the Pelipper still up, with the Archaludon still looking very, very threatening there. And a very well-played game, I think, from William to, as you said, just targeting down the Whimsicott as early as possible, getting rid of the option for speed control, for weather control, And then once the Whimsicott's down, suddenly that Pelipper Basculin Legion combo looks so much more scary for Yuma to deal with.
I think the Archaludon actually looks really scary as well without any speed control on Yuma's side of the board. I think William did a really good job at preserving that until it needed to come in. And the upside of Life Orb Blood Moon Ursaluna is that it does loads of damage. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense in the case of Ursaluna. But a Weather Ball in the Rain with same type attack bonus, or a 2+ Electroshock going down into that slot probably would have picked up the KO after the damage that the Flip Turn did in the early game of the Life Orb ticks that have been racking up onto that Ursaluna, which is where the forfeit comes from, because either target down into the Ursaluna probably would have picked up the KO.
You've got to wonder maybe if Yuma could have been a bit more liberal with the use of Hyper Voice in the start of that game, because again there were a couple of Earth powers that just didn't have the impact that a Hyper Voice would have done, especially with that Terra Normal. A couple of Hyper Voices early game, breaking the Focus Sash from Pelipper, getting some free damage down the Basculin Legion, could have really changed that game. We do just see the Whimsicott Ursaluna lead and Pelipper Basculin Legion, I believe same as we saw last time.
Yeah, same lead between these two trainers. It's knowing exactly how they want to approach this matchup is really big as well, and it looks like William is maybe angling to play a little bit more on the offensive, put some pressure down onto this Ursaluna turn 1.
Yeah, he does have a game to play with, so William, if he loses this game, still 1-1, so he can maybe afford to take a few more risks, and maybe he can capitalize on Yuma playing a bit less risky this game. We are going to see the Terra Normal come out from this Ursaluna again on turn 1. Are we going to see Hyper Voices coming out this time?
Sunny Day is going to be the move of choice from the Whimsicott, though, changing the weather condition. But William not utilising that in the same way this time round, just getting the Pelipper going for a Tailwind to preserve their own speed control overall. There's the Wave Crash into the Ursaluna, but the Ursaluna on Yuma's side, Yuma deciding that he wants to absolutely use the Hyper Voice damage that really did pay dividends for him in the mid-game of Game 1 a little bit earlier on, and just put the pressure down onto William.
Yeah, that turn 1 definitely in Yuma's favour there. Maybe William calling that Yuma wouldn't go for the Sunny Day play again because of the Weather Ball he fired off in Game 1. But Yuma happy to just go for it again, get rid of the weather control, really reduce the Basculin Legion's damage output, because with the Terra Normal and with the Sun Up, Basculin Legion, as we saw, they're not doing a huge amount of damage, and now the weather control, if William wants it back, he's going to have to switch the Pelipper out and then back in, which opens up his back end to a lot more attacks from this very powerful Blood Moon Ursaluna. And we can't understate that the Whimsicott Moonblast is still getting a good amount of chip damage down here as well.
Would be, certainly. We'll have to see if it's able to get that, because this turn it might be Yuma wanting to go for the Tailwind to match the speed control that William has just set up for himself. It's the Terra Water coming out on the Basculin Legion. Hurricane, not very accurate at all. Into the Sun does miss into that Whimsicott, and now it's the Wave Crash targeting down into the Ursaluna, but it's not enough to pick up the KO. That extra bit of damage from the Terra Water not actually converting. The Moonblast from the Pelipper will knock out, Moonblast onto the Pelipper will knock it out with just 1 HP, and there's the Blood Moon. Likely that this Ursaluna is going to be knocked out to its own recoil, but not before Basculin Legion goes down to that big attack, which was maybe knocking out about 4 Basculin Legions at this point.
Yeah. I really like the play that William went for with the Hurricane, because we saw in the first game that a Weather Ball in the Sun was just a little bit short of KOing that Whimsicott. And a Hurricane with the same type attack bonus is a little bit stronger than a Weather Ball, even if it's in the Sun. So William gambled on that 50% accuracy, thinking that if he doesn't KO the Whimsicott this turn, he's going to have such a hard time getting through it in the late game. So it's an inaccurate move, but I like the play that he went for, seeing that his out was to just land the 50% attack. And if he doesn't, then he probably loses anyway. If he goes for the Weather Ball, he's probably still not in a great position, because that Whimsicott would survive and be able to set up more speed control, get more Sunny Days up. So I don't hate that play, but with the miss there, this is now suddenly looking very bad for William.
And you got to wonder what the last Pokemon in the back is. If it's I tell you, if it's actually going to be a Farigiraf in the back for Yuma, I don't mind the Dragonite and the Archaludon here. This Whimsicott does have Encore that it's capable of doing, but because there is an extreme speed available onto Dragonite to try and pick up the Whimsicott and avoid any +1 Encores coming out from it, it can afford to go for the Protect and stop itself from getting knocked out by a combination of Fake Out and Moonblast.
We do finally see the Babiri Berry coming into play here on this Whimsicott. Not saving it from a KO, looks like it wouldn't have been KO'd by that Flash Cannon anyway, but it does save it from being KO'd by this extreme speed. And like you said, this option of going for Encore here, if you can Encore this Duraludon this Archaludon into a Flash Cannon, suddenly Incineroar is not very scared of it. And if there's potentially another Fire type in the back for Yuma, again, the Flash Cannon's not threatening the back end that hard. You could go for the Encore here, or you could just Moonblast or Tailwind to get either speed control or a broken multi-scale on the Dragonite. Instead, we just see an Encore coming out, deciding that Dragonite needs to Protect again this turn, actually.
Yeah, Dragonite failing the Protect, actually that's quite important because the Dragonite will succeed the Protect next turn. And now with this Flash Cannon after the Babiri Berry has been used up, being enough to KO the Whimsicott, there is no Encore pressure. So eventually this Dragonite will not be encored and will be able to change its attacks. It'll be able to go for the scale shots that it really likes to go for. Doesn't have the option for Tailwind, instead has the option for Haze, so can remove these Intimidates as well from itself later in the game. But I think for me, all eyes are looking towards this Archaludon and the ability for Stamina to really make itself very insusceptible to Incineroar or Farigiraf's attacks.
I think Nightshade is going to be very valuable here, though, for Farigiraf, right? Because with the Assault Vest, with the Stamina boost, you're not doing that much damage to this Archaludon with just regular attacks. But we do have Nightshade as an option. We're going to see a Sun-boosted Flare Blitz come out first, though. That's a lot of damage into Archaludon, but that burn is critical.
The burn is huge. Burn is absolutely
in range
huge.
of 2 ticks of Nightshade. That could be very, very important here. Trick Room going up from this Farigiraf, getting the speed control. This Dragonite, again, it's at -2 attack. It's locked into its Protect again still, and Archaludon down to 95 HP, a very, very critical number here.
I think this is the last turn that Dragonite is going to have to protect itself, though. And so that means that Dragonite versus Farigiraf is a very real end game that we could be finding ourselves in. With the Stamina boost, it all depends on whether or not this Incineroar Flare Blitz, without the Sun as well, will be able to put the Archaludon this turn into range of being knocked out by a Nightshade on the Farigiraf.
I think the more likely plays, yeah, you just knock off the Dragonite, right? You don't want to give the Archaludon another boost. You're always going to get it with 2 Nightshades. So the extra damage from a Flare Blitz or a knockoff is probably not going to be enough to put it in range. To put it in range of that first Nightshade. So instead, just getting rid of the loaded dice on Dragonite and setting up for, as you said, this endgame of Dragonite versus Farigiraf is now so skewed in Yuma's favor because the Dragonite's at -2 attack, having eaten 2 Intimidates. It's not got its loaded dice, and Farigiraf still has that Citrus Berry up as well. Dragonite would have to get unbelievably fortunate to win this endgame here, and now there's a very safe Nightshade into this Archaludon.
Now, what Yuma doesn't know after this Archaludon goes down is exactly what HP number that this Dragonite has been left with. So it's whether or not it's 2 or 3 Nightshades that would be enough to pick up the KO. Also, how much damage a Psychic would do in this spot. We know that it's going to be 3 Nightshades that could be the key to victory here for Yuma. But it is the Psychic, so yeah, Yuma locking in that damage dealing move, knowing that it should do more. Now with the Haze that have gone off on Dragonite, though, it's not intimidated anymore. Psychic going down into the Dragonite, taking just below half of its remaining HP, and there is the first scale shot.
That's a very bulky looking Farigiraf. It does still have the Citrus Berry, and it's only 3 hits on the first scale shot, thanks to the Incineroar going for the knockoff on the previous turn. So Farigiraf looks like it just needs to survive 2 more scale shots here. We do see the scale shot coming out again. One hit
There's
brings it
Citrus.
down into Citrus Berry range. You'd need maybe a 4 and a 5 hit here, or 2 4-hits.
Let's see. 2 hits.
Oh,
Yeah, I think that's
2,
in
and
4
it
hit
stops
range.
at 2.
Okay, 2 hits.
Wow. Okay, but this Dragonite will have to hang on from the Psychic as well to be
Should do
able
here,
to
right?
win this endgame. It looks close. 24 points. So a
you
5
five.
hit would probably guarantee it. Okay,
Oh my
there's the first. Okay.
2. I
Oh,
stopped
it's
at
going to
2.
be 2. Stops at 2. That knockoff was absolutely huge into the Dragonite there, failing the double protect, taking away its loaded dice. That's so much damage that this Dragonite does not have access to anymore. And Yuma's Figure taking us all the way into Game 2.
Game 3.
Game 3.
Yeah. We have got a game 3 on our hands. That
can
was
count.
a very tense endgame. We've established multiple times it seems you can't count, but it's fine. I
Okay.
can count for the both of us.
Thank you.
But yeah, that endgame was very
Wow.
tight. You think if there were a few more, we got what 3-2-2 on the scale shot hits, which is a little
a lot.
unfortunate. You would have maybe needed, I'd say, 3 more hits than we got there, which is not hugely unlikely. But Yuma doing a very, very good job in that game of keeping that Whimsicott alive for a little bit longer, setting up for that endgame position, knowing when to go for the knockoff into the Dragonite instead of hitting the Archaldon. Again, did get a little bit fortunate with the number of hits on the scale shot, also with the burn onto the Archaldon, but also scale shot's not 100% accurate, so it could have missed entirely. So it's kind of swings and roundabouts. The thing that I think is most notable for both of these games is that in both games, kind of in 2 different ways around, one player or the other made an incredibly aggressive play, a very, very hard read on one of the first couple of turns, and getting it incorrect ended up making it very difficult for them to claw the position back. So I wonder if both players end up playing a bit more conservative at the start of this game 3.
And I wonder if the Typhlosion ever comes. And that's the thing I'm wondering about, because Yuma hasn't brought it 2 games in a row, and maybe that's intentional, unlocking the potential for a game 3, right? But it looked like if Typhlosion was the last Pokemon in that end game, it would have been pretty nice to be able to have for him. Let's see how game 3 goes. This is top 16. This is the knockout round here at LAIC. We got the same leads as game 1, same leads as game 2. Pelipper Basculegion versus Whimsicott and Ursaluna.
Yeah, these players very steadfast in their leads, thinking that they have at least some kind of advantage here. But again, it comes down to, does the Whimsicott click that Sunny Day? Is there any reason not for it to click Sunny Day? And if it does click Sunny Day, are you going to have enough damage into this Ursaluna to KO it on turn 1? Let's see how this plays out. This, as we said, turn 1 incredibly pivotal in both of the first 2 games here.
I wonder if the fire type weather ball plus a wave crash in the sun with a Terra Water would be enough to pick up this Ursaluna on this turn. While the Whimsicott sets up its Sunny Day, does William just take advantage of the sun instead? Yuma not going to let that happen this time around, and it is the Sunny Day that Whimsicott goes for. So let's see if William is able to punish that or not. The weather ball into the Ursaluna, and it's looking like the answer is no. Wave crash following it up. So actually this looks like a pretty slow and a pretty slow Basculegion and a pretty fast Pelipper.
Yeah, and again, we see an incredibly aggressive play coming out from William on turn 1, doubling down into that Ursaluna, and Yuma, as we said, playing a bit more conservative, and now this position is really tricky for William. The sun is not up. Sorry, the sun is up. To get rain up, he has to switch his Pelipper out and back in again, and that's a lot of damage coming down here. Not to mention there's the Tailwind option that this Whimsicott has, and a Tailwind and a Blood Moon into this Basculegion could potentially spell the end for our fish.
Well, it's not going to be this turn. Basculegion switching itself out, so William knowing that he's going to need to preserve that for a little bit later. Maybe preserving the last respects more than those fire type or water type attacks. But Yuma also preserving their Ursaluna on this turn, so we're seeing a completely different match coming out from both of our trainers here. Incineroar switching in to both get that Intimidate, but also get the Fake Out going. And the Moonblast pressuring down the Pelipper, breaking the Focus Sash as Tailwind goes up for William.
It's an interesting play there. He had an opportunity, Yuma, to get a lot more aggressive that play, opting not to instead, just breaking the focus sash on the Pelipper and taking the Ursaluna off the field. There was the option maybe to KO the Pelipper by going for a Moonblast and a Hyper Voice, but as you said, if that Terra Water Wave Crash and the Fire-type Weather Ball in the sun are enough to pick up that Ursaluna, you give up a lot of ground to do that. So Yuma again decided to play a bit more conservative. That was almost a very bad misclick. Yuma deciding again to play a bit more conservative this game, and we'll see if that ends up paying dividends. He's still not matched the Tailwind yet, so maybe Whimsicott might want to go for that this turn, but instead, again, we see another switch from Yuma, just wanting to keep his key pieces nice and healthy.
It's the preservation of the resources that Yuma is doing so well here as a Flash Cannon goes down into that Farigiraf on the switch in. No fake out from this Incineroar either, which allows the Weather Ball to go down into the Farigiraf, activate its Citrus Berry, and bring it back up to a pretty nice amount of HP overall. But this allows the Incineroar to pivot back in, get the special attack and attack drop onto the Pelipper, stop it from doing just quite as much damage, and pivot around until Yuma's in the spot where they want to start putting the pressure back onto William. I wonder if a Trick Room mode is something that Yuma's been thinking about, with William's dedication to going for a Tailwind with the Pelipper.
It sure looks like that might be the case, and if a Trick Room does go up here, this Ursaluna is suddenly looking very threatening, as we do see the bear coming back out onto the field. The Pelipper now at -1 special attack. Does the double up of Weather Ball and Draco Meteor have enough damage behind it to KO this Ursaluna? Does the Ursaluna even attack this turn? If this is Protect and Trick Room, it looks like William has locked in another double down into the Ursaluna. We saw them get caught out by that on turn 1, but it's a helping hand this time.
Helping hand. Okay, so the double up will have to knock down. Draco Meteor coming in first. This is a Life Orb Ursaluna. It's doing a good amount of damage. I don't think that's going to be enough. Weather Ball -1 special attack in the sun. It's not enough. It's not enough. The Earth Power comes into the Archaludon and picks up that KO.
What a turn from Yuma, knowing, or well, hoping maybe that damage wouldn't be enough. Ursaluna does stay alive after the Life Orb recoil, which may not actually work in its favor here. You'd always prefer to get your Whimsicott back in to get some speed control up, but Tailwind is still up for William, so maybe you do actually want to keep your slightly slower Pokemon on the field here. You wonder if maybe that helping hand was necessary to get the KO on Archaludon, but either way, that turn I think works out quite nicely for Yuma, and again, this Pelipper is going to have to switch out at some point if William wants to get his weather back up.
And now the question is how much does William really need to stop any type of Trick Room going up from Yuma's side of the field? Because losing that Archaludon loses you a lot of your defensive bulk, your pivoting potential, especially in front of this Ursaluna. I think even though the Ursaluna is a lot under pressure on this turn, actually I think probably Yuma is happy that it's still there, so that William still has to respect it in this match, because just one attack from the Ursaluna is enough to do a significant amount of damage.
We see the Farigiraf switch out here. I was wondering if Yuma might go for a play like clicking Trick Room and Hyper Voice and saying, well, if you KO my Farigiraf, then I get my Hyper Voice off. But instead opting to get the best of both worlds, getting the Whimsicott in completely for free on that Scale Shot that it is immune to, thanks to its Fairy typing. Hyper Voice coming up, breaking the Multiscale on Dragonite, and that's so much damage down on the Bastia Legion. Most importantly, there's now not the option for William to switch his Pelipper in and guarantee that he has Rain Up, because Whimsicott could just click another Sunny Day this turn.
Yeah.
And also this Bastia Legion's Terra Water, so there's fake out options available as well.
There is fake out options available, and if you switch in one of your Pokemon to a fake out, if you switch in your Pelipper to a fake out, you're going to get your Pelipper knocked out at the same time. So William in a pretty sticky situation here, especially with the Incineroar coming back in. And we know that Farigiraf is in the back, so we also know that there's the potential for blocking an extreme speed if the Farigiraf, if Yuma decides to switch their Farigiraf in. And a Moonblast is looking pretty damaging down onto the Dragonite now that the Tailwind has expired on William's side.
And as you said, this Fake Out Moonblast is potentially a pin into the Basket Legion slot because of how much damage the Pelipper took on the first time that it was hit by a Moonblast. It looks like Fake Out plus Moonblast, as you said, would be enough to get the KO here. And if that does happen, then Whimsicott can just set the Sun up again the next turn. But equally, the Dragonite can't really damage the Whimsicott here. And if Basket Legion stays in, which it looks like it will do here, as we see the Terra Water coming out from Incineroar is going to be very crucial in this matchup now. If the Basket Legion stays in, does it have enough in the tank to actually survive this double up? We're not going to find out because we don't go for the Fake Out.
Moonblast into the Dragonite. I didn't see what the Basket Legion locked in, but if it's Last Respects, that's going to be doing a significant amount of damage down, especially after this scale shot into the Incineroar, taking it down with 5 hits to just above 50% of its HP. I think the Last Respect might even be able to knock it out from this range, but it's not going to be that. It's going to be the Wave Crash into it, the Terra Water, the perfect timing for Yuma to bring that out. Basket Legion damaged by its recoil, now being knocked off, now knocked out, and it is now the Pelipper and the Dragonite that are locked in against the Incineroar, the Whimsicott, and the Farigiraf in the back.
Worth noting, no Tailwind up still for William, but there's the option for Yuma to click either Sunny Day or Tailwind this turn, or you could just go for a Moonblast into the Pelipper if you think that might be enough to get the KO. Whimsicott not under too much threat from the Dragonite specifically. Hurricane, though, is, of course, very threatening here. It's still not over. I wonder if maybe Yuma should have just gone for the double up into the Basket Legion, because we saw how much damage, even with the Terra Water, that Wave Crash did to Incineroar. That might just end up being a little bit too much, because the Dragonite does now have the option to just KO it. And even if Whimsicott goes for a Sunny Day here, if William can land a Hurricane into that, for example, that's going to be a very tricky situation. We instead see Incineroar switching out, though. Yuma wanting to get an Intimidate back in. I'm expecting this will then be a Sunny Day, but we will find out.
No Sunny Day, no need for a Sunny Day in this spot. Scale Shot going into the Farigiraf here. It hasn't been knocked off this time. That means it's going to land at least 4 hits. 4 hits will be the amount of hits that it gets down into it, but that does leave Dragonite open to getting attacked with a Moonblast this turn. That's going to take down the Dragonite. All eyes are now onto this Farigiraf if it can finish off this game. But a Hurricane down into the Whimsicott, enough to pick up the KO here. But this is a pin now that Yuma has formed onto William. There's no way for this Farigiraf to get around a Fake Out from the Incineroar. That's going to allow the Trick Room to go up, and then 2 attacks from the Incineroar and the Farigiraf in the Trick Room environment would be enough. That's why William is locking in the format. It's Yuma Kitagawa that's going to be making it all the way into our top 8.
Yeah, that was a really, really smart endgame from Yuma, because that switch into Farigiraf, if William doubles down the Farigiraf there, then Whimsicott still just gets the KO on Dragonite and can set up a Sunny Day next turn on the turn that there's a Fake Out, and now suddenly the Pelipper's not nearly as threatening. But equally, if there's a Protect from the Dragonite, or if there's a KO on the Whimsicott, as we saw there, Farigiraf just comes in for free, and there's Fake Out Trick Room, and then Pelipper's just kind of stuck. So, and if Dragonite protects there's also just Whimsicott clicking Encore potentially, or you've got Incineroar coming in and it has Fake Out. So, like, maybe if the Dragonite had protected there, it could have got a little bit dicey. But it ended up working out exceptionally well. The only thing that play didn't cover was the Protect on the Dragonite and the swing into the Whimsicott, which is always a bit dangerous. So very, very well played endgame from Yuma, especially coming from a game down, identifying what the bigger threats were, maybe not playing quite so gung-ho in the start of game 2 and 3, swinging around wild reads that didn't quite work out. Instead, just going to that strong, consistent, I say consistent, it's a lot of consistent damage with those Terra Normal Hyper Voices from Ursaluna. And that ended up paying off in spades in game 2 and game 3.
I love that both players switched up in the same direction towards on game 3, that turn 1 of the double tap into the Ursaluna. And actually, based on the time where it did go through, where the Basket Legion went for a Terra Water Wave Crash, plus the Fire Weather Ball in the Sun into the Ursaluna
at -1. If the Pelipper wasn't at -1, it looks like that Ursaluna would have gone down. So if Yuma did play more aggressively in turn 1 and didn't make that call to protect the Ursaluna this time round, actually the Ursaluna just would have gone down on turn 1, and William takes the advantage. So the calls there on both sides, it's so tight. But I love the fact that both players made that big call on turn 1.
Yeah, like we said, I think those games weren't won and lost on turn 1, but in all 3 games there was someone making a very aggressive play. And in a certain sense, it's a very aggressive play to actually click Protector Ursaluna from Yuma, because you're calling that there is going to be double up into that slot. And it's tough to make those plays when you're in top 16 of an internationals. It's such a stressful environment. There's so much riding on it. Being able to make those plays is very commendable. Like, even if the read isn't correct, having the nerve to go for that big play on turn 1, knowing how much reward it could get you, was commendable. And even despite the fact that William got that wrong, he still gave himself a very good chance of getting back into that game. There were outs towards the end. Yuma just did an exceptionally good job of wrapping up the game, not giving him enough of a chance to squeeze his way back in to that top 8 placement.
There's another factor here for Yuma, is that because Yuma is part of the Japanese circuit, there is no championship points for Yuma's qualification. Many Japanese players are making the trips now that we've got direct invitations in our seasons to the World Championship, so they don't have to go through the Japanese National Championships and qualify that way. Now, that means that Yuma had so much more on the line, because a direct qualification is the only way that Yuma goes through with an invitation to the World Championship, not just getting loads of championship points like in the US or European circuit. And so this was even more tense for Yuma, and now Yuma is only 1 match away. If I remember rightly, Yuma was only 1 match away in EUIC last year from getting their direct invitation and wasn't able to make it all the way. And so now gets another opportunity in top 8 to get to that top 4 direct qualification.
Yeah, it's like you said, a lot of pressure, but equally, they're also, as we mentioned before, just playing for the glory of it. Obviously, there's also a pretty significant prize difference of from top 16 to top 8, even if you're not playing for a world's qualification. Well, I'd put a lot of sweat into it if I'm playing for an extra $2,000.
Yeah, well, this is it, and the last reaction that Yuma had to not quite making the direct invite last season was to just go and win Japan Nats. So we know that Yuma is capable of qualifying, but it would be nice for him to be able to not have to worry. Definitely not going to sit back and put his feet up afterwards. Definitely going to play Pokemon for the love of the game and in preparation for the World Championships. But yeah, just having that locked up with another round would be very, very big for Yuma.
As you said, he is now 1 game away from his World Championships invite for this season, as is everyone else in top 8. Commiserations to William, an exceptionally good run to get to the top cut of what has been an incredibly, incredibly difficult international championships that we've seen so far this weekend. But that is now going to be all from me and Ben. It has been a pleasure bringing you another day of action. It is very sad. It's been a pleasure bringing you another day of action from an incredible tournament. We will be back tomorrow for Championship Sunday, but for now we are going to pass you over to Hayden and
Cedric.
Yes, thank you, Cedric. That was an incredible brain fart. Apologies, Cedric. I'm so sorry.
I can smell it from here, Matt. I can smell it from here.
Yeah, we're passing over to Hayden and Cedric, who will be taking you through the rest of today's action with the remainder of Top Cut all the way up to the end of Top 4. So stick around for that. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a second.
Welcome, Pokemon fans, to the Victory Road side stream broadcast featuring matches from the Latin American International Championships for the VGC in Sao Paulo, Brazil. We're going to be sharing some really fiery matches that will complement the main stream. My name is Cedric, and I'm here with my co-caster Hayden. How you doing, Hayden?
I'm doing great. I couldn't be more excited to be casting this with you, Cedric. There's some amazing games we've gotten to feature already with some really technical and interesting endgames, and I'm sure the standard of play is only going to keep increasing as we get farther into this top cut bracket.
100%, and I believe we have a top 16 match for you guys today. We're going to be featuring Javier Senyorena versus Yuya Tada, both really incredible players who have actually top cut the Latin American International Championships before. Javier, I believe, back in 2017, I think got finals at this tournament. And then we have Yuya Tada, who just in 2024 got a top 8. So yeah, just an incredible pair of trainers who have been here before and are fighting it out to make it into the top 4, where they'll actually make it into the top 8, where they have one additional match to win, and then they qualify for the World Championships if they make the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely huge stakes here. Not just both of these players hoping to be able to win this tournament and gain all the prestige, but there's quite a bit of money on the line as well. And so a lot of pressure on both of these two players going into this matchup. A matchup that Yuya has probably practiced a fair bit. This is a pretty standard composition on Javier's side, but Javier might have to be thinking a little bit about how to approach this Rain and Ursaluna Trick Room matchup.
Yeah, the team that Javier is bringing is really standard, won the Las Vegas Regional Championship last weekend, maybe a couple different Terra types, but overall seems very similar, whereas Yuya is running a quite unique iteration of Rain. We have the Pelipper Archaludon that are fairly standard. We've seen Incineroar on these teams pretty commonly, and Sinistra has sort of cycled in and out with the Amoonguss, but the Trick Room aspect of the team with the Fergraph and the Ursaluna is actually quite unique to Yuya here, so might be a little bit... There's aspects of the team that Javier is quite familiar with, but it's going to be the Ursaluna and Fergraph that might break up some of the traditional game plans. This team being able to play in Trick Room offensively pretty well, whereas the traditional Rain teams really just have Amoonguss to try and stuff the Trick Room modes, but that's oftentimes very ineffective against the Ursaluna with the Flame Orb activating the burn, so you're unable to be affected by other status moves, and of course the Goldango to functionally ignore Spore with its Good as Gold ability.
Yeah, having so much power in Trick Room on both sides is going to make this a really interesting matchup. Both sides have both Tailwind and Trick Room available. So it's going to be interesting to see which one each side decides to go for and how they kind of leverage both being inside and outside of Trick Room.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be really critical for these players to decide whether they want to set up the Tailwind on their respective teams or go into the Trick Room. But we do see the Porygon 2 led by Javier, so a little bit indicative of what he might decide to go for in this match, as we see the Intimidate go off, and I believe that was a special attack boost on the Porygon 2, which will boost its damage output considerably in the next turns.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice boost for Porygon 2 to be able to achieve. But there's a lot of pressure coming out from Yuya here. Having the full Rain mode right away, there's some relatively safe Electro Shots here for Archaludon to start boosting up. And it's going to be, I think, on Javier to be able to make it through this initial offense and be able to set up Trick Room and get into a good spot going forwards.
Yeah, we see the Pelipper switching out here. Doesn't really want to take the Fake Out. That would break its Focus Sash. Definitely really important for Pelipper's longevity. As we see the Incineroar switch in on Yuya's side, activating the Intimidate, which could affect the damage output on the Incineroar, but we do see the Fake Out come out, so a little bit less damage, but not that impactful, at least on this turn. We see Snarl come out, one of the interesting choices on Yuya's Archaladon, going to be lowering the Porygon 2 special attack, so not able to deal quite as much damage as we see the Porygon 2 decide no damage this turn. We're setting up Trick Room, which will reverse the speed order for the next 4 turns.
Yeah, so an interestingly defensive play from Yuya's side of the field, just making sure that Porygon 2's download boost doesn't stick and positioning in Incineroar. So just very much in position to try to maybe weather the storm of these next 4 Trick Room turns. And I think very much there's not a whole lot that Javier can do right now with the current pieces on the board. So there's a lot of like positional questions for Javier to be able to maybe get that Ursaluna in and start threatening damage.
Yeah, we see the Porygon 2 without the special attack boost, not threatening that much damage. Potentially could have gone for a Terra Fighting, Terra Blast, which have been super effective into both Pokemon, but we see Amoonguss come in, Fake Out into the opposing Incineroar, gonna cause that to flinch, not gonna see its action this turn. We see another Snarl. Relatively low value, Pollen Puff is most likely not what Amoonguss would select this turn, where the Spore is a lot more attractive. But notably, I believe the Incineroar or the Archaladon on Yuya's side is actually the Terra Grass option, so you can go for a Terastallization to ignore Rage Powders and Spores in future turns, and the Incineroar is the Safety Goggles option.
Yeah, I think that might be a really likely Terastallization for us to be seeing here. Otherwise, there's just so much pressure that this Amoonguss can put out. I suppose unless there's like a Sinistcha in the back. Otherwise, yeah, I think good for Javier to be establishing what the sleep counterplay is from Yuya and force that to come out. Maybe limit some options later down the line, as we do see a Terastallization coming out this turn.
Yeah, good call out. The Terra Grass going to allow the Amoonguss not to be able to Spore the Archaladon this turn. However, looking further in the battle, you could be susceptible to a +1 special attack Ice Beam. The Porygon wouldn't have to commit the Terastallization to do that hefty amount of damage, but we see the Spore going out into the Archaladon as we see I believe that was a knockoff into the Incineroar, which is a really heads-up play. In future turns, you'll be able to Spore this Incineroar, but not this upcoming turn. The Incineroar choosing to Parting Shot against Javier's Incineroar, and now Yuya has the option to switch into any Pokemon they want to, having known what both moves that Javier has picked this turn. It's a fairly safe switch in.
Oh, it is the Sinistcha in the back, so there is still an option to have both Pokemon on the field be Spore immune, as we see another Snarl coming out, maybe just trying to limit damage output from potential switch-ins if that Incineroar on Javier's side had gone for Parting Shot. So really interesting, even with the knockoff on the Safety Goggles, there's still 2 Spore immune Pokemon remaining on Yuya's side of the field, and a lot of ability to just keep stalling that Trick Room out.
Yeah, Trick Room just slowly dwindling away, and we see the Ursaluna in the back hasn't even come in yet. With all these Snarls coming out, it's tempting to bring it in this turn, but of course now we have the Matcha Gotcha as a potential offensive option on the Sinistcha. Might not come out. There's, of course, 2 resist on this turn, but if you want to catch that switch, definitely an option. But it does seem like both of the players don't have well, at least Yuya has a bit more offense on the board with the option to go for a Electroshot and start building up an offense with unencumbered by falling asleep with the Spore, do the Terastallization, but we do see the Ursaluna starting to come in on the Amoonguss slot, trying to get a more offensive game plan started for Javier.
You're going to see that Sinistcha swapping out immediately, potentially back into that Incineroar, being able to just set up Fake Out pressure for this final turn of Trick Room, and really awesome to be able to catch that Ursaluna on the switch-in with an Intimidate. Really limits the damage output. We see a knockoff coming out, would have been great to go into the Sinistcha, not so impactful to go into that Incineroar once again. And Archaladon finally doing that Electroshot that you were calling out, Cedric. Getting that special attack boost at pretty great timing and getting the targeting right too. Not going into the Amoonguss, which became an Ursaluna, but just going straight into that Incineroar, bringing it down to half health, setting up a special attack boost, and now with just 1 turn of Trick Room left and Fake Out pressure on the board, I think Yi is ready to start hitting the gas here.
Absolutely. You've gotten the Ursaluna in, but you have Fake Out active on the field this turn, so it's going to be really hard to navigate that without going for the Terastallization, which Javier is kind of signaling that he might be considering. One thing I've noticed, this Archaladon has just been sitting on the field. Before this, it's just been going defensively with the Snarls, but it really has started to go on the offensive with the Electroshot. And with Rain ending next turn and Trick Room also ending, the field conditions are going to reset, but Yuya has the advantage of being able to switch in the Pelipper to immediately reactivate his Archaladon's best offensive option in the Electroshot. whereas Javier kind of has to position a little bit harder to get that Porygon 2 back in. But we see no fake out from Yuya, and a headlong rush just immediately knocking out the Incineroar.
Yeah, without even going for the Terastallization to ensure that the fake out couldn't happen, just making a really great prediction there, setting up that crucial KO. While Incineroar is going to just go for a U-turn, super effective, but I'm not quite sure if that's really super effective after all of the Intimidate drops. Activating 1 tick of stamina boost onto the Archaludon, allowing an important switch in for Javier, but whatever comes in here, going to be the Amoonguss just to try to maybe keep whatever comes in safe from a potential additional Electro Shock. And it is, in fact, that Archaludon trying to get up to that +2 special attack while the rain's still around. Going to be able to fire off into only, at best, a resistance here on that Amoonguss slot. So no damage here, but I think he is maybe still okay to have lost an Incineroar in order to be able to set up this really well-boosted Archaludon. And also, now Yuya is facing down a -1 special defense Ursaluna, which is a pretty great situation to be in here with that Archaludon unable to be redirected by Rage Powder.
Yeah, really excellent point. At this point, a Draco Meteor with the +2 Archaludon was very easily knock out the -1 special defense Ursaluna. On the other hand, though, you might actually ignore the Ursaluna. It's, on some level, the Pokemon that Javier really wanted to knock out with the Ursaluna was the Incineroar, and with that Pokemon gone, the damage output that the Ursaluna is offering, at least outside of Trick Room, is pretty minimal. So you might just want to continue stacking up boosts on the Archaludon so you can more easily handle the Porygon 2. With its special attack boost later in the game is most likely the Pokemon that Javier is angling to defeat this Archaludon with. With the +1 boost on the from the stamina that the Archaludon gained from the U-turn, although you got a little bit of damage, with the Sinistcha in the back, that damage is going to come back easily, and the Facades are now doing significantly less damage. So yeah, Javier prioritizing his Amoonguss potentially as a tool to get Trick Room up for the Porygon 2 to sweep later in the game.
Considering to hop back out onto the field, maybe hoping to grab some fake out pressure as well as preserving the Amoonguss, as you mentioned. We are going to see Terastallization come out finally on this Ursaluna, maybe just wanting to protect it from a potential Weather Ball target from that Pelipper. Going to go ahead and become a Ghost type, but as you mentioned, Cedric, with -1 attack, it's got a little bit less damage output potential here. Archaludon content to just keep on building up those boosts to handle the Porygon 2 in the back. Gonna get another special attack boost, and with so many turns of rain left, we might be seeing this a couple of times. But oh, wow. A prediction catching the Ursaluna Terastallizing. That would have been 0 damage if that Ursaluna hadn't gone for the Terastallization, but just trying to catch a Switch or a Terra. What a heads-up play from Yuya that really puts them ahead in this game.
Yeah, just a really aggressive read. Like you said, if a Rage Powder comes out there and there's no Terastallization, you're going to just get a Weather Ball into the Amoonguss, which it'll live happily, and then the Electroshot will go into the immune Ground-type Ursaluna. But Yuya just gets the maximal value out of that turn by making that read, predicts the Terastallization, identifies Javier really just wants one last burst of damage out of the Ursaluna, and it's going for Terastallization is necessary to do that in the face of the Weather Ball. If you go for Weather Ball Draco into the Amoonguss slot, and just catches that turn perfectly. As we see Porygon 2 Amoonguss, Javier's final 2 Pokemon against Yuya's 3 in the really well set up Archaludon, I believe, +3 special attack now, again, and Pelipper.
Yeah, I think the only thing Javier really has to hope for here is potentially a Draco Meteor miss, and then redirecting the attacks from the Pelipper away from the Porygon 2. Really, the only damage potential is from this Javier, but without Draco Meteor missing, with +2 special attack, Porygon 2 does still survive. That's really important information going forwards. But with the Hurricane coming out too, that's still a lot of damage for Javier to come back from. We are going to see Amoonguss survive as well, so both of these Pokemon are low, but not down and out for the count. And as Trick Room goes up from this Porygon 2, I suppose that's step 1 of what Javier would need to try to make it back into this game. And there are some Ice Beam Freeze potentials, so not quite over just yet.
Yeah, the +1 special attack on the Porygon going to be really critical in the amount of damage you can do to this Archaludon. Might not KO, but if you want to get cheeky, you could probably knock it out with a Palm Puff Ice Beam double up. However, your HP is just sunk very low. If you expect on Yuya's side for the Draco to KO, that definitely makes sense. But given that it didn't, we see Javier potentially just has the option to start healing up with his Porygon 2 with the recovers and out damaging, at least initially, another Draco Meteor or an Electro Shot, and maybe buy a little bit of time that way as we see the Spore come out from the Amoonguss. Just buying some time in this Trick Room, but yeah, slowly whittling these Trick Room turns away as we see some defensive play from the Porygon 2. Actually, no, it's going to go for the Ice Beam, misses the KO. Is it going to freeze, though? I believe we saw the Stamina activate, so no freeze going to come out, and we're going to see the Archildon go for an attack after the Pelipper takes his first turn of sleep, and it is the Draco Meteor which connects him to the Amoonguss, taking the knockout and making it into a 3 versus 1.
They really wanted to see the freeze there to bring him back into the game, and is now not seeing that the freeze didn't happen and going to go ahead and click that forfeit button. I'm a little surprised. I feel like maybe there's a slight chance if Pelipper sleeps for a really long time, and if you're able to get a few freezes on the Sinistcha in the back, but happy to just call the game here. Move on to the next game. No need to spend a lot of time stressing and worrying about some like slim margin of potentially winning, and just moving on to the next game.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, yeah, definitely a bit curious of a forfeit there, just because you have a knockout into the Archaludon that turn, and then if the Pelipper continues to sleep, and then maybe you go for enough recovers, you can stall out the rain, so the Pelipper has to start going for Hurricanes instead of the accurate Weather Ball, introducing a little bit more favorable RNG for you, potentially. And Sinistcha's Machagacha isn't going to be doing that much damage. You can probably 1v1 that with Ice Beam. So not a entirely lost game, but Javier acknowledging, you know what, the mental energy is a resource too. Let's stop wasting it and move into this game too.
Yeah, I think definitely Javier established a lot of really important pieces of information here. That Porygon 2 is a huge threat. That Ice Beam almost getting the KO on Archaludon is really important, especially because it means with the Terra fighting Terra Blast option from Porygon 2, that's pretty much confirmed to take that KO on Archaludon if it doesn't Terrastallize, just with the stab boost and everything from the Terrastalization on Porygon 2's side. So definitely a lot of damage potential from this Porygon 2 if Javier can avoid those snarls early on, like happened to this game.
Yeah, I think the speed order, a little bit minor, but could matter for some potential terrestrializations to water on the Amoonguss. The Archaludon does outspeed the Pelipper in normal speed conditions, which means that if you try and maybe make sure that you take 2 attacks in the Amoonguss, even though you're sure you're going to get knocked out by going for Terra Water. If you Rage Powder, the Electroshot will go first and you'll actually just get knocked out anyway. So pretty minor, but could play some effect. But I do like that you highlighted that with the special attack boost and the Terra fighting Terra Blast, you'll most likely knock out what looks to be a little bit less specially defensive of an Archaludon, which really just shows why the Archaludon was going for Snarls so much earlier in the game, just trying to increase its longevity, which you do get the benefit of doing. Most Archaludons need to have a Pollen Puff Amoonguss on the field to heal up, so you kind of have to make a little bit more aggressive plays in the early game, but actually with the Sinistcha in the back, not necessary. But we see the leads came out. It was a repeat of game 1, but we're actually going to see the Archaludon switching out early into the Sinistcha with the Pelipper on the field. As we see a Terrestrialization very early from Yuya. It looks like most likely going to be this Pelipper. Going to the Terra Ghost to try and dodge. Oh, it's actually Terra Stellar, just going right on the offensive here. Wow.
So you just seeing that Archaludon was key to the previous game, but also is a little bit precarious with those Porygon 2 damage outputs. It's just going to find another way for damage here. And the Stellar Terra Weather Ball in the rain is enough to just KO that Incineroar through its Assault Vest. A really huge amount of power coming out from the get-go from Yuya here as Porygon 2 goes for that Trick Room. No damage on the board, but with that Incineroar fainting, that's definitely an opportunity to bring in something really useful in the Trick Room here. We see Javier hovering between 2 different options, both of which I think can really leverage Trick Room quite effectively.
Yeah, that was a really aggressive Terrestrialization, but pays off entirely. Because of the Assault Vest on the Incineroar, it should always live the Weather Ball from the Pelipper without the Stellar Terrestrialization. So understanding that in the first game, it was actually quite a grindy, slow-paced game with the Incineroars and the Amoonguss switching in and out. When you're able to remove one of those pieces, the ability for the Amoonguss to switch out, there's no defensive sponge, if you will. If you're going to switch out, it has to be into one of your offensive attackers, like the Goldango or the Porygon 2. So any damage into those is appreciated, and just limits the ability for Javier to play this defensive game that he wants to. Now Trick Room's up, and that actually, to some extent, works against Yuya with the Terrestrialized Pelipper. You no longer get the boost on the Weather Ball, but if you predict a Terra Dragon on the Goldango, you'll be able to hit with the Terrestrialization boosted Hurricane for a little bit more damage. So yeah, a bit less favorable of a Trick Room than if it was the Ursulina in the back.
Javier almost timing out with a lot of really crucial decisions to make on this turn, but I think managed to click all of the moves in correctly. Yuya's going to pivot that Pelipper out, saving it for maybe some time when Trick Room is not up. Going to just pivot in that Incineroar, which resists all of the attacks that Golden Go could be able to toss out. But the targeting is actually going to be into the Sinistcha here. A +1 special attack Ice Beam, taking Sinistcha down low enough to activate its Citrus Berry, but if it's a follow-up from that Golden Go, that might be just a KO we see here. And Golden Go is, in fact, slower than the Sinistcha, so gets an attack off first, or perhaps Sinistcha was going for a reversal of the Trick Room. So that's going to be with a critical hit that I believe was not necessary. Sinistcha is down and out for the count, so both players have taken 1 KO, and we're now in a situation where there's some fake-out pressure from Yuya, but still quite a few turns of Trick Room on Javier's side, and a Golden Go in prime position to keep tossing out quite a bit of damage.
It's actually a pretty significant turnaround where in the previous turn I was saying, oh, Goldango maybe not the best Trick Room sweeper, but in that exact circumstance against the Sinistcha, Ursaluna has no super effective or even neutral attacks into that, so that actually works out perfectly. And with the Sinistcha gone, there's no redirection available on the team, and with the Terastallization gone, there's no ambiguity for Yuya defensively anymore. So with a super effective Terra Blast with the fighting type into both these Pokemon, this game might have actually turned around pretty significantly.
We may be seeing Porygon 2, the Trick Room sweeper, in a moment here. First, that Golden Go is going to pivot out, try to preserve itself for a little bit later. Not really happy facing down that Incineroar. And that Terastallization you mentioned is going to come out in Acid Brick. That's going to be a fighting type Porygon 2, leveraging that now stab boosted fighting type Terra Blast to be able to threaten, I think, almost certainly a knockout on our Chaladon, and perhaps also a knockout on Incineroar, since Incineroar doesn't have that Assault Vest. But Yuya seeing that coming is just going to go for a fake out, try to delay this Porygon 2 for a little bit longer, and toss out a Snarl so that these threatened KOs from the Porygon 2 aren't such high pressure at this point.
Yeah, the Snarl just a really heads up play. Fairly safe fake out, just making sure that you can actually get the Snarl off and you don't get knocked out on your Chaladon. But in doing so, you do give a free switch into the Mungus, which has a entirely uncontested Spore into the Chaladon slot. Pelipper in the back, not going to have any immunity to that. No Terastallization to the Grass type available this game on the Chaladon. The Incineroar somewhat safe. It cannot take a Spore, but of course it's going to take a neutral Terra Fighting Blast, so that's going to do a whole lot of damage. Maybe not a knockout, but it is going to set up for later in the game pretty well, as we do see the Spore come out.
Terra Blast coming out from Porygon 2. We're going to find out in a moment if that's going to be enough to KO that Incineroar. Likely going to survive pretty comfortably, actually. I think even at +1, that might not have been a KO. As Incineroar goes for a parting shot, the name of the game is very clearly reduce Porygon 2's special attack from either side of the field. And nicely also reducing the attack stats that Porygon 2 can't just switch over to using the other attacking stat from that Terra Blast. Gonna also be able to reset fake out pressure for later. This Pelipper is able to hit the field again. Maybe not in an ideal situation, but at least our Chaladon's going to be able to burn that first turn of Mandatory Sleep and get set up to maybe be tossing out some more Snarls in a few turns.
Yeah, the Pelipper coming out quite early, actually. There is, I think, maybe 1 or 2 turns of rain left, so you would have preferred it to stay in the back a little bit longer, but Yuya prioritizing the damage drops with the parting shot and the Porygon 2. At this point, you do have a Spore into the Pelipper if you want to go for it, although Protect seems fairly safe on Yuya's side if that's what they want to go for. However, I do want to point out, although it wasn't a knockout on the Incineroar, wouldn't have been even with the special attack boost, it might be getting close to a Life Orb Make It Rain, so with the Goldango outside of Trick Room most likely being the fastest Pokemon on the field, that could be something that Javier is actually angling for. This Trick Room proved to be extremely valuable early in the game to take the lead. It might actually be the Goldango later on in the game that closes it out. You see a Spore and a Terra Blast, possibly double up into the Incineroar. Really great coverage there from Javier, but it doesn't knock out.
The parting shot really setting you up to be able to burn time in the Trick Room, and our Chaladon with the first turn wake up being able to get a special attack boost while the rain's still up. That's really crucial. That's, I think, exactly what Yuya needed this turn.
Yeah, 100%. The Electroshot now boosting up. It looks like another Electroshot is going to come close to knocking out the Porygon 2 in the future. Definitely a Draco Meteor will, as we see the rainfall. And the Pelipper left the field and is now free to activate the rain for the rest of the battle whenever it switches in. Yeah, just can't overstate how important it is that the Pelipper, that the Incineroar rather, was able to survive that attack, because now you have active Fake Out onto either the Amoonguss or the Porygon 2 to potentially knock out the Porygon 2 with the Draco Meteor, or just stop the Amoonguss from sporing your Chaladon. But yeah, just really critical first turn wake up and survival from Yuya. Really favorable turn there as we see the Draco coming out this turn.
Bringing Amoonguss really quite low, down to just 56 hit points. Gonna have to eat that Citrus Berry. But if that's a double up from the Incineroar with a Flare Blitz, that could just be Amoonguss down and out for the count, bringing Javier down to just a couple Pokemon left. And yeah, that's the Flare Blitz, getting rid of Amoonguss and very crucially trapping this poor Porygon 2 onto the field with a million special attack drops at this point. It's gonna be able to set up Trick Room, I believe. But oh, and Incineroar goes down. That's definitely interesting. It brings both players down to 2 Pokemon. And the speed order is now in Javier's favor, but I'm not sure how Javier finds the damage without critical hits from Porygon 2. Maybe if this Golden Go is a lot slower than typical of Golden Goes for like a Hybrid Tail and Trick Room composition, there's some options here, but otherwise, I think this might just be prime position for Archelon to keep tossing out some Snarls and Pelipper to start doing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, the Terra Fighting that was a huge boon for Javier earlier in the set is now a little bit tricky in the face of this Terra Stellar boosted Hurricane, which with the Stellar boost will probably knock out even if you quick recover this turn. And now Trick Room has reversed the speed order. The Goldango potentially the slowest Pokemon in the field. Definitely slower than the Pelipper, there's a chance. But yeah, we're just going to see the Ice Beam. Oh, we get a critical hit, but a freeze is really what Javier needs here as we see the Terrestrialization activate on the Hurricane, going to knock down this Porygon 2 all the way to 0 HP, causing it to faint and leave the battlefield. Now it's all down to this Goldango for Javier Sinuena's Latin American International Championships top cut run. It's really going to have to solo this match here. We see it's actually slower than the Archaludon in the Trick Room, which, you know, is in most circumstances not favorable, but in this specific one might be what Javier needs to win this game. It's going to be really difficult for it to outdamage the Archaludon still.
Yeah, Archaludon's going to make sure that that damage trade is in its favor as it goes for an Electroshot, getting a special attack boost, bringing it back up from the Draco Meteor that had lowered its special attack earlier against the Amoonguss. But it is just bringing it back to neutral, so we'll have to see how much damage this does. It looks like that is going to be a 2-hit KO on that Goldango very comfortably. So I think I'm not seeing a way for poor Goldango to be able to make it through here, barring maybe a critical hit from the Shadow Ball. That's definitely just enough damage on either side of the field here. We're going to see it come out. If this is a critical hit, that could totally flip the game, but nope, not even close. Even a critical hit would not have been able to do anything. If Goldango had just one more turn, that special defense drop means that Javier might have been able to turn things around, but now an Electroshot in the rain, going to boost Archaludon up and bring Yuya into top 8 to be able to demonstrate a ton more of this awesome Pokemon skill that Yuya's demonstrated so far.
Yeah, we see the Electroshot playing through the turn, knocking out the Goldango, and also knocking out Javier from this top 16, with Yuya moving on to the top 8 overall. One match away from actually securing his Worlds invite. The Japan circuit doesn't operate on the same championship point structure that the other circuits do in the Pokemon VGC, so yeah, if he's able to top 4 in this tournament, he gets an automatic invite to the World Championships, not having to, well, most likely will continue to compete in the Japan circuit, but a little bit lower stakes where you don't have to go through the extremely rigorous layered qualification process that they have there.
Yeah, having the opportunity to do one more win and in for the World Championships qualification, I'm really excited to see what Yuya shows us in top 8. I think we'll hopefully have a chance to feature that match in a couple rounds. Just a really wonderful demonstration of why both of these players made it into the top cut. I thought that was a really interesting back and forth match with a lot of interesting speed control mechanics and a ton of cool positioning. I really just enjoyed that match, and I was really happy that both players got to showcase this for us.
Yeah, absolutely. The caliber of play, really incredible. I want to highlight the Spore Terra Blast into the Pelipper slot, because it's a play that didn't ultimately work out and may have lost Javier the game, but I think it was actually a really smart play that just happened to not work out due to the training of Yuya's Pokemon. I'd really imagine that Terra Blast KO's most Incineroar in the metagame, and it also covered the Pelipper not wanting to go for a Protect that turn just because Rain would have expired that turn and really pin down the Pelipper in the future. So really heads up call on the switch, really excellent coverage for if it didn't switch even with the Spore, and just got a little bit punished by both the Incineroar being trained absurdly specially bulky and the Archaludon getting the one third chance first turn wake to start building up damage with that Electroshot on the last turn of Trick Room, I believe. Really unfavorable there, but I liked where Javier's head was at. Definitely was playing to win that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the exciting things when we showcase such powerful players playing against each other is that the margins often get to be quite thin. And so just like a slight deviation in how one Pokemon is trained can totally flip a matchup on its head like that, where there was no reason for Javier to go for anything else, but that surprise survival really flipped the whole match on its head along with the first turn wake.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible play to both players. Yuya now in that top 8, which I believe he's actually been in once before in the 2024 season, where we still had the same top 4 invite structure for internationals. So he's been one step ahead in the past. Let's see if he's able to accomplish that top 4 and get the world's invite this time. Incredible play to both players. We're actually going to send it to a break with afterwards, which we're going to be featuring even more incredible Pokemon competition from the top 8 of this tournament. So stick around.
And what? And welcome back, trainers. Really excited to be bringing you yet more Pokemon action at the Latin American International Championships via the Victory Road side stream. I am Hayden McTavish. I'm joined by Cedric Bernier, and we're going to be jumping into Top 8B pretty shortly. We're going to be able to show you yet more Pokemon action. I'm really excited. How are you doing, Cedric?
Absolutely. I'm doing really well. Excited to watch an awesome match. We're going to be featuring Oliver Escalin versus Teodaima Masot, who is on an absolute heater. Both of these players really, but just highlighting Teotime's accomplishments. Got top 16 at the World Championship, I believe top 4 at the Lao Regional Championship, or at least the next tournament that he competed in, and now a top 8 at the LAIC. Looking for one more win to punch in his Worlds invite, and then Oliver Escalin got a actually top 8 at this very tournament in the previous year, so back to where he was last year and hoping to learn from his mistakes and convert to the top 4 this time. As we actually jump into the team sheets here, we're going to be having Oliver with the team that he debuted at the Las Vegas Regional Championships. This Sun Trick Room team, a little bit different than the other Sun Trick Room teams that appeared there, with the Venusaur as a highlight differentiator and the Dusclops as well. And then we have Teotime's very traditional Volcarona setup team with the Incineroar, Basculegion, Ninetales, Ursaluna, and the Rillaboom.
Yeah, we say traditional, but it really is quite an experience just to watch Teotiime be able to play with this team particularly. And we're going to jump right in and look at this. So we've got, we're into the, we're going to take a look briefly at Gabriel Gatti versus Juan Salerno. We'll be jumping into that other match shortly, but we're just going to show the end of this top 8A match, I believe. Really high stakes here, bringing Gabriel Agati versus Juan Salerno, fighting to see who will be defending Latin America on home turf for the Latin American International Championships. Gonna pivot in a Rillaboom here next to an Incineroar. So much fake up pressure versus this Ninetales and Volcarona from Gabriel's side of the field.
Yep, we have the Ninetales going for a protect. Both players down a piece in this game 3, really trying to play conservatively. We're going to see the Volcarona also going for protect. Both Pokemon going to benefit from the grassy terrain activating the healing factor 1/16 every turn on both the Pokemon, which on a Pokemon like Volcarona is trying to stack those boosts and sweep over the course of a longer game. Definitely really important to get that healing up as we see that healing happen. Just confirming what we already know, the Volcarona can be much faster than the Incineroar in most circumstances. But yeah, I believe now could disable that Incineroar and really limit its damage output into this boosted up Volcarona.
Looks like we may hop out of this game shortly as we prepare the next one we wanted to showcase. But yeah, if you missed the top 8A, definitely worth checking that out. We got a little sneak peek of some of the really exciting back and forth gameplay. Two players that I'm really excited to keep an eye on. It's really a tragedy that only one of them will advance to top 4. So a really exciting match to be able to show for a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Juan, the Rio regional champion of this year, got a top 16 at NAIC in 2024, and in 2020 a top 4 at this tournament. And Gabriele Gatti has gotten, I believe, a top 4 in this tournament in 2017 and a just massive amount of other international championship finishes, I believe, of finals in 2023 North American internationals. So both no strangers to the main stage, absolutely, and looking to advance to top 4 to confirm their invites. Two of the competitors hailing from the Latin American region really critically. So yeah, definitely both representing their region extremely well, and one is going to get to advance. I do want to comment, like, this has been an extremely international top 8 overall. I was looking at the graphics earlier, and I believe there are 2 Japan and then 6 distinct countries for the rest of the finishers. So yeah, just an absolute credit to the international system. It is actually a lot of international players competing, coming to these tournaments and finishing in the top finishes at these tours. So really incredible diversity in the cut, just a lot of people that really wouldn't have the opportunity to play one another in most of their local tournaments, now having the opportunity to square off and really get to learn about each other through their gameplay.
Really such a treat to have all of these events be really, truly, in the fullest sense of the word, global events. It's so exciting that players get a chance to play across all of these different national boundaries, even well before the World Championships. I think it really ups the stakes of when the World Championships finally rolls around each year. So couldn't agree more, Cedric.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy to see so many Latin American competitors doing really well at this tournament, just because I feel like it used to be, I mean, I think everyone acknowledges that Japan is a region that is really strong. We love seeing them play, but they're not well broadcasted. I think Latin America is in a similar vein where they don't actually get the same spotlight, despite having an incredible pool of talented players as the European or the North American circuit does, just because although they're having these extremely stacked competitive tournaments, they're not typically streamed. So getting the opportunity to see them here is really nice. See, getting into that match we previewed, we see the Teotime versus Oliver here.
So Torkoal going to be taunted, not able to go for Protector Helping Hand anymore. Perhaps that was also the result of a switch, as Incineroar is going to just go for a quick pivot out. Looks like we're jumping in a little ways into game 2. So we're going to see this Annihilate pop back onto the field, get a little bit of grassy terrain recovery while being relatively low on health. As we see the Ursaluna activating the tried and true elements of what make Ursaluna so terrifying on Teotime's team, that leftovers plus the grassy terrain, really giving it a lot of recovery here.
Yeah, we know for certain there's no Yawn active on the board, just because we saw both of the Pokemon shuffling around in the previous turn, which is good to know. That sun just really shining brightly on the UI there, but we see, yeah, the Incineroar does have the taunt on Teotime's team, didn't get to cover that especially well, but that definitely pressures the Dusclops on Oliver's side especially hard. A little bit more difficult to get those Trick Rooms up, as we see that Incineroar switching out, probably not wanting to take a close combat from the Annihilate on Oliver's side.
You can see the Rillaboom take the field, revealing that Fire Terastallization was an option Teotime used earlier to try to manage some of the damage potential in the sun. And we're going to see Incineroar pivoting in, so really important to be able to get that Intimidate off on that Rillaboom. And with the Ursaluna protecting, that means that Incineroar is going to come in completely safe to be able to bring up some fake-out pressure going forwards. And a nice close combat coming up from the Annihilate, getting a really solid amount of damage down onto that Rillaboom, bringing it down in range of another one. So this Annihilate really establishing a lot of pressure despite being at quite low health.
Yeah, I think the Annihilates, typically the more Final Gambit-oriented ones, will train more HP, and those are the ones that typically have the close combat, the more bulkier ones going for the Drain Punch. So for the first time, actually getting to see a full power close combat does a lot to the Rillaboom, actually over a 2-hit KO and converting a KO in future turns, and probably would certainly knocked out the Ursaluna Shy A Terra, which of course is used on the Rillaboom already. So you can see why Teotime actually went for that defensive play. Just really trying to pivot around this Ursaluna, tried to get Grassy Glide in to KO it, but with the Intimidate and Fake Out Pressure, a little bit more difficult to do so this turn, as we see a cheeky Volcarona switch in, potentially trying to tank a close combat and return in kind with a burn with the Flame Body ability.
Yeah, I really like this switch in with Volcarona, as Incineroar just used Fake Out to kind of lock down the Rillaboom slot. This is a pretty crucial turn to figure out if Flame Body activates here. I'm sure Oliver's really hoping for that not to happen. We're going to find out in a moment, and it is the Flame Body! That's huge. Annihilate was threatening so much damage onto everything on Teotime's side of the field except that Volcarona, and losing that ability, especially seeing that Annihilate was actually faster than the Volcarona, that's such a huge 30% roll for Teotime to get, and exactly what Teotime was switching in that Volcarona to have the option to achieve.
Yeah, and with the Grassy Terrain having ended that turn, you definitely couldn't get knocked out by a Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom, especially with the Intimidate. It would have been close, but yeah, it doesn't even get the... doesn't really have to worry about that anymore with the damage output on the Annihilate limited. You've already seen the Annihilate take some damage, so a Rage Fist maybe would have gotten close on the Volcarona, probably not with the Grassy Seed, but it would have at least had the opportunity to crit. Oliver trying to get as much damage as he can onto the Rillaboom, potentially take a knockout with a double up close combat knock off this turn. As we see a double miss, maybe starting to try and even out this RNG. Has high horsepower, -1, does a little bit less than 50%, but the sun boosted Heat Wave definitely would have chipped it into a 2-hit KO range. The double up onto the Rillaboom that could, surviving this double up, gets to live another day, potentially throw out another Woodhammer or High Horsepower later in the battle. But I really like this positioning move on Oliver's side. Did get the Annihilate burned, and that's a Pokemon that's going to be a little bit tricky to use for the rest of the battle, but he did get the Dusclops in cleanly. Is almost happy that he didn't knock out the Rillaboom, given that it would have brought in the Incineroar to taunt this turn.
Yeah, I think a lot less damage coming out than maybe expected from Teotime's side of the field with the double miss, but Oliver really taking advantage of that in prime form and getting exactly the amount of damage needed onto that Rillaboom really puts Oliver in prime position to be able to get up a pretty safe Trick Room here. We'll have to take a sun boosted Heat Wave to do it, so Volcarona's gonna definitely make Dusclops pay a little bit, but that forced switch especially happening now, bringing out that low HP Rillaboom in favor of the Ursaluna, gives Annihilate a chance for a free close combat here, even with the burn that's bringing it down pretty low and really negating a lot of the earlier leftovers and grassy terrain recovery that this Ursaluna had achieved. Volcarona is going to go for a Quiver Dance, setting up to try to threaten some damage even within this Trick Room, which I think is a really interesting angle here. But with the Dusclops going for a Trick Room, there's now an option for it to just go for a Haze and reset those Volcarona's boosts right away.
Yeah, I think the boost coming less for the actual Volcarona to sweep the battle, but more so to not knock out the Annihilate on Oliver's side, which would have given Torkoal a free switch in and probably a double knockout, certainly a double knockout with a Terrafire Eruption into both Pokemon on the field. Now you at least have to haze away that special defense boost to accomplish that, and the Annihilate has to stick on the field a little bit longer. I didn't quite catch if another burn tick is going to knock out the Annihilate, but yeah, it's going to be the Annihilate kind of just wishing it was a little bit more damage on the field so that it could lead and give the Torkoal maximum amount of times in the Trick Room to close this battle out.
Yeah, both players really leveraging a really cool mechanic in VGC of just trying to leave opposing Pokemon that aren't very threatening up at just a little bit of HP. I think that Annihilate's going to have a really tough time being able to get off the field safely here. And in the meantime, until something powerful makes it onto the field, this Dusclops really isn't putting much threat out. We are going to see a switch from Teotihuacan, bringing out the Volcarona into that Rillaboom.
Yeah, the Rillaboom coming in, just actively trying to apply some fake out pressure. Would be susceptible to a knockout from a Nightshade or really anything this turn. The Ursaluna going for a Protect, and I believe the close combat went into that target. Also just really interesting play. The Annihilate targeting doesn't even matter because we see the Nightshade knocking it out. That's one way to get a free switch in, knock out your own Pokemon, as we see the healing come onto all Pokemon on the field. But we're going to see that Torkoal most likely have the opportunity to come in, or at least the Incineroar to come in and be slower than the Rillaboom to actively apply fake out pressure. But yeah, just a really dynamic play there, just understanding, look, the Annihilate has to leave the field here, and I think Teotihuacan might have actually been putting on the Grassy Seed to try and heal the Annihilate up, so that the burn wouldn't knock it out if it was in range. He obviously can't see the exact HP number. But yeah, just a really smart play from Oliver to really stop that before it even began.
Yeah, I love that shout. I think that's exactly why the Rillaboom hit the field. It does now get some fake out pressure here, which is also useful for Teotihuacan. But like, what a huge heads up play from that Nightshade earlier on Dusclops, and it's setting up for the Torkoal to put down a ton of pressure here. It goes for the Terastallization, getting even more power on its fire type attacks. It's still at full health. It is going to have to take this fake out. So if that Ursaluna did take out the Torkoal, that's going to be huge for Oliver, as Dusclops just goes for KO on that Rillaboom. The targeting here could not be more important from the Ursaluna Blood Moon this turn.
Yeah, we're going to see the Ursaluna. We saw Teotihuacan popping off a little bit, and we are going to see the fake out double up into the Torkoal, which was free to protect that turn, which, yeah, is just going to be a really aggressive call, knocking out the Torkoal. Although it might look like Oliver had a fairly safe protect to stall out that initial board state and then take or at least be threatening a double knockout with Eruption the next turn. What Oliver was most likely predicting there was actually the Rillaboom being brought on the field to threaten fake out, and then immediately switching out in the face of the Protect, the Incineroar, so that on the subsequent turn, Protect has been used, and you'd have to either switch or go for a double Protect to survive the onslaught of the now active fake out from the Incineroar and Earth Power. So might look to an onlooker like Oliver just played it really unsafe, but it was more of a 50-50, or maybe not a 50-50, but a much more difficult turn to call than it might look at when initially meeting the eye.
Yeah, a real testament to Teotihuacan's team building and positioning there. That having the double fake out core with Rillaboom and Incineroar next to something as powerful as the Ursaluna just opens up so many opportunities to make even Protects in the face of fake out not very safe. We are going to see this game playing out. Oliver's going to go for a fake out and a Nightshade into the Incineroar, but I really don't see where the damage is going to come out into the Ursaluna here. And with the prediction here, getting that Earth Power into the Incineroar, that's going to be, I think, game. I don't think it's possible for this Dusclops to do damage to the Ursaluna, so I think there's just no hope for poor Oliver here at the end of this game.
Yeah, I believe it's a Will-O-Wisp on the Dusclops, so technically you can do damage, but yeah, with the just pure damage onslaught that would be coming out from Blood Moons and the potential to put the Dusclops to sleep with Yawn, going to be a very clean game. Oliver not deciding it's not necessary to go through all that. We see Teotihuacan move on to the top 4, converting from a extremely strong top 16 at the World Championship, now punching in his ticket to Worlds once again. Very early in the season with this top 4 finish at the Latin American International Championships. Congratulations to him, and also congratulations to his opponent. Just incredibly played match by Oliver as well. I do feel like he's going to be kicking himself about the Earth Power play, but it just as easily, we've seen Team actually play that fake out double switch mind game multiple times throughout the tournament. So I think it was a fair play. Ultimately didn't work out there, and that's sometimes how the games go, but really excellent high-level match played between some of the best players in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved seeing the Self Nightshade, and I love how much that brought Oliver back into the game after the burn on the Annihilate. Just like, if that was a 50-50 there with the Torkoal or some form of prediction, and if that had gone differently, or if the Torkoal had protected and then been able to threaten Eruption the next turn, that would have been a completely different game we would have seen, all opened up by some really clever play from Oliver.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the layers on that turn too, just because, like, Team doesn't know whether the burn is going to knock out the Annihilate there, so to be absolutely certain, you have to switch in the Grassy Surge Rillaboom to make sure it heals up before the burn, I believe, to make sure that it survives the turn. But Oliver just one step ahead even to that really high-level play, just trying to cover that ambiguity of the turn from Team, and goes for the Nightshade to self-target, knock yourself out, and give yourself a free switch in that he wanted a couple turns earlier but didn't quite get. So yeah, just really incredible gameplay from both players. Really the type of thing that you're only going to see at these type of international tournaments, where two players from their own respective nations of, I believe, Finland and France, fighting it out to make it to the top 4 and potentially fight for the title. Not just the World's Invite. I think both are seasoned players, both probably in fairly good places to qualify for the World Championship anyways. It's definitely a relief to accomplish that, but I think both of those players are really gunning for the title.
Yeah, speaking of Team gunning for the title, I think we got a nice little preview of how strong this team is and what Team's style is with it. We saw like maybe 4 turns of a game here, really. And in those 4 turns, we saw, I think, every single Pokemon from Team switching in like multiple times. And really just leveraging the like benefits of Rillaboom and Incineroar switching in and out, leveraging the fake out, and having these really powerful special attackers with a lot of bulk to them too, in Volcarona and Ursaluna, really just like gave Team so many options and so many things that his opponent had to account for on every single turn that really we saw just leading into Team getting a really impressive showing in this one match we got to feature.
Absolutely. I think you couldn't have said it better that in just 4 turns or however many it was such a dense battle of we just jumped right in. We didn't know a lot of details of before the battle, but there was so much pivoting, so much incredible high-level aggressive play from such a dense match. Usually you come in and you're like, I don't really know what's going on. I can kind of tune this out. But this was just so immediately recognizable that these players were playing at such a high level that it was just quite a treat to watch. So yeah, congratulations to Team for making it to the top 4, and Oliver, I believe, also got maybe a top 16 or a top 8 at Las Vegas. Unfortunately, no longer gets the opportunity to compete in Regulation H. I believe this is the last tournament in the Regulation. I could be wrong about that, but yeah, just putting it all on the line, bringing their best stuff to the tournament, and getting so incredibly far, proving themselves to be some of the best players internationally.
Really impressive showing, also with a really unique and very interesting team. It was so fun to see like Dusclops Trick Room mode, to be able to see
the Venusaur.
Yeah, I am a little sad. Oliver was repping the like mascot of the Latin American International Championships, but alas was knocked out. Still though, a top 8 finish with a team that I don't think anyone else was even considering bringing to the tournament likely. Just a really wonderful mark on Oliver's already incredibly impressive CV here.
Yeah, kind of a battle of two different play styles, where we see a team that has won a regional championship that Team brought. I believe Simone Sanvito piloted this team to a Gdansk regional championship, and then just something that's really picked up usage. A lot of players even preparing for this team or in this tournament and other ones. And then Oliver, yeah, just one of one, bringing something that no one else was even considering for the tournament in the Venusaur. We've seen a little bit of Dusclops here and there, but definitely not a conventional pick. But the Venusaur and the rest just entirely putting themselves at a familiarity advantage against his opponents. But even in spite of that, Team able to overcome that familiarity with his own Pokemon in a variety of situations, prepared him really well to even be handling the less conventional picks that Oliver employed to his top 8 finish.
Yeah, a real testament to both Oliver's building, but also Tsuchime's experience just understanding standard tools really well and being able to wield them against any possible situation, I think is really what Tsuchime was demonstrating here. And really impressive showing. Really looking forward to being able to showcase Tsuchime again in top 4. But for now, we're going to take a quick break so that we can come back and bring you more top 8 matches. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome, Pokemon fans, to the Victory Road side stream broadcast featuring matches from the Latin American International Championship in Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Pokemon Video Game Championship. My name is Cedric, and I'm joined by my co-caster Hayden, and we are going to be getting into another top 8 match from this bracket. It's going to be 2 incredible trainers. How excited are you, Hayden?
Oh, extremely. I said we would be gone for only a very short break, and I am quite happy to be right about this. I think these are 2 players we're going to get to feature who I'm just incredibly excited to be able to showcase. Both of them have done incredible team building and just had a wonderful showing throughout this tournament as well as we look at the bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be seeing Justin Tang, who had the top 16 bye, I believe. Didn't have to play, so playing a little bit less fresh than Yuma, who bested William Brown in the top 16. And yeah, just going to be a face-off of 2 incredible trainers. I believe Kinugawa was actually able to win the Japan Nationals in the 2025 season, defeating previous world champion Shohei Kimura in the finals there. And then Justin Tang coming fresh off of a top 8 at Las Vegas. Really famous in his first season in 2023, won, I believe, 2 to 3 regionals. I think he won 2 in a row, but just a truly incredible newer trainer versus Yuma Kinugawa. Yeah,
and Yuma Kinugawa, we actually got to showcase Ben and Matt were able to showcase the really incredible match versus William Brown that Yuma was able to win. I can't imagine a match that better showcases how incredibly skilled a player is to make it into the top 8. There was a lot of incredibly intricate endgame play that I just absolutely loved watching. So I'm really excited. If the incredible tournament results weren't enough to convince you, there's yet another match that you could go back and watch from this stream of Yuma Kinugawa just demonstrating incredible play. And of course, Tang almost doesn't need an introduction, just such wonderful showings. And also, Justin has just been bringing really intricate and interesting teams to a lot of tournaments. So I'm excited to get to showcase some wonderful team building that Justin Tang is going to be able to showcase here as well.
Absolutely. In a team building group with Shi Lang Tang, also an extremely accomplished player in his own right. They often come with incredibly strong teams. I believe they are extremely famous for making second and first place at a regional, bringing the exact same team down to the stats on their Pokemon. So yeah, we're just Justin, and we're going to see Justin on the stream right now, getting ready for the match. His accomplishments speak for themselves, multi-time regional champion, and now you can punch in a top 8 at the Latin American International Championships to boot.
Gonna zoom in as well on Yuma Kinugawa. No cheeky Pancham plush next to Yuma, but still an incredible amount of accomplishments so far. We've read off a couple of them before, but just an extraordinary Japanese player, one of the best. And so I'm really excited to be able to showcase here as we see the nice little preview of the stream, the little Joltik and the Umbreon and Espeon sitting in and looking out at the crowd as both of these players get set up to bring everyone this wonderful match that we're in store for.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a high pressure match for both, but maybe a little bit more high pressure for Kinugawa, just because he does compete in the Japanese circuit, which has a really well-known, difficult circuit, including a lot of online competitions converting into a really high stakes and volatile in-person tournament. If he's able to win this tournament, or if he's able to win this match rather, and make it into the top 4, he will get an automatic qualification for the World Championship this year, which he's definitely coveting very highly. Whereas Justin, most likely going to qualify for the championship regardless, but despite being a regional champion, he does not have the Latin American, or he doesn't have an international championship on his resume yet. Definitely something that he's looking to add as well. So both players can be fighting their hardest here.
Justin Tang's eyes are on this tournament and this tournament only right now, but Yuma's also playing for the World Championships here. Could not be higher stakes for either player, even if their goals are slightly different. As we get a nice overview of these really interesting teams. Yuma with a double fire type Manual Sun team alongside that scrappy Flamigo and a Farigiraf Ursaluna. And Justin Tang with a screens build next to a Choice Specs Golden Go and a support Volcarona, as well as a Life Orb Ursaluna on both sides, just threatening maximum damage.
Yeah, going to be a potentially very tricky match for Justin Tang to navigate. You can key in immediately on that Eruption, Terra Fire, Choice Specs with the Sunny Day active, going to be dealing a huge amount of damage to everything on Kinugawa's team. In particular, I believe there's only one resistance in the Terra Water Volcarona naturally to that, and all the other terrestrializations are at best neutral. So we're definitely going to be looking for Kinugawa to try and convert that Sunny Day and get the Typhlosion on the field fairly safely. There's a lot of things that Justin can do to disrupt that. He, of course, has Tailwind on 2 of his Pokemon in the Volcarona and the Dragonite, Thunderwave on the Grimmsnarl, although the Farigiraf on the side of Kinugawa going to be somewhat effective at, going to be incredibly effective actually at blocking that Prankster priority Thunderwave due to its Armor Tail ability actually blocking any priority moves coming from Justin's side. So yeah, that's going to be an incredibly important factor in this battle, is getting that Typhlosion into position on Kinugawa's side and Justin trying to disrupt that as much as he can.
Yeah, I think even without the Thunderwave, that Grimmsnarl might be an interesting piece to be able to handle this offense. With Light Screen, Justin's going to be able to potentially negate the boost from the Sun on that Eruption. And so if Grimmsnarl is able to kind of pressure the Thunderwave and force play towards maybe the Farigiraf, then the Light Screen and maybe even a Spirit Break, if Justin's able to weave that in, could potentially be key pieces for mitigating the damage output of that Typhlosion. But I think the bigger factor, as you mentioned, is that Volcarona having the terrestrialization to be able to resist Eruption, as well as the Dragonite having the natural resistance and multiscale alongside that Tailwind to try to rearrange the speed orders here.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely missed the Dragonite having that natural resistance, of course. That's definitely going to be a key piece against the Typhlosion in particular. Having the halving of the damage when it's at full HP with the multi-scale going to be really important. And in addition, having the option to either set up Tailwind, if Kinagawa has opted not to set up Tailwind on his own side with the priority Whimsicott, or just going immediately for the scale shot, which will most likely knock out the Typhlosion, and if not, really limit its ability to lock in to the Eruption with the Choice Specs, giving it a 1.5 boost on all of its special attack, but forcing it to click the same move over and over again. So if you've locked into the Eruption earlier in the battle, and you've been lowered to maybe 10% HP, you're going to be doing a really middling amount of, not middling, but pitiful amount of damage because of the Eruption having the base power based on how much HP you have remaining.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of key risks for Yuma going with that eruption strategy that are going to be really important for Justin to leverage. As you mentioned, if it's locked into eruption and then lower on health. Also, Whimsicott can set up Tailwind and can set up Sunny Day to boost Typhlosion's damage and speed, but it can't do both on the same turn. And so being able to try to limit how quickly Yuma's able to set up that Typhlosion and buy a little bit of time to do some damage or reduce the potential for that eruption to do a lot of damage definitely gives Justin a lot of options going into this.
Yeah, Yuma also has a large amount of options that aren't necessarily conventional. We have a Farigiraf with Nightshade, really unconventional, which is going to be, could have some impact on the battle. The Archaldon on Justin's side loves getting set up to, on the defensive side, with the Light Screen, Reflect, Stamina Boost. It's going to be a hard Pokemon to knock out if you don't have the Typhlosion remaining, as well as the Ursaluna. However, Nightshade can kind of chip that down a little bit consistently. We also have a Flamigo, maybe one of the only Flamigos to make it into the top cut, let alone make it into phase 2 of the tournament. So also a really interesting set going for close combat feint, no flying type coverage, and we're actually in the game. We see, oh, okay, we are jumping to the replay. I believe that's versus Yuya Tada. Yeah, but yeah, essentially the Flamigo going to be a really important piece just because it can. There's not that much protects on the team from Justin, but it does have the feint over a Brave Bird that's traditionally used, which is going to allow the Flamigo to break through any protects and allow subsequent attacks to hit through that protect, which does limit an additional facet of Justin's counterplay to the Terrifier Eruption.
Yeah, I think also that feint's really important because it allows a way to work around the multi-scale on the Dragonite. There's an immediate powerful priority move that would even go through Protect, and once Dragonite no longer has multi-scale, it does still resist Eruption, but it's going to take a lot more damage from quite a few other attacks. I think the fact that we've talked for a while about Yuma's team and all of these really powerful options and not talked a lot about the more standard like Ursaluna Blood Moon is just a testament to how many distinct pressure points Yuma Kinagawa is able to leverage here. Like, expecting the opponent to try to account for Typhlosion and then being able to bring in the Ursaluna instead gives a ton of options because the defensive resources that Justin needs to use for each of those two Pokemon separately, there's not a ton of overlap outside of maybe the Light Screen being useful for both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. We could see game plans where Yuma goes early on with the Whimsicott and Typhlosion, just absolute speed and power with the Sunny Day, Tailwind, and Eruptions, and then converts as one Pokemon goes down into the Farigiraf and lets the Whimsicott or the Typhlosion go down and goes for the Trick Room and sets up the late game Ursaluna to sweep with the Terra Normal, Hyper Voice, and Blood Moon, or just the Earth Powers into super effective targets like the Archaldon. That's definitely something that Justin has to be considering. Is not only is that Sun mode something he has to deal with, but he also has to make sure that he is accounting for and preserving the defensive resources to weather a potential Trick Room in the back.
Yeah, I think the Trick Room in the back is a huge pressure. I think also just setting up the Ursaluna with a Tailwind, if Justin's not able to set up a Tailwind of his own, gives a ton of options for that Ursaluna, even though it's not the fastest Pokemon on the field, to still put a lot of pressure out. And so I think there's just... I couldn't list all of the different possible game plans Yuma is able to go through in this game. And I think that Justin just is going to be in that tough situation of needing to account for many different options all at the same time, which is a really scary position to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see, honestly, the anticipation just building even further for Justin, as I believe on the stream they might be having some technical issues trying to get Yuma's Switch set up. Seeing a thumbs up from the judges and the technical staff. Hopefully we're able to get into the game soon. But yeah, Justin having an exceeding amount of time to just sit there on the stage and consider the multitude of options that Yuma has and his limited defensive counterplays to each of them. Whereas Yuma might be a little bit more preoccupied with the switch, but also has a fair amount of time to consider Justin's defensive options and how he wants to poke through them with this, like a scalpel, with his extremely precise offensive options.
This is something that I think doesn't get discussed quite as much as I think it should, which is just when you have a lot of distinct options that demand very different strategies from one side, that can really make it a lot harder for an opponent to use their thinking time productively rather than having their thinking time kind of like scatter into trying to account for too many threats. We saw that with Oliver's match earlier, trying to account for all of the different possibilities with the fake out blender, switching in more fake out options, leading to that Torkoal getting knocked out right away. And so I think there's maybe even just a bit of an advantage for Yuma here with like both players having a lot of time to think through possible options. Justin has to think through a wide range of things, whereas Yuma, I think, can kind of focus on what the best ways to leverage powerful offense would be right from the gate.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be on Yuma to basically just figure out what defensive options Justin has and really just prepare the best game plan to cover for them. Whereas Justin is like, he has so limited options that his game plans are going to might be fairly rigid. He might just have to break the game down to guessing the leads, which is just a lot less productive of thinking time. Is really because ultimately you're just making a guess, whereas Yuma might be able to plan some more consistent game plans out with the plentiful offensive and defensive options he has, with the Farigiraf being the main defensive one to slow down the pace of game if he gets out of position with his hyper offensive modes. He has the Incineroar, but there's a lot of tools on Justin's team to be able to handle that well. His own Blood Moon, Ursaluna. The Dragonite doesn't love getting intimidated, but can still do a helping amount of damage with the Scale Shot, and the Goldengo is actually non-traditional in its ability to go for Power Gen. Our Chaladon, Fighting Body Press, definitely an extremely strong attack in the Incineroar after you've gotten a couple stamina boosts. Reviewing Justin's team one more time, we have that Choice Specs Terra Steel Goldengo, not the traditional Water or Dragon Terras that are actually able to resist the Fire type moves, which could be critical here. We have our Chaladon with the Snarl, which could be important against the special attackers on the team. Volcarona with Struggle Bug and Tailwind, Grim Snarl, Dragonite, and Ursaluna Blood Moon. So plenty of ways to bolster his defenses, but every turn that you're doing that, you are of course taking a hit, so it's hard to gain offensive ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a lot of really interesting options from Justin that serve Justin very well in a lot of matchups, but are a little bit tough here. I mean, just looking at the top two Pokemon, two Steel types, wonderful into so many matchups, and especially against a lot of the rain teams that have been popular throughout this regulation, but not the two Pokemon you most want to have versus a double fire type team, plus an Ursaluna Blood Moon with that earth power. So I think still a lot of options from Justin's side of the field, but a few Pokemon that are just really tough to bring to this matchup, I think.
Yeah, I think we can anticipate the Dragonite coming in early to at least mitigate the damage that the Hisuian Typhlosion Whimsicott lead can do. But Justin's team is actually quite slow, so it's distinctly possible that Yuma can just lead the Incineroar and the Hisuian Typhlosion, get the maximum value out of the Intimidate and the Dragonite, and then get a lot of damage off with the Typhlosion while you threaten Fake Out. But yeah, looking at the team, we have, of course, that Choice Specs, Terrafire, Choice Eruption Typhlosion of the Hisuian variety with the Sunny Day Whimsicott. It's a Bibiri Berry, which could be important against the Steel-type Goldengo on Justin's team. Then we have the Incineroar Ursaluna, the Life Orb Ursaluna with the Terra Normal dealing maximum damage in Trick Room, and then the Farigiraf with Nightshade, a little bit unconventional, and then the last Pokemon, that Tech Flamigo, able to feint away multi-scales and protects. I like that you pointed out the ability to get rid of that multi-scale without any defensive counterplay on Justin's side. And then, of course, the Scrappy ability, able to hit through any ghost types, really able to ignore the ghost typing more or less entirely, which is going to be really critical against the Goldengo, able to close combat that and knock it out, whether it goes for a terrestrialization or not. It's going to be super effective.
Yeah, it is impossible for Justin to bring a set of 4 Pokemon where at least one of them isn't hit super effectively by Flamigo. Like, there's just so much power from that close combat. We are going to see an Ursaluna Volcarona lead from Justin's side of the field, starting with a Tailwind Setter plus that Ursaluna, but exactly the lead you called out there, Cedric. Going to be starting with the Incineroar and the Typhlosion. I think leveraging the fact that Justin just doesn't have a lot of Pokemon with Protect, so it's really hard to play around this intensive damage output plus the Fake Out. This Volcarona unable to prevent itself from taking maybe a Fake Out plus an attack from the Typhlosion.
Yeah, some of the Volcaronas in this metagame, at least the supportive ones, will run the Covert Cloak to at least dodge this specific situation where you are threatened by Fake Out and an attack. Regardless, you can ignore that and get the Tailwind up. Justin's is actually the Citrus Berry, so even though he has the defensive counterplay in the Terra Water, it's still going to be susceptible to the Fake Out flinching it for this turn. and whether it can take a Terra Fire Choice Specs Eruption from Hisui and Typhlosion at full HP is, or at least it can take 2, plus a Fake Out is going to be really determinative of the rest of this game, as we see that Terra Water come out from the Volcarona.
We're going to force to go for this Terra Water if he wants to stay on the field. Really does not want to take an Eruption. Typhlosion going to try to maximize the damage output this turn as it goes for that Fire Terastallization. Doesn't need that Ghost typing to stop any Fake Outs or anything, so happy to just go all in on the offense here. No Sun needed, just going to be firing off a ton of powerful Eruption. Ursaluna wanting to go for that Protect, trying to buy some time for Volcarona to be able to do something, or at least burn this turn of Fake Out pressure. Volcarona taking a little bit of chip damage, crucially flinching, not being able to set up that Tailwind, and an Eruption is firing out here. Going to be very crucial to see how much damage this does to the Volcarona. It will have a Citrus Berry, heal it back up, but if this is a lot more than half, and ooh, that is so much damage from that Hisuian Typhlosion. One crucial piece we saw, Volcarona was faster than the Hisuian Typhlosion, so it still has the option to go for a Tailwind now, even though I think that Eruption would be a 2-hit KO on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Love that you pointed that out. We saw both the Volcarona flinch before the Eruption came out, and the Terastallization happened before the Typhlosion, so at worst it's a speed tie, would be very unlikely, but we see once again that the Volcarona is faster, which means that the Ursaluna is going to outspeed the Typhlosion and knock it out with the power. So the fact that the Volcarona is trained much faster than most Volcarona is able to get the Tailwind up really underscores why Justin led this lead, expecting the Incineroar and the Typhlosion and maybe not the Whimsicott, because the Protect and Tailwind plays a little bit worse if you can be Encored. Just called out this lead perfectly, maybe all that extra time worked out, knocks out the Typhlosion while taking kind of minimal damage from it, and in exchange now has Tailwind and the Ursaluna at -1, but still threatening a whole lot of damage with its Life Orb, Blood Moons, and Earth Powers.
Yeah, that turn could not have gone better for Justin. Just a wonderful way to get rid of a very key offensive threat. The one issue now is Fridrak gets to hit the field with Tailwind set already for Justin, so Trick Room would be pretty great for Yuma to be able to secure. And if Yuma wants, that Incineroar, since it parting shot it out, could just hit the field again and put out a bunch of Fake Out pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. The Incineroar is a safe option to get Trick Room up, but if you know that your Fridrak is trained well enough to rig this Life Orb Blood Moon at -1, you can bring in your own Ursaluna Blood Moon and go either on the defensive with a Protect, safely get the Trick Room up, or go on the offensive while you expect a double up into the Fridrak to try and knock that out. So Yuma's shown his ability to play extremely aggressively on stream in this tournament, as well as in previous tournaments, able to net him the Japan National Championship last year. We're going to see if he goes for it here. He could just go safe with a Protect Trick Room, but we see a defensive switch from Justin trying to potentially weather that storm. Doesn't think he has a knockout. So we're going to see if Yuma takes full advantage of that, but it is just a Protect from the Ursaluna, going to be a little bit more passive of a turn.
Yeah, I think that makes a ton of sense. Yuma wants to stop the Struggle Bug from lowering the special attack stat of that Ursaluna. Really happy to just take pretty minimal damage on this Fridrak. Oh, I said pretty minimal, but that's actually some... Oh, a critical hit. Doing a lot of damage then onto that Fridrak, taking advantage of that super effective and stab boosted Struggle Bug. Fridrak not too sad about the special attack drop and still very happy to just set up that Trick Room. And I think very key to Yuma's game plan here, getting the Ursaluna into Trick Room with full health and no special attack drops is a really big deal, especially with the Tailwind on Justin's side now, making absolutely sure that Yuma will have the slower Ursaluna in Trick Room.
Yeah, I like that you pointed out the Struggle Bug. I wasn't fully considering that. You still could have gotten a lot of damage with the Earth Power, even if -1 into both Pokemon, but we're going to see a Helping Hand. Just really does want to take a knockout this turn, as you see the Rage Powder from the Volcarona. It's most likely that a Hyper Voice would KO the Volcarona even with the amount of bulk it has, and we do see the Hyper Voice just really trying to optimize this turn around that Rage Powder, get a little bit of damage around the Archaludon, and probably be threatening a knockout this turn, regardless of if a special attack lowering Snarl comes out on both of his Pokemon.
Yeah, really nice Helping Hand. Hyper Voice really maximizes the damage around the Rage Powder option from the Volcarona. Archaludon does have an opportunity to go for a Snarl now, finally getting that special attack drop that Justin's been trying to get since the moment Ursaluna hit the field. But I think now without Rage Powder, it's going to be a little bit tough for Archaludon to be able to survive anything like an Earth Power. I think Justin's best hope is to just toss out something else that's threatening and force Yuma to have to pick which one is going to be dealt with this turn.
Yeah, Snarl lowering the damage output on the Fergraph. It's now at -2, so Nightshade probably certainly its most damaging move onto both Pokemon. But now we have this slow Ursaluna, probably going to knock out with a Helping Hand of the Archaludon. at -1. Might be a little close if not. But yeah, interesting choice from Justin to bring in the Dragonite there. Probably trying to leverage its ability to go for Protect or tank hits with the multi-scale to at least force Huma to make a little bit less ground in this Trick Room, as we see the Archaladon switching out into the Ursaluna Blood Moon. It would take an Earth Power pretty handily, as well as being immune to Nightshade. So this could be a key defensive switch in for the rest of the battle, but we see a helping hand coming out from the Ursaluna. Let's see whether it's a Blood Moon or an Earth Power. Could really change the battle, but it is the Earth Power. Ursaluna gets knocked out anyways. Oh my goodness. So at neutral, after one Life Orb tick, it looks like that Pokemon is going to go down in future battles, or at least it's very close. Yeah, Justin really expecting that to survive. You can see him reeling, and that's going to incredibly influence the rest of this game.
Yeah, I was sure that Ursaluna would be able to survive that attack. That is huge for Yuma to be able to secure that KO. And with even just like 4 hits on the scale shot, I don't know if Justin has a way back into this game. There's just too many Trick Room turns left. And this Ursaluna is doing even more damage than expected, even after the Snarl.
Yeah, and critically, this Archaladon is of the Assault Vest variety, with another turn of Trick Room and Helping Hand Earth Power still active. If Justin, or if Yuma wants, he just has that KO right in front of him. We're going to see that Helping Hand come out. Most likely going to be that Earth Power, just because you don't really want to waste this attack into the multi-scale Dragonite. We see the Earth Power come out. It does knock out the Archaladon. Now down to his last Pokemon in the first game of Game 1, Justin Tang and his Dragonite up against the Ursaluna Blood Moon, Incineroar in the back, and the Farigiraf. We see the Scale Shot coming out, going to target and deal a lot of damage to the Farigiraf. Looks like its 4 is definitely not going to knock out, probably going to need 5 hits, and even then it's going to be close to knock out the Farigiraf. And we do see only 4 hits, and with Incineroar in the back, threatening Fake Out, it's going to be, all the Pokemon are very low, and the Incineroar is at full HP, but with these Scale Shot drops, the Scale Shot boosting the speed, but critically lowering the defense stat on the Dragonite, the Incineroar in the back with the Fake Out and the Knockoff, going to potentially just have a knockout if you can get a little bit of damage on this multi-scale Dragonite to get rid of that abilities boon.
Yeah, I think there was maybe an option earlier if that had been able to get a KO, but now with the Incineroar on the back, Justin couldn't have gone for a Protect. It would have just set up too many options later, and is just going to be KO'd now by the Nightshade and the Blood Moon, and going to have to go back to the drawing board for Game 2. I'm curious what Justin's adjustment options are here. It felt like that was a really well-executed game, that just the damage roll or the way that the Ursaluna was trained on Yuma's side really made the switch-in not as feasible as Justin was hoping there.
Yeah, I think that game changes entirely if the Blood Moon is able to survive. You have another Pokemon that can protect, stall out Trick Room turns, and after, or depending on the training on the Blood Moon, after the Trick Room goes down, it might just be the fastest Pokemon in the field and have free reign to take knockouts for the rest of the battle. That's not what happened though. We saw the Blood Moon go down to that Helping Hand Earth Power switch unexpectedly. But yeah, just going to the drawing board for Justin, it felt like he honestly called out the lead perfectly and made exactly the play he needed. The faster Volcarona enabling him to go for a Protect in front of that heavy onslaught of Fake Out Eruption damage. But unfortunately, even though he took the knockout in the Typhlosion, the Parting Shot was all that Yuma needed to convert to a Trick Room. We could see Justin just taking the risk in the next game, going for Struggle Bug Blood Moon. With the Struggle Bug crit, you certainly take that knockout. With the Blood Moon, it might have been you would have taken the knockout with the crit. It's just going to be a question of if the Blood Moon and a non-critting Struggle Bug can knock out. That might be a risk that Justin is considering taking in this next game if he has to go for that same game plan, just because the massive amount of damage that Ursaluna was threatening in Trick Room, even at -1.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if Justin's going with the same lead again. It looks like a pretty big switch up. Going to be the Grimmsnarl and the Volcarona lead, trying to maybe have the option for that light screen to limit the amount of damage that Yuma's able to put out with that Typhlosion. Going to be a couple of good defensive options from Justin, but no longer having the option to just go for Tailwind plus a KO into that Typhlosion means that Justin can't take that quick lead that he was able to take last game.
Yeah, I agree. It's a much more passive lead from Justin, where you're certain, you can't get faked out on both Pokemon, so you are certain to lower the special attack of the Typhlosion with Struggle Bug, or just go for the Light Screen to survive the attacks. But we're going to see an immediate Terrestrialization to Fire type on the Typhlosion, trying to maximize its damage here. I believe we saw the same in the first game, but yeah, we're going to see the Fake Out go into the Grimmsnarl, really just trying to prevent the Light Screen from going up if it can survive the -1 Struggle Bug. You see the Struggle Bug coming down, going to lower the special attack on the Typhlosion and the Incineroar, and some, could be significant damage. Critically, a little bit less HP on the Typhlosion, so Eruption doing even less damage, and the Grimmsnarl is, as a result of all those drops to its firepower here, able to survive the attack, and should be able to set up whatever screen that Justin wants to in the future turn.
Yeah, I also really like that Justin has preserved terrestrialization now. I think that's a really key factor for being able to have the Ursaluna come in later and have the Terra Normal option for more damage. Even if it gets some special attack drops, then it can definitely be taking some KOs. And the Struggle Bug really limiting Typhlosion's damage quite effectively here. So I'm not sure if Typhlosion really... It can stay in and keep doing damage, but it's no longer going to be very significant. And so I think Justin's accomplished step one of a path to victory, of being able to lower the special attack stat. Is going to just pivot out the Grimmsnarl, though, not going for Light Screen or anything, just using Struggle Bug to control the special attack damage on the other side for now.
Yeah, is able to get a little bit more damage into the Incineroar, which could be critical for Scale Shot if the Dragonite is not intimidated, taking a KO with 5 hits. Later on, we see the Eruption going off. The Volcarona should live, shy a crit. Yeah, going to be able to take that handily and activate the... Oh, no, not already activated the Citrus Berry, so Flare Blitz is going to come here and clean it up. However, the Typhlosion is now pretty low HP at -2 special attack, and we have the Dragonite on the field threatening a KO on both Pokemon and threatening Tailwind. So yeah, we could see the Ursaluna Blood Moon take a KO here with Earth Power on either Pokemon. Scale Shot, going to be close on the Incineroar regardless, most likely has a KO with the Scale Shot if you're able to connect. Or you could just go on the offensive and set up the Tailwind so that in future turns you're well set up against this Typhlosion, because it is pretty likely to switch. It's just really limited in its damage output. And if you have the Whimsicott in the back, you really want to preserve this Typhlosion as your main offensive piece, as the Typhlosion does switch out.
Typhlosion switches out. It is that Whimsicott in the back. Great call, Cedric. And that's going to be pretty huge because it has the option to match the Tailwinds from this Dragonite to potentially encore into Poor Choices. And
Total switch up.
Completely different Pokemon in the back. Yuma has changed game plans entirely and is going to take no damage this turn as the Earth Power goes into that Flamigo, completely immune. And now this Ursaluna, which could be threatening a ton of damage with Terra Normal Hyper Voice, instead has to worry about just getting encored into Earth Power against a Flamigo and a Whimsicott. What a huge turn of events with the double switch from Yuma.
Yeah, could be encored into the Protect. You also just have a close combat, which probably, given the bulk that we saw in the Ursaluna in the previous match, should just knock out and has the added benefit of covering for the Grimmsnarl switching on that slot. So yeah, Yuma did an incredible job there, now threatening a Tailwind close combat to certainly KO a slot on Justin's team, and then just has to worry about this Dragonite, which, as we know, Dragonite does have Tailwind and Haze on this set. It doesn't have Extreme Speed or another move. If this game comes down to a 1v1 with the Whimsicott with the Dragonite on the field, the Whimsicott will always win regardless of HP total. So the Ursaluna goes for a Protect as the Flamigo goes for a, we see the Encore go into the Grimmsnarl, not going to have any effect. He had to switch out there, given the Tailwind being locked into that just might end the game on the spot. And we see a double up covering for the switch into the Grimmsnarl slot, knocks it out with close combat. And there was no opportunity really for Justin to knock out that Flamigo this turn due to its Focus Sash and not taking any damage on the previous turn. Just an incredible coverage play from Yuma there.
Yeah, there was... Oh, wow, that is...
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
That's game over, and Justin acknowledging. With the Protect burned on the Ursaluna, and the Ursaluna being trapped in, there's just, like, 7 different ways Yuma could win the endgame at this point. What a wonderful way to establish the pressure that you called out with a close combat into the Ursaluna, and then leverage the Force Protect over there to, like, guaranteed take out the other slot instead, either forcing an Encore or being able to KO the Grimmsnarl as it tried to pivot in to set up a safe switch-in of the Dragonite into the other slot. Yuma just one step ahead there, and really... I've never seen a more effective adjustment in back Pokemon that just allows a game to completely switch on its head.
Absolutely. There was no indication of Yuma's back Pokemon, at least by the leads, because he went with the same ones as Game 1. Switching that up allowed him to really take Justin off guard. Justin was planning the game plan around the Game 1, it looks like, just because of how overwhelmed he was when he saw the Flamigo come in. And credit to Yuma for taking full advantage of that. Taking the knockout with the close combat on the turn that the Encore went off, you've had that Dragonite slot fully pinned, and in knocking out the Dragonite as the Ursaluna protected to try and dodge the close combat into that, now you have a lock with the Encore Whimsicott to allow for close combat to knock out the Ursaluna that turn. And even if you go for a double protect and knock out the Flamigo that turn with the Scale Shot, hitting through the Focus Sash, at that point, you still have to get, I think, a triple protect to survive the Typhlosion's overheat or any other attack. because you need a Pokemon to knock out the Whimsicott that is not the Dragonite. You will always lose that 1v1. So just incredible coverage. You probably needed maybe a triple or quadruple protect to survive the onslaught of damage. So just incredible game. Yeah.
I think the Encore just means that there was nothing that Justin Tang could have done, because the Ursaluna had already gone for Protect, and the Dragonite couldn't touch the Whimsicott. So for the rest of that game, until Ursaluna ran out of Protect power points, there was no way to do damage to the Whimsicott. So I think almost any way that Yuma chooses to go through that endgame, at some point, the Ursaluna will fail Protect and you can knock it out. But even if not, you can just keep it Encored forever and slowly Moonblast down both sides. Just like Whimsicott could not have been a more perfect bring to this endgame. What phenomenal choice from Yuma.
Yeah, and just that level of skill shows why Yuma was able to get to the top 8 in 2024, falling just short of the top 4 that he was able to earn here, and earning his invite to the World Championship this year. No longer having to qualify through the Japanese circuit that has filtered out some incredible players in the past. I don't think any of them take it for granted that they're going to take it for granted that they will make Worlds on any given year because of the difficulty of their system. So just a monumental finish here, getting top 4 in the auto invite to the World Championship. Won the Japan National Championship in the previous year. Definitely has dreams of competing at the highest stage and actually winning the World Championship himself one day, giving him another opportunity to do so at Worlds this year.
If you're a player watching this stream and wondering how to learn better endgames or better VGC fundamentals, I can't think of a better player to watch than Yuma Kinagawa. The way that endgames were just like, from seeming like it was a very volatile mid-game to being almost immediately locked with that switch, to also all the different ways that Yuma was able to make it into the top 8 as well. Just such an incredible mix of really interesting endgame adaptations from Yuma. I am very much looking forward, after this tournament is done, to just going and looking up Yuma Kinagawa games and starting to like learn a little bit more of this player's style.
Yeah, absolutely. Just an incredible finish from him. We're actually going to be moving into caster predictions here. We're pretty late in the tournament. We're going to have a little bit better idea of how accurate some of us have been, how some of us have missed, actually, as we see Matt Maynard and Ben Kiriakou, the European casters who were on earlier in the broadcast, had Ursaluna, King Gambit, Whimsicott just featured in this match with the Farigiraf, actually. Good calls there, Matt. Ben Kiriakou with Dragonite, Ursaluna, Incineroar, and Archaludon. So really just the more balanced stuff that we're used to seeing, and I'll let Hayden take it away for us NA casters.
Yeah, so I think the match we just saw was kind of my picks versus Matt's picks, and I have done a great job of predicting things that made it into the top cut, but not a great job of predicting what wins in top cut. We just watched the Grimmsnarl and the Volcarona lose to the Farigiraf and the Whimsicott, and one of the previous matches we cast, we watched Porygon 2 and Amoonguss get defeated by an Ursaluna. So some really interesting picks that I'm really excited made it far into the tournament, but not quite the picks that are going to be winding up winning this tournament. And maybe I'll let you take it away and talk about this Tyranitar pick that you were discussing earlier.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at Yuma Kinagawa's team, we've seen a lot of Sun teams doing well in Las Vegas regionals in particular. So the idea is Tyranitar could be a solid pick in the face of that. But of course, that doesn't account for the manual Sun setting that Yuma Kinagawa has gone for on his team. So yeah, Tyranitar not doing quite as well as I would have expected. Basket Legion, Ursaluna, pretty safe picks coming into the event, and sharing the same fate as you, Hayden, on the Amoonguss pick. Probably my favorite competitive Pokemon, but maybe not its tournament to shine. I'm not familiar with the rest of the players in the top 4 and the top 8, but it does look like Amoonguss has not done quite as well as I would have wanted it to.
Yeah, poor Amoonguss, a really strong pick in just about every format since the Pokemon has been introduced, but not getting those final showings here. But we will be able to showcase the teams that have made it this far into the tournament. We're going to take a quick break and then come back with more Pokemon action. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And welcome back, trainers. I am Hayden McTavish and joined by Cedric Bernier for the Latin American International Championship side stream. We're really delighted to continue bringing you coverage of the top 8 and top 4 matches of this incredible tournament so far. How are you doing, Cedric?
Doing really well. It's been an incredible tournament, and just to highlight some of the incredible matches we've seen so far, we've actually featured Oliver Escalin versus Teotim Masso on the stream, 2-0 victory for Teotim. We saw Juan Salerno, Gabriel Agati, and I believe the main stream where Juan was able to progress to the top 4. Justin Tang, Yuma Kinigawa, we just saw with Yuma advancing to the top 4 and earning his Worlds invite there. And then we have in this final top 8 match, Hans Bizarro versus Yuya Tada, another Japanese opponent in Yuya Tada trying to earn his invite to the World Championship and avoid qualifying through their really difficult qualification system. So high stakes as well. We have Hans Bizarro, I believe, has won a regional championship before, but this is his greatest accomplishment thus far at the international level. Definitely looking to advance further and really prove himself on this international stage.
Yeah, being at top 8 and gunning for top 4 is such a huge element of prestige and a wonderful testament to the preparation that went into this event. So Hans definitely hoping to make it further. Yuya maybe having the extra incentive of just having watched his countrymen achieve a Worlds invite, maybe trying to gun for doing exactly the same. That would also guarantee that Japan makes it to the finals of this tournament, which would be really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yuya has actually top 8 in the previous year of 2024. So yeah, just a player who has been incredibly accomplished at this tournament before, reaching the same stage once again, and has the opportunity now to best his most proud finish in that top 8, and has the opportunity to punch in that Worlds invite like we've mentioned. Definitely going to be trying very hard, but he has a great opponent in Hans Bizarro, showing himself to be an incredible player, one of Latin America's best. Actually, one of the 2 Latin American players still active in the tournament. We have Juan Salerno in the top 4, and now Hans from Peru trying to qualify in the top 4 as well. So yeah, definitely going to be, I think, Japan hoping to, like you said, reach the finals by guaranteeing both slots in the top 4, but Hans keeping Latin America's hope alive of making at least, even potentially both in the finals by trying to win this battle here.
To take a look at Hans Bizarro's team, what he'll be relying on to get into that top 4 slot. We've got a Garchomp here, as well as Torkoal, Hisuian Typhlosion, Jump Left, Kingambit, and Dragonite. So relatively similar to some compositions by Joseph Ugarte, with some really interesting potential for what seems to have been the pick of the tournament in that Hisuian Typhlosion.
Yeah, Hisuian Typhlosion definitely picked up the Choice Scarf variety most commonly at the Las Vegas Regional, but Hans going back to the tried and true Choice Specs Hisuian Typhlosion with those extremely powerful Terrafire eruptions being threatened with the Torkoal active on the field. Torkoal, interesting set on this one. Compared to the more offensive ones we're more used to seeing, going back to a more supportive Helping Hand Eject Pack Torkoal. The Eject Pack, a really rare item, but really extremely strong on Torkoal, because when you go for the Overheat, the Eject Pack item activates. It switches out your Pokemon when you have a stat drop on it, meaning that you can effectively U-turn while going for a Overheat on your Torkoal if you connect. So on the other side, we have Yuya Tada running a slightly more traditional, but definitely very unique team as well. The Pelipper, Archaludon, Incineroar, Sinistcha, a bit more common rain elements, and then we've peppered in the Thorograph and the Life Orb Ursaluna Blood Moon to make an even more potent Trick Room mode. We have double Trick Room, actually, the Sinistcha and the Thorograph, so maybe shows a little bit of the leanings of Yuya Tada's training on the Pokemon, but yeah, just a very strong rain team.
Yeah, we just saw Thorograph plus Blood Moon Ursaluna working very well on Kinugawa's team, but this time rounded out with some really interesting tools in that Sinistcha, the Archaludon, and Pelipper. One crucial interaction that Incineroar has Intimidate, so can force switch outs from the Torkoal, which might be really important when trying to prevent that Torkoal from doing a lot of damage in Trick Room. But over on Hans Bizarro's side, there's that Kingambit to really make it risky for that Incineroar to come and bring that Intimidate, because you really don't want to be giving Kingambit an attack boost, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. The Kingambit, a Terra Fire, or a Terra Water in this matchup, which could be really critical if you're playing against the Rain Pokemon on Yuya's team, but actually a really interesting lead of Incineroar, Ursaluna Blood Moon versus the Typhlosion and the Torkoal. The Torkoal, as you mentioned, Hayden, the Intimidate is going to drop its stats, but not before the Drought activates, critically, switching the Torkoal out to a Pokemon of Hans's choice. We're going to see what he selects and also get some insight into the Pokemon he has in the back. And it is the Garchomp and the Kingambit, which we identified might be a strong Pokemon to stifle the Trick Room offense, the Kingambit actually. on Yuya's side, but seeing some indecision on whether we go into the Garchomp or the Kingambit here on Hans's side. The Garchomp more immediately threatening the Incineroar, but the Kingambit very weak to the Flare Blitz, which maybe might force the Incineroar and the Ursaluna to stay on the field so that you don't switch into the Pelipper and mitigate your Typhlosion's damage potential, but it is the Garchomp that we switch in here.
So a really strong lead option here from Hans Pizarro, being able to have Sun set up and have Garchomp in without the Intimidate facing down this Incineroar. The one challenge is that Fake Out is very much available on the Garchomp slot, but I think Typhlosion is very happy to just be in the clear to fire off some Eruptions, and the Incineroar can't try to just go directly for damage onto that Typhlosion because the Garchomp is sort of pinning it with all of its powerful ground type attacks.
Yeah, one factor here is the Typhlosion. Although it is a Ghost type right now, if it goes for a Terrestrialization to boost its damage output, will be susceptible to Fake Out. But the Incineroar threatening that Fake Out will be switching out, and it looks like it's going to be that Pelipper trying to get rid of the Sun and mitigate the damage output of the Typhlosion, as we see a Terrestrialization coming out from that Typhlosion, trying to maximize the damage, as I believe we did see an Overheat double up with Dragon Claw into the Ursaluna, really trying to knock this Trick and Sweeper out as it's been led out of that really strong speed position.
And there's no Protect from the Ursaluna Blood Moon, so Dragon Claw is going to come out, do a good 40% to that Ursaluna, and Stellar...
Oh, wow.
An Overheat miss means that Ursaluna does not have to worry about the damage it would take, and that's the Terra burned and no damage out from this poor Typhlosion, as Hans Pizarro is now very far behind in this game.
Yeah, really interesting choice to lock into the Overheat and not the Eruption. The Overheat with the single target is still stronger slightly than the Eruption, but of course it comes at the cost of that 90% accuracy that has just come into play here. Now we've lost the Terrestrialization on the on the Typhlosion on Hans' side, whereas Yuya still has that defensive option available and his Ursaluna critically while taking a knockout. Huge swing on that miss there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe that would have really mattered. It looked like it was pretty close whether the Typhlosion would be able to get a KO, especially through rain. And so that extra bit of damage might have been very important for Hans to gamble on with the Overheat, but very much does not pay out in this situation. And now it's really all on this Garchomp and Kingambit to try to find damage into this Ursaluna before it can run away with the game.
Yeah, the Eruption also would have broken the Focus Sash on the Pelipper switch you're expecting, so maybe something to look at in the next game, but we do see another offensive turn. Going for the Dragon Claw into the Pelipper and no Sucker Punch critically, maybe protecting or expecting a Protect from the Ursaluna, playing defensively in front of the Garchomp. We see another Earth Power firing off, not knocking out the Kingambit, looking to be trained pretty strong, or the Ursaluna is trained maybe a little bit faster or bulkier, as we see the follow-up Low Kick, knocking out the Ursaluna pretty handily. Quite a heavy Pokemon going to be at least maxing out the base power there, as we see the knockout into the Ursaluna, but Tailwind went up, unfortunately.
Yeah, getting Tailwind up here is huge for Yuya and puts this Pelipper in pretty strong position, especially with the Sinistcha around to be able to redirect any Sucker Punches from the Kingambit. There's just so much damage potential still, I think, from Yuya's side, but very crucial for Kingambit to be able to survive that Earth Power. That's something that I was not sure about going into this match. It very much depends on how the Kingambit and Ursaluna are trained. Hans knowing that going forward is going to be huge because it's such a better position to have taken out the Ursaluna and have the Sucker Punch pressure from this Kingambit than it would be if that Kingambit had just fainted. That would have been the end of the game. So we'll have to see how the players play out this turn. It looks like Yuya is trying to switch out that Pelipper, maybe in anticipation of the Torkoal coming back in on the other side. And we're going to see the final Pokemon once again shown as that Incineroar, getting the Intimidate off on the Garchomp, but giving Kingambit quite a bit of a boost.
Yeah, Yuya's actually brought about a pretty interesting situation here where you have the speed control, but you don't really have a lot of damage to immediately take advantage of it. The Torkoal can switch in and make your Weather Ball deal not super effective damage to all Pokemon in the field. Trying to get away from that gets the Pelipper off the field so you can switch in Drizzle on the next turn. You actually now have the Incineroar on the field with Flare Blitz active in the sun to do some damage. Critical read from Yuya there actually to expect to switch out in the Kingambit, because you can imagine if the Incineroar comes in and it just clicks Sucker Punch into the Sinistcha, that should be a relatively free knockout. So yeah, aggressive play from Yuya, but it definitely pans out to give him a slightly stronger, or I mean a much stronger offensive position than if he sort of played the game very linearly and just attacked that turn.
Yeah, now a nice position here to have some fake out pressure out. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's going to be really interesting to see where the damage comes up from the side of the field. I think that Yuja really has to win the Weather War to be able to do good damage with the Pelipper, given that all of these, or the each Pokemon on the field, resist fire damage. So Fire type Weather Ball is really not what Pelipper wants to lock into. Some good damage potential, but getting around that Garchomp is still, I think, obstacle number one for Yuja here.
Yeah, we're going to see a Terastallization as the Garchomp looked like it went for Protect, trying to preserve that defensive piece. We see Sinistra going for the Terra Fire, going to make it resistant to the Fire-type moves, which normally would have been a pretty clear knockout with the Overheat on it. Now going to be resisting those, but making yourself weak to Earthquakes and Stomping Tantrum in future turns from the Garchomp. Garchomp going for Protect in the face of the knockoff, which probably would have been pretty close to a knockout, depending on the training on this Incineroar. Probably almost certainly would have been a knockout in combination with the Machagacha had it connected, but we are going to see the Machagacha connect into the Torkoal. Going to do a little bit more damage, potentially chipping it in range for a knockoff for a Sun Boosted Weather Ball later in the game. We'll come down to that as the Torkoal goes for the Overheat. It doesn't have the Eject Pack active anymore because it was used on the first turn, so kind of minimal damage in the Incineroar, at least. Even a crit wouldn't have knocked it out. So yeah, at this point, maybe trying to chip it into Rocky Helmet, or rather Rough Skin range after the knockoff into the Garchomp, but really struggling with this Tailwind, even though Yuya only has defensive pieces on right now.
Tailwind is almost gone though. I think this is the last turn. So if Hans is able to find a way around this last turn, there's now a whole lot of fire types on either side of the field that very much do not want to deal with a Garchomp if it's able to survive this next turn and be able to fire out some Earthquakes or similar attacks.
Yeah, getting the Garchomp actually in that situation without losing enough resources to actually win the game might be the trouble here. We're going to see the Garchomp actually switching out, trying to preserve that for after Tailwind ends. But if it's another knockoff Machagacha here, that will certainly knock off this low HP King Gambit. Usually would resist both of those attacks and be pretty happy about that. But with the combination, you do take the knockout in the King Gambit. And at this point, you might just go for a Trick Room. You don't even need the Machagacha damage on the Sinistra if you want to set up for a Trick Room to knock out the Garchomp later in the game, but it is just a Machagacha. Playing it safe, maybe you don't knock out the King Gambit with a knockoff there. You want to be secure in that damage. See another Overheat coming out, trying to chip that Sinistra down into range of potentially an Earthquake from the Garchomp in the next couple of turns. As the Tailwind does end, and Garchomp enters the field once more.
So Garchomp did manage to make it through the Tailwind here and is now in prime position. The only downside is it really can't go for an Earthquake here unless Hans is very confident that the Garchomp can solo the Pelipper later. So he is going to have to take its choice of what targeting to do, which I think is a bit of a challenge because the Sinistra and the Incineroar could both cause a lot of problems if they survive this turn. So a bit tough for Hans to be... Hans now has the damage to close out the game, but getting it quickly enough might still be a really big challenge.
Yeah, getting it quickly enough, and most critically, getting it at the right times. You have a KO into every Pokemon in the game. Under certain circumstances, you have Helping Hand Earthquake to KO both Pokemon in the field this turn, but most likely the Pelipper, immune to the Earthquake, will switch out this turn, which we do see the Incineroar switching out into the only remaining Pokemon in the Pelipper, so definitely going to be able to will survive a Ground-type move. But if you do that, you're also setting up you're letting the Sinistra hit Trick Room. Yeah, we see Rage Powder trying to redirect any potential Dragon Claw, most likely into the Pelipper, as we do see the Stomping Tantrum go out into the Sinistra, going to take a clean knockout. So now the Torkoal does have an opportunity to take an attack. It is at -2, I think actually -4 special attack from 2 Overheats in the rain. Not going to do a lot to the Pelipper, unless of course you get a critical hit here. As we see the Overheat does come out. Overheat, that was kind of damage, I guess. Yeah, the Pelipper is able to tank that relatively easily and very nicely because of the hospitality you took earlier in the game. Now it's going to be close, but after the Intimidate on the Garchomp, you might be able to survive that attack, or rather, you might be able to survive a Dragon Claw at -1. But yeah, actually, you do have Fake Out active on the board with Tailwind. We could really see a turnaround in this game.
Yeah, I think that Yuya found a wonderful line through this game. I don't think that it's going to matter whether the Pelipper can take an attack because you have absolutely the Fake Out plus Tailwind. This poor -6 special attack Torkoal is not going to be doing anything bar a super critical hit. I think even a crit is not going to take out the Pelipper. So just taking the Fake Out and the Tailwind is going to mean that Hans, I think, has the option to just close things out. Yuya really had to win the Weather War to have damage, and Yuya won the Weather War.
Yeah, in light of the Tailwind play this turn, I actually really like the Rage Powder on the previous turn. You're saying, all right, at worst, I am going to lose my Sinistra to a Stomping Tantrum this turn. If you make a read and try and Dragon Claw me, I actually get the next turn, and I don't even have... I get to survive with both my Pokemon this turn, and then the next one I get to Rage Powder and Tailwind again to take my knockouts if I want. But yeah, just a really smart find, just identifying, okay, Sinistra can go down here as long as I get into a situation where my Pelipper can hit Tailwind and my Incineroar and Pelipper can outsmart your Pokemon. I will always win this game. So incredible find by Yuya. Just honestly so overwhelmingly impressed by both Yuya and Kinagawa's ability to just navigate these end games. Yeah, just an incredible last two matches we've seen from the Japanese players in this international, showing why they have the opportunity here with one more match to guarantee a spot in the finals.
I feel like this might be a little bit early, but almost as soon as the Kingambit switched out and didn't get the Sucker Punch off on the Sinistra, I think Yuya had this game very nearly locked. There was just so much pressure on the Garchomp slot until it switched out. And by the time it got back in, Yuya had done enough damage to ensure winning the Weather War, to get that Pelipper in prime position around the Incineroar. Just exceptionally well played with these defensive pieces that Yuya has. And I think that's really the mark of an exceptional player, especially in endgames. To have, yes, the powerful Pokemon like Ursaluna, but to know when and how to use them, to be able to position all of these other resources. The Rage Powder on Sinistra just coming up in a way that I really wasn't expecting, making sure that it took the damage instead of the immune Pelipper on the switch in, just because that locked up the end game, as you pointed out.
Yeah, I think there are, some players might have just gone for the Trick Room, because you get the Sinistra knocked out, whatever, now you have Incineroar Sinistra in Trick Room, you still probably beat this severely dropped Torkoal and the Garchomp just with the natural resistances, but that might be a little bit more susceptible to crits and misses. You found the endgame that risked absolutely nothing, no risk on moves in the rest of the game, as we convert to this game to a little bit more Trick Room oriented of a lead, facing this once again very offensive Sun lead of Torkoal and Typhlosion.
So offensive Sun lead with the same vulnerability as last time, that you could absolutely switch in a Pelipper and have Rain predominant for this next turn. We're going to see Hans looking for enough damage from these two Pokemon. I think has locked in another Terrestrialization and an Overheat, hoping to connect this time instead of missing like last time. I would be very surprised if we don't see Yuya switching in the Rain to try to help handle that.
Yeah, I think we totally forgot just how long that game was drawn out, that if the Ursaluna had gone on earlier, you have another tool in the Typhlosion. So we get a reset from Hans here, now able to utilize that Typhlosion once again, as we see the weak to fire moves, Sinistra switching out into the Pelipper, removing the Sun could be important for the Ursaluna's longevity in this match. Actually decides not to switch out into the Incineroar, or by not leading the Incineroar, you have the Torkoal on the field, which is less threatening offensively, even with the Helping Hand probably than the Typhlosion. But we're going to see, with the Helping Hand, the Terrifier in Rain, how much is this Overheat going to do? It does connect this time. We'll know for sure how much damage it would have done last time, as the Overheat does not knock out. It's most likely in range of one more Light Orb. So you do get a lot of value out of this Typhlosion, but yeah, not knocking out the Ursaluna in total. Once again, Eruption. Breaking the Focus Sash on the Pelipper might have been a little bit stronger of a choice given the training on that Ursaluna.
That's tough. I think that the Overheat really just barely brought the Ursaluna into Life Orb range. So that 2 or 3 percentage points of damage might have really been super critical there. But with the Pelipper having its Focus Sash intact, and with these, I think that the Hyper Voice really just makes it so hard for Hans now. Rain is up. There's these two poor fire types. One of them is -2 special attack locked into fire moves. One of them only has fire attacks, and there's a Pelipper in prime position in Rain. It's going to be almost impossible, I think, for Hans to make it out of this turn without taking a ton of damage, or even giving the potential for a Trick Room setup on the Sinistra.
Yeah, you have a relatively safe switch in the Kingambit, where a Weather Ball will do a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but you're at least not letting up a KO, which is very important to preserve your Pokemon. When you want to be switching your Torkoal in and out, you want to make sure that you have those Pokemon to actually switch to, so you can reset the weather conditions in your favor. Typhlosion sticking on the field at -2, still has a lot of damage on the field and prioritizes breaking that Focus Sash. Wow, still a lot of damage onto the Pelipper here, brings it down a little above 60%, or roughly 60%, and then it goes for the Tailwind on the Pelipper, trying to gain that speed advantage. Machagacha from the Sinistra. No desire to click a defensive option. No Trick Room here as Machagacha fails to knock out the Typhlosion. Gets the burn on the Kingambit. Oh my goodness, that's so huge. The King Gambit could have been the most critical Pokemon in knocking out the Sinistcha, the King Gambit in the future turns, and stifling the Incineroar from coming in and switching to mitigate the damage on the rest of the Pokemon on Hansa's side. That burn is so critical. Excellent decision by Yuya to weigh the odds and go for the Machagacha there. Rolls correctly there.
That, I think, might be... It's too early to say it's game-winning, but that completely changes all of Han's game plan here. That overheat was clearly, I think, setting up for the King Gambit to be able to finish off that Pelipper, but with its damage output halved, there's just so much potential for Yuya to start firing out more powerful attacks. The one thing in Hans' favor here is that the Torkoal can still switch in at some point to get the weather back, but it looks like Hans isn't going for that just yet. He's going to be trying to weather the storm of this Stellar Terastallization on the Pelipper.
Yeah, interesting Stellar Terra. Just identifying that most likely the damage on the King Gambit is still the most valuable thing, even if it is burned. We see the Sucker Punch doing not a crazy amount of damage after the burn. Now we're going to see the Weather Ball coming out and targeting into the King Gambit. We'll see how much it does and whether it's in range of a non-Stellar Terra boosted Weather Ball in the future turns. Looks like it will be pretty handily. The Typhlosion actually outspeeding the Sinistcha even in Tailwind, which means that we're going to see a follow-up Overheat. Might have gotten a critical hit there to knock out the Pelipper, which is going to be really important. You've now guaranteed weather superiority with your Torkoal whenever it comes in. You might be losing the Typhlosion to actually be able to accomplish that, which is one of the Pokemon that would take best advantage of the... oh no, we see a Life Dew. It was trying to heal up the Pelipper to survive future Sucker Punches, and oh my goodness, overheats, but now the Typhlosion has stuck around on the field. With Torkoal in the back, you have fairly safe switch in, and this Incineroar, no priority in the back to be able to clean up this Typhlosion, which may have speed superiority if all weather control, or if all speed control aspects are removed. So yeah, really critical hit there.
Yeah, so very much swinging back around in Han's favor with that important KO on the Pelipper that Yuya was really trying to prevent from happening. A really interesting situation now where Typhlosion is set up in the back if it's able to get on the field when there is no fake out pressure active. It can just start taking KOs. But there's the Trick Room option on the Sinistcha. So timing that and figuring it out properly might be a bit of a snag. And there's certainly not a ton of pressure on from Hans onto your side of the field this turn. It does look like, though, just leaving all of the Pokemon in, going for a Sucker Punch on the Sinistcha, trying to catch it in attacking and try to lower it down.
Yeah, we'll see how much damage and whether this Typhlosion can even outspeed. Note the Incineroar will outspeed in the Tailwind, so decides to let that Pokemon go down. Sucker Punch after the Defiant, even in spite of the burn, the Defiant Rays allowed the Sucker Punch to do a keeping helping of damage on the Sinistcha, and we're going to see the Machagacha come out from that Pokemon as well, just because we saw Sucker Punch come out. That is, of course, the only attacking move on the Sinistcha. Going to do a little bit of damage and now chip it within range of looking like 3 burns. But definitely another 1 burn after another Machagacha if that comes out. But yeah, we're going to see the King Gambit one more turn of burn as Hans gets to pick his final his Pokemon that he brings in on what I believe is the final turn of Tailwind. Yeah, the Garchomp definitely very favored into the Incineroar if that is the choice.
So I like the straight to just play to Garchomp here. It has a turn of Protect to stall out the rest of the Tailwind. And the King Gambit at least puts out a little bit of pressure on the Sinistcha, which is the one Pokemon that Garchomp can damage. The one snag here is, on this last bit of Tailwind, the Sinistcha absolutely has the option to go for a Trick Room, and the Incineroar can cover any damage from the King Gambit by targeting into that slot. So the Garchomp really doesn't have a safe Protect here. There's a ton of reads here for which side's able to get out damage as Yuya tries to set up a decent speed order, or maybe just goes for a little bit more damage.
Yeah, interesting decision not to protect the Garchomp. I think if the Trick Room even gets set up, you probably win the game with Torkoal in the back and Garchomp in Trick Room if you don't get damage this turn. But we do just see Dragon Claw come out from the Garchomp, and the Sinistcha goes for Life Dew. King Gambit has selected Assurance, which is an interesting move, very rare in VGC. However, if a Pokemon takes damage during the turn that Assurance is used, it doubles in base power from 65 to 130, and because of that, it's able to knock out the Sinistcha, which otherwise the King Gambit was incapable of. And now we see the speed, or the rain goes away. We see the Tailwind should be ending this turn, and we see the Garchomp should be able to knock out the King Gambit with the Stomping Tantrum in future turns. And even if it does not, yeah, you've already had your item knocked off, so knockoff is going to do no more damage than it did on that turn.
What a great way to bring us to a game 3. I'm really excited we get to see another round between these two players. Such a volatile game. It really seemed like that burn was putting Hans quite behind, but getting just that little bit more damage than expected with a critical hit on Overheat was so huge, and absolutely gave Hans just this nice guaranteed win condition with the Garchomp. We saw Hans trying to play for the Garchomp in game 1 and not being able to manage around the Pelipper, but with the Pelipper gone, it was a totally different story this game. And that King Gambit, it didn't care that it was burned. It did so much damage after that.
Yeah, I think the margins on these games have been incredibly tight. Some luck in both games, both the miss in the first game and then the burn in the second game. Yeah, it's been actually mostly. It's going to be really difficult for these players. They're actually going to show a replay. Yeah, we saw the Overheat just doesn't knock out the Ursaluna, so that might inform Hans's plays with turn 1 with the Eruption versus Overheat decision in future turns. I think in these games, he's struggled to get damage into the Pelipper consistently, as Yuya has been protecting it, sort of needed a critical hit to actually secure the game in game 2. So if you go for the Eruption a little bit earlier, you might have a little bit easier margins in actually closing out the Pelipper's damage output, because once you knock out the Ursaluna, that does seem to be Yuya's main damage dealer on the team.
Now, it's a really tough situation because we saw exactly the trap that Yuya was trying to set for the Typhlosion going for Eruption. If Typhlosion goes for the Eruption and Ursaluna goes to the Hyper Voice, then Typhlosion is locked into an attack that is even worse than a -2 Overheat. Being at like 30 or so hit points and trying to go for Eruptions is just not going to be a lot of damage. So I'm really curious to see if Hans can find a way to not have to click Overheat to be able to get more consistent damage with something like Eruption, or if that's maybe just forced, because it's really dangerous to have a Typhlosion locked into that Eruption move as well.
We're seeing a switch up from Hans. Doesn't want to play the Helping Hand, Eruption, or Overheat decision this time. Doesn't want to go for that. Acknowledges might not be working as consistently as he would like, so leads the Garchomp a little bit more offensively instead against the Sinistcha. Ursaluna once again. The Sinistcha does, as we've seen, have the Terra Fire, so can resist the Terra Fire Eruption, but would be susceptible to a ground type follow-up. So normally you might just want to set up Protect here and burn your Terrestrialization, but the Garchomp really stopping that in its tracks, potentially threatening a Stomping Tantrum.
Yeah, I think this is the best lead Hans has shown us. This is a really strong way to leverage all of the offensive potential that Hans has been able to bring to bear before at a time when it is really, really important to be able to threaten that Ursaluna. We're going to see the Fire Terrestrialization from that Typhlosion, just as it's done every other game. But I think we've seen a different move locked in this time, that move that you were shouting at, Cedric, because we see an answering Terrestrialization. I believe that's going to be the Sinistcha trying to set itself up to be able to resist Eruption.
Oh man, if this is a Protect on the Ursaluna and Garchomp targeted into it, Sinistcha will survive the turn and set up Trick Room. The targeting on this is incredibly influential. Hans shaking his head in dismay. It looks like he might have targeted into that Ursaluna. We see the Dragon Claw target into Ursaluna. There's no attack that Typhlosion has that can possibly knock out the Sinistcha. Even the Terrifier Eruption, without the Sun, without Helping Hand, is not going to be able to overwhelm the defensive capabilities that the Sinistcha has gained from the Terrifier. Such a risky Terrifier. If a Stomping Tantrum comes out, that will knock out your Sinistcha in combination with the Eruption. As Trick Room goes up, this is truly Hans's worst nightmare here.
Yuya has been setting up this turn 1 for the entire set. Every other lead, that slot next to the Ursaluna has switched into a Pelipper. And Hans could not afford to target a ground type attack into a Pelipper switch in again. That would have been catastrophic. And Yuya just setting things up so that Hans, at the moment that he was counting on the Pelipper being switched in, now has been able to instead set up this wonderful Trick Room game plan. And there's now a full health Ursaluna with 4 turns of Trick Room to wreak absolute havoc here.
Yeah, brilliant call out. In the first game, actually, Hans made the call of Dragon Claw and targeting into the Ursaluna to try and take that knockout as Pelipper came in. And he missed, so you might expect him to go for that again, just expecting it to work this time as long as you hit. Doesn't work this time. Yuya calls it out perfectly, switching in the Sinistcha. And we see a series of switch outs here. The King Gambit coming in for the Typhlosion, which is susceptible to an Earth Power, a Protect from the Garchomp, and a Fist Pump from Yuya. I can imagine we're seeing an Earth Power into that Typhlosion slot. King Gambit taking the full force of that as the Incineroar comes in active with Fake Out pressure to prevent the King Gambit from going for any move this turn or stopping the Garchomp in its tracks. Yeah, just really proactive usage of his Trick Room turns, getting Fake Out active in addition to the strong damage of the Ursaluna Blood Moon for the future turn.
Yeah, such wonderful proactive play from Yuya, yet again nailing a turn exceptionally. Yuya was really building up for this third game for this whole set, and I think with the fake out pressure now and the protect burned on the Garchomp, there's just so much damage output this Ursaluna gets to bring to bear now.
Bring to bear, love it. We of course have a Blood Moon, able to target any Pokemon in the back, and will probably knock it out if you go. Well, you can't go for the Terra Normal, but might knock out the Garchomp outright. It's an incredibly powerful move. We see Fake Out going into the King Gambit. Doesn't take a knockout due to the resistance and just being an incredibly bulky Pokemon. As the Ursaluna Blood Moon follows up, fires off that Blood Moon of its own namesake, knocks out the Garchomp in one hit. No damage dealt by the Garchomp in this battle. That offensive Pokemon that was meant to be so strong for Hans in this game has done no damage and has been knocked out in 3 turns of it being on the field. As we see the Torkoal in the back, King Gambit stuck on the field, locked down by the Fake Out this turn. But with Pelipper most likely in the back, this Torkoal going to really struggle to deal a lot of damage, even if it can eject itself with the Overheat.
Yeah, this is one of those factors that makes Trick Room such a powerful strategy for Yuya. A lot of these slow Pokemon that Hans wants to use against the Ursaluna in Trick Room can't do as much damage against the Pelipper. The main angle that Hans had here is the low kick option on that King Gambit, but it's so low now that getting the targeting wrong once and losing that Pokemon could be really catastrophic. So Hans has to maybe worry even just about the Ursaluna going for a Protect and the Incineroar getting just a little bit of chip damage into that King Gambit. There's just not a lot of safe options from Hans. Really needs to find some good damage on this turn or will be very far behind for the rest of the set.
Absolutely. If Yuya really wants to simplify this game, you should have a fairly safe double target into the King Gambit, and no matter what happens, you take that knockout, assuming that you underspeed with both Pokemon, and even if the Torkoal eject packs out, which it was looking to do that turn, you'd get the Pelipper in. Within Trick Room, it'd activate the Drizzle second, but yeah, not going to see that go. Actually does get undersped on the Incineroar, but does survive. A critical hit would have been extremely narrow there, but now as good as what I suggested, maybe even better actually. We see the King Gambit go down. The Torkoal is locked on the field, can't even eject pack itself out because there's no Pokemon to switch into remaining. We see the Typhlosion come in, and with a simple switch to the Drizzle Pelipper in the back, you'll be guaranteed to survive the Overheat, and an Earth Power can clean out this Typhlosion, which has no defensive options available to it. Yuya Tada might be on the verge of punching in his Worlds ticket and making this top 4 for the auto qualification to the World Championship.
Yuya's so close that he can taste it. There's these 2 powerful fire types staring him down, but one simple switch is going to have the damage output of these 2 Pokemon. I think even third it because the sun's going away. That's going to be Pelipper hitting the field. Good confirmation Yuya did in fact bring that Pokemon. That was, I think, Hans's one slim hope. As we see an Overheat go out, not any damage to speak of into that Ursaluna, and Ursaluna is going to be happy to fire off a super effective Earth Power, finish off that Typhlosion, and now all that stands between Yuya and a World's Invite top 4 at LAIC is a -2 special attack Torkoal stuck in range.
Yeah, I think he might like those odds, but just look at how locked in Yuya is, just ready to punch in the moves that will get him to the World Championship, but there's just such restraint. You can tell this means a lot to him, but ultimately he's gunning for the championship. Incredible show that match. Could have lost it on game 1, but in game 3, oh, there's the pop off. He could have lost it, made the correct call after a set of defensive play with the Sinistcha, switching into the Pelipper at every opportunity in the face of Sun in this last critical moment, pulls the trigger on an offensive read, and is able to secure the win.
I am so happy we got to cast this match together. That was such phenomenal Pokemon. My favorite thing in the whole world is seeing a player build up that expectation of certain play patterns throughout all of game 1 and game 2, and then exploiting that in game 3. It just felt like Yuya was absolutely ready to do that, and it paid off so well, not really making much use of Trick Room in the other games, and just pulling out in game 3 for that completely different way of achieving an overwhelming victory.
Absolutely. I think overwhelming is the perfect way to describe it, but it could have been extremely close. But like you said, the ability to pull on the expectations from game 1 and game 2 and exploit them to the highest degree by entirely switching up the game plan was just a phenomenal decision by Yuya, and did it at the most critical point of the tournament and allowed him to convert to that top 4 victory where he's able to qualify for the World Championships, but also get a shot at the title. This would be his first opportunity, or actually he hasn't won an international tournament before. He was gunning for that top 4. He's only gotten the top 8 before, but now that you've gotten here, why stop there?
Absolutely. That's one of the best feelings in Pokemon as well, is accomplishing your goals and being able to just know that everything from here on out is extra. What a wonderful opportunity for Yuya Tada and Yuma Kinugawa to play each other at LAIC. These are two players who I'm really excited to be able to feature later for that top 4 match. They've both shown incredible play throughout this tournament. And we know Japan will make it to the finals, but we don't know which Japanese player will be there. I'm really excited to see which one.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 countrymen. You have to be wondering, like Yuya Tada playing against Yuma Kinugawa, the 2025 Japan National Championships. That's got to be a match that he has always wanted to play, and to get to do it at the main stage at an international tournament with so much on the line, but ultimately knowing that at least one of them is going to move through, really exciting. Incredibly happy for both of them. And on the other side of the bracket, we have Juan Salerno from Argentina, the final remaining Latin American player trying to fight off all the invaders from both Japan and his opponent in the top 4 from France, Théotin Masseux, one of the most incredible runs of Pokemon I've seen in a long time. Got top 16 at the World Championship, beating yours truly in top 32. And got a top 4 at the Lao Regional Championship, and now is converted to a top 4 at the International Championship, with the potential to actually win it all if he wins 2 more matches. So incredibly, like, I don't think we could have built a cooler top 4, and I'm excited to see the rest of the matches.
So much stakes in store for both of these matches. Totime trying to capitalize on this incredible tear of exceptional Pokemon, attempt to defend Latin America in the international championships, and face off between 2 countrymen to figure out who in Japan will make it to the finals. We've got all this for you all. Just after we go to a quick break, we'll be bringing you both top 4 matches. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the Victory Road side stream broadcast featuring matches from the Latin American International Championships in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Actually, going to correct myself, no longer the side stream. We are featuring matches from the top 4 of the tournament. Incredible matches of Pokemon being played. My name is Cedric, proud to be bringing you these matches along with Hayden. How are you doing, Hayden?
So delighted to be here with you, Cedric, as always. These have been just incredible matches from the start, but as we get deeper into the tournament, they keep getting more and more intense, higher stakes, exciting. We're really seeing a ton of ingenuity coming out from all of the players we've seen, and I'm really excited to be showcasing these last 2 high-pressure matches of the day with Teotihuacan Maso versus Juan Salerno, what we'll be featuring now, and then I believe we're planning to later feature Yuma Kinagawa versus Yuya Tada. I'm so excited, Cedric!
Yeah, us personally, I think we've seen every one of these players play on stream except for Juan Salerno. We missed that match personally. It was featured on the mainstream. We missed it personally, but extremely excited. Juan is just an incredible player who has actually top cut this event before. It's the first time for Teotihuacan Maso making it into the top cut, but has been on an absolute heater of a run of Pokemon tournaments, as we mentioned before in the broadcast. Top 16 at the World Championships, top 4. Actually, I think it was finals at the Gdansk Regional Championship, and also Juan Salerno also played him at that tournament as well in the top 4.
Yeah, if you're wondering, this is in fact the Latin American International Championships and not Gdansk. You might be confused because it's exactly the same 2 players being featured in one of the top 4 matches with, I believe, the same teams. So these 2 players, having had a lot of opportunity to play each other before, now playing each other in even higher stakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the loser of the match, I think you've probably thought about it a little bit more. If it's a more off-the-wall team, you probably consider what you should have done a little bit more often. However, I think between the 2 players, both of their teams are so common. I think both of them use them as data in the future, probably watch the set back to try and learn what they could have done better, assuming they would actually play a similar team at the International Championship, but I don't think either would have expected to play the exact same teams against the exact same players. So that's going to add a interesting fold. Both of them are intimately familiar with the play styles and plays even in this specific matchup of each other. So yeah, going to be a super cerebral matchup where both of the players are really going to be both trying to position extraordinarily well, but also understand what the opposing trainer is going to do just based off of their past experience against them.
If we really get to feature just the full depth of what a Pokemon matchup can be, these 2 players are both experts in the archetypes that they are bringing and experts in this particular matchup. And so being able to see how they can handle this particular matchup in this high stakes situation with like every bit of adrenaline in their body pushing them to come up with the next new little innovation, the next new little tech to be able to make it through the match, I could not be more excited for a feature match between 2 players.
Exactly. And we have Juan Salerno of Argentina, the last Latin American player alive in this tournament, going to be playing against Teotihuacan Maso of France. 2 incredible players. We have their accomplishments on the screen there. We have the 2025 Rio de Janeiro regional champion. Teotihuacan got, of course, the top 16 at Worlds and has a EUIC top 8, a Bologna top 8, a series of other finishes at regionals and internationals at New Orleans. But yeah, I think both of these players are extremely proud of this finish. And actually in 2021, Salerno got a top 4 at this tournament. So he's now matched his best finish, trying to convert to an even greater one with 1 more match win.
Yeah, we got to feature so many interesting storylines of players encountering their last former ceiling in this tournament and trying to break through. So it would be really exciting to see Juan be able to make it through a little further. Of course, facing against Juan, Teotihuacan Maso, I don't think I even need to read the accomplishments of Teotihuacan on an absolute tear through this tournament.
100%. And Juan on the screen, he's going to be using this pretty common team to most players. I believe it was Emanuele Brigante, who won a regional, the first of the second half Regulation H regionals, using this or very close to this exact team, except for a Ninetales in place of the Dragonite, which is a bit more offensive of an option, doesn't offer the same Encore, Disable, Icy Wind support options, but still does have the Tailwind to get the speed advantage over opposing Pokemon in the mirror, and then Haze to mitigate any setup options that his opponents may have, along with the massive damage of the Scale Shot. Aside from that, yeah, we have the Goldango, Rillaboom, Sneasel, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and the Incineroar. Probably couldn't have picked more higher usage Pokemon, but despite that, every despite every player knowing exactly what the Pokemon on Juan's team want to do, they don't know how he is going to utilize them. They don't understand them to the same level that he does, and that's why he has been able to convert to a top 4, not only at his last regional, but now at this international championship.
It's one of the advantages of formats that run for a longer period of time than many of them do in VGC, that players can really find what they're comfortable with, and then can have skill expression less in terms of which 6 Pokemon they bring, and more in terms of details of the training and details of the specific strategies that they go for. I think that gives us the opportunity to feature some really deep and interesting gameplay here.
Yeah, exactly. The players have exchanged their team sheets, now are looking at each other's teams in game, although they are, of course, familiar with each other's teams, having played in the top 4 of Gdansk Regional. But now we have Teo Team's team on the screen. We have Basque Legion with the adaptability Choice Scarf, able to pump out immediate damage with the Wave Crash for a whole lot of damage, or the Last Respects, lock into that and deal a lot of damage later in the game after some of its partners has been knocked out. Aside from that, we have a Blood Moon Ursaluna, the same set that we saw from Juan Salerno's, the Leftovers Yawn set, along with Rillaboom and Incineroar, Alolan Ninetales, and Volcarona. The Volcarona and the Alolan Ninetales definitely going to be big differentiators between the two teams, as well as the Basque Legion.
Yeah, that Basque Legion really has been such an incredible tool for Teo Team. It has so many options early game with Flip Turn, so many options late game with Last Respect. It also is a pretty important piece for damage into Ursaluna normally, although with the water type terrestrialization on Ursaluna, it has options to be a type that is going to make it really hard for Basque Legion to put out damage. So we're going to see Teo Team actually going with 2 fire types in the lead, facing down the Incineroar and Golden Go on the other side of the field here.
Yeah, very obviously setup oriented lead from both players. Both could choose to go for either a Nasty Plot or a Quiver Dance, but on Teo Team's side, you have the option to go for a Heat Wave more aggressively and deal a lot of damage to Goldango if it does not go for the Terastallization. We of course see the imbalance in the typings here, where we can fake out the Volcarona, but Teo Team's Incineroar can't fake out the Ghost type Goldango. We see immediate targeting of the Shadow Ball into that Pokemon not wanting to set up, and just goes for immediate damage on the Volcarona, which will stick if this is not a Citrus Berry Volcarona, as we see the knockoff dealing a ton of damage and knocking off the Life Orb on the Goldango.
Potentially important special defense drop on the Shadow Ball definitely removes the option for Volcarona to try to go for a Quiver Dance to survive this next attack. But other than that, I think Teo Team getting the better end of the trade. Getting rid of the Life Orb on Goldango is really nice, has a really safe way to get rid of the Goldango this next turn as well, with either the Volcarona or the Incineroar. Of course, Teo Team definitely doesn't want to lose Volcarona so quickly, and we're going to see that being switched out into the Rillaboom, setting up some fake out pressure for whatever comes in after the Goldango potentially goes down, and importantly, preserving the Volcarona for later.
Yeah, we see Shadow Ball come out into the Rillaboom, just really trying to target down the Volcarona if it tries to get aggressive and sets up a Quiver Dance, and we critically don't see a Terastallization from the Goldango with all the damage on it from the previous turn. Probably just doesn't want to, in addition with the Life Orb being knocked out, commit such a valuable resource to a Pokemon that might just get knocked out pretty quickly anyways. We see a lot of shuffling this turn. We saw the Rillaboom come in, and now we have the Parting Shot from the Incineroar. Juan considering lots of options, but opts for the Sneasler, which can actively knock out both of the Pokemon on the board with a Terraflying Acrobatics or Close Combat, activating that unique Grassy Seed item, which will also activate the Unburden on the Sneasler, which doubles its speed in future turns. You see a Parting Shot come out from the Incineroar. No shortage of switching moves on either of these teams. Lowering the attack stat of the Sneasler, actually really important because Sneasler wants to come in and preserve that Grassy Seed, but with it being intimidated or Parting Shotted and its attack stat being lowered, it wants to switch out. The Grassy Seed on the Volcarona really just wants to copy the Sneasler, says, you know what, that actually looks pretty nice, activates its own Grassy Seed, and starts to heal up the large amount of damage that Juan dealt on the first turn with that Grassy Terrain healing. Really intense turn, lots of shuffling around, going to be indicative of the quality of play we're going to see from both of these players in this set.
I believe we saw Grassy Terrain activating earlier on the Goldango than the Volcarona, which would be pretty important. That Volcarona really would need to be faster than the Goldango to be able to put a lot of pressure out here. We are going to see, just to protect from the Sneasler, keeping it safe for a little bit later, as a Fake Out goes into that Sneasler slot. So no damage being dealt over into that slot. The Rillaboom's turn effectively wasted. As yes, indeed, that Goldango is faster than the Volcarona, but not able to get the KO after that Grassy Terrain recovery. Maybe not even the Grassy Terrain recovery was necessary. It's going to be a heat wave coming out from Volcarona, finishing off that Golden Go, but that Volcarona is now low enough not to be threatening any more Pokemon anytime soon. That Sneasler has a really comfortable way to finish it off.
Yeah, I don't think either of us locked in on it on the turn one, but Juan probably from playing Teo Team in previous matches knew that his Goldingo would be faster and just wanted the damage immediately on it, understood that if it gets a Quiver Dance up, that advantage is severely limited, so just tries to get the damage immediately. And now because of that, the Volcarona a lot lower. It's at the lowest HP possible instead of just being, or not the lowest HP possible, but yeah, very unhealthy Volcarona would be at 50% if the speed orders were reversed. So critical information on how the Pokemon are trained on these teams. As the Incineroar came in, threatening Fake Out, could potentially enable a Swords Dance and Terra Flying on the Sneasler to get that attack right back up and also become immune to the high horsepower on the Rillaboom, or also take limited damage from the Wood Hammer from it. So definitely lost a Pokemon there, but has done a lot of damage with that Goldango, and is probably pretty happy to have Fake Out pressure active on the field with the Sneasler ready to set up.
Your team, seeing that potential setup coming, is going to go ahead and switch out the Volcarona. Oh, actually into the Ninetales, intriguingly. Maybe trying to anticipate that flying type terrestrialization and threaten some damage, but it is going to just be both Pokemon switching out. So that Intimidate is going to be really crucial to be able to establish on that Sneasler, negating the Swords Dance to some extent if that winds up getting set up. And potentially, if this is a terrestrialization bait, setting up for some powerful ice type attacks. But it's no terrestrialization, just a Fake Out into the slot that is now the Ninetales, pretty crucially breaking the Focus Sash there, as Sneasler sets back up to neutral attack count here.
Yeah, Focus Sash broken, but this Ninetales does have Protect. It can heal back up that to full HP and preserve, or rather get usage of that Focus Sash later in the game if it does so. One of the quirks of this Sneasler is it is not a Dire Claw. It is an Acrobatic Sneasler, taking usage of the item being gone from the Grassy Seed, activating Grassy Surge, and also being able to do a lot of damage to fighting types, Rillabooms, things of that nature, but critically can't knock out the Ninetales in this spot. You see Fake Out go into the Sneasler, able to allow an Encore plus Fake Out in that Pokemon. We're going to see a lot of dancing in this game after this initial flinch, potentially, as we see Flare Blitz come out from the Incineroar because of the Snow boosting the defensive Ice types, that Flare Blitz, and the Intimidate on Juan's own Incineroar, I believe, not able to take that knockout. Yeah, we see the Sneasler lock down a little bit, but definitely could still take advantage of these Swords Dances when the Encore wears out in a couple of turns.
An interesting gambit that Juan has to decide whether or not to accept here, of trying to aim for a +6 Sneasler, just making it through the next few turns, or going ahead and switching that out. But that Sneasler really doesn't want to lose its Grassy Seed boost, so it might just wind up staying in here, because Incineroar is in a prime position to start firing off a little bit more damage into that Ninetales slot, and there's no safe switch into a Flare Blitz.
Yeah, so you of course can keep the Sneasler in. You don't really need the Unburden boost from the because you outspeed all the Pokemon in the field naturally, and you'd need a Quiver Dance on the Volcarona to outspeed it. But yeah, Juan opting not to switch it out, doesn't want to take an attack on his back Pokemon. Goes for Swords Dance, eats a Blizzard for his troubles. We're going to see if it's a Blizzard Freeze. Nope, thankfully not the case, as we see Parting Shot go off into the Ninetales. Critically, the Incineroar on Juan's side outspeeding Teo Teams, which might be indicative of Fake Out later in the game, where one can Fake Out the other and the other can't, but going to be going into the Rillaboom. This could be really important if there was a Flare Blitz into that Incineroar slot, which we actually don't see. Oh, interesting. We see Teo Team making use of the Taunt on his Incineroar. A little bit more rare of a move, but combos excellently with this Encore Ninetales, where now effectively didn't even have to go for a Disable to stop the Swords Dances from coming out. Now it is Encored into a move that is a status move, so will be forced to disable, will be forced to struggle and take damage if it is stuck on the field. Would be pretty powerful struggles, but probably not something one wants to opt for in this turn.
I love the way Teo Team is playing this game. The Sneasler switching out would have been really tough because the Rillaboom would have had to take a Blizzard on switch in, but now it's very much forced to pivot out. Having the Taunt and the Encore, I was not anticipating at all, and it's a really interesting way to minimize the ability for the Sneasler to try to set up.
Yeah, we see the Sneasler is going to be leaving the field, doesn't want to take those struggles, which will put it pretty low and definitely in range of a Blizzard or a Flare Blitz in future turns. Goes to the fairly safe Incineroar, should resist any attack that will be active on the field. As we see the Rillaboom, I believe we saw locked into the Terrestrialization, but we're not going to see that before we see their teams switch into the Volcarona. Very low HP, most likely will fall to any attack that comes into it, but if an attack does come in, we will be risking the 30% Flame Body if it is a contact move that Rillaboom opts for. Well, actually, no, because the Terrifier, really smart option coverage on Juan, also able to mitigate the damage of the Blizzard, and a Flare Blitz from the Incineroar also makes it immune to the burn status effect as a fire type, meaning that Flame Body can't activate here. So yeah, good identification of a potential, a potential stifling factor on one of his main offensive Pokemon in the rest of this game, as we see Knockoff come into the Rillaboom and remove its Assault Vest, but there is only one more special attacker on the field in the Ninetales. Nice to, I guess, do a little bit more damage with the Blizzards, but still not going to be doing that much.
Yeah, I think with the Fire Terrestrialization on the Rillaboom, things are looking a little bit more tough for Team. There is the option to bring in a Rillaboom of his own here, which might be pretty crucial with that high horsepower option into these two fire types. And the Sneasler now can't Terrestrialize and doesn't have a defense boost, so it can't exactly switch into a ground type attack and not take a lot of damage in return. Definitely the right Pokemon for a Team to be able to bring in here, but it's definitely... the onus is going to be on Team to try to make as much use as possible of this when facing down that Incineroar, being able to threaten a lot of damage into the Rillaboom on his side.
Yeah, if a Flare Blitz comes into the Rillaboom, it would be catastrophic. Of course, we do have the Terrestrialization still available for Team. You could go for the Terrifier on his own Rillaboom, match that. You'd be a little bit susceptible to the high horsepower as a read on one side, but definitely seems like the safest play on this turn, outside of Fake Out, which will just lock down the Incineroar on Juan's side, but does leave this Rillaboom open to go for an attack. And Juan did, in fact, read the Terrifier on the Rillaboom, goes for the high horsepower, not super effective due to the types remaining consistent. Yeah, really a missed opportunity with Snow being down to actually knock out the Ninetales with the Woodhammer. Yeah, could have been a big swing there, but ultimately made an aggressive call, and Team made the accurate play there.
Yeah, I mean, an interesting factor too, you have to be thinking just a little bit about the Encore and Disable options on the Ninetales. There's just like an extra tiny little bit of pressure or possible hesitation for Juan on deciding like which moves to lock into. Being locked into Woodhammer against a Fire-type Rillaboom would not be ideal when you could have gone for the high horsepower. But at the same time, Team really has defensive resources quite dwindling at this point. The Ninetales is at pretty low health. Sure, the Rillaboom can Terrestrialize out of being threatened by a Fire-type attack from the Incineroar, but the Ninetales can't. And so it's going to be really tough for Team to be able to avoid a KO this turn, I think.
Yeah, going to be switching out into the Incineroar in hopes to mitigate the chance of a Pokemon getting knocked out. The Intimidate going to lower the attack stat of both of the strong physical attackers on the field, and at such a high HP total, even a errant high horsepower read probably won't be doing much more, or really close to 50%. We see the Terrestrialization finally come on Team's side. Doesn't want to get Flare Blitzed and knocked out on the Rillaboom, although it would probably live a Flare Blitz, it would live the Flare Blitz without the Intimidate. Does not want to introduce any risk in this game, doesn't want to get critical hit and lose his one of his most important pieces. And actually we see something interesting. The Incineroar on one side faster than the Rillaboom on Teotima's side, which means we're going to see the Sneasler come in first, which if we see the high horsepower come into the Incineroar side, could be really, really impactful in knocking out the Sneasler in one hit. But it is going to be the high horsepower knocking out the Rillaboom on one side with a critical hit. Massive swing there.
That's huge. It does give Juan a little bit of momentum here, being able to bring it back in an Incineroar for Fake Out pressure. We know that Incineroar is fast, so it's going to have the faster Fake Out here. But not being able to keep the sort of slow positional play that both players were aiming for is a pretty huge drawback for Juan. I feel like Juan was positioning steadily towards some really positive situations here and had been playing around specifically mitigating the Rillaboom's attack with that parting shot. Having that critical hit is definitely a tough thing to adjust for now.
Yeah, absolutely. With the attack drop from the parting shot, Rillaboom easily would have survived that attack and at least had the options in future turns to switch out or go for its own offense. That's no longer an option, but Juan does, of course, get the option now to get Fake Out and Swords Dance set up, or just immediately go for a close combat in the Incineroar or the Rillaboom with Intimidate active on the field this turn. There's nothing that can happen to lower the Sneasler's attack before it gets an attack off, so you are free to just go for a knockout if you want to go for that. But you are making yourself a little bit susceptible to a Flare Blitz if you go for the close combat, even with the Incineroar on Teotima's side being lowered attack. You might just get knocked out with the Flare Blitz now due to the lack of Grassy Seed active. We see a Fake Out, just both players playing relatively safely. Juan not too happy about that additional critical hit. Now definitely going to be in range of a close combat or a Flare Blitz if he goes for a close combat, or even a Blizzard after the close combat. So the RNG not being too kind of him in a match that's already extremely thin in terms of margins, and things are just getting more and more difficult for him.
Yeah, absolutely. The fake out play definitely keeping the team in the game here and in a nice positive position. Going to be interesting to see what people go for, and the Encore locking Incineroar into fake out with no option to switch out could be catastrophic here. The Ninetales being faster than the Sneasler is such a huge factor to be aware of going forwards.
Yeah, that's against the natural training or natural base stats of these Pokemon. You have to be running a neutral nature or just a bulky Sneasler in general for that Ninetales to be outspeeding you. So an indication of how this Sneasler has been able to output such consistent, strong damage throughout this series. But yeah, heads up play from Tio Team there. Might actually know that from the previous set. Maybe not if the Ninetales didn't come. But if you do know you're faster, you do have a safe Encore into the Incineroar to lock it down in future turns into that fake out, which of course is only an effective move on the first turn of the bat. It enters the field. However, kind of healing pretty steadily with the grassy terrain, so might be able to stall out that Encore and actually be able to attack in the future, but with only knockoff into the Rillaboom and really minimal damage with knockoff or Flare Blitz into the Incineroar. Definitely smart call by Tio Team to lock that slot down so he can just easily go after this Sneasler in future turns if he wants to.
I think all one can do is try to protect frequently enough with a Sneasler to try to let that Encore wear off. Beyond that, I think things are looking really tough for Juan, as we see Incineroar once more going for the unhelpful fake out there. A fake out again going into the Sneasler slot, which is in fact more or less forced to protect here, but a high horsepower read going into that Incineroar. Tio Team doesn't really want to wait around and try to hope that the Sneasler can't land enough double protects. Really wants to just finish off that Incineroar and bring things down to a 2 versus 1.
Yeah, it's going to be... This endgame is definitely extremely favored for Tio Team. There is one thing to Juan's... that's in Juan's favor, and that high horsepower isn't a 100% accurate move. If he goes for the high horsepower and misses that and doesn't go for Woodhammer, thinking that maybe the not super effective, but -1 from the close combat Woodhammer could KO, then there's a chance that, yeah, you just close combat, knock out this Incineroar, and you're able to close this out with your Sneasler. Oh, we do actually just see the close combat go. Oh my goodness! We see the close combat not target into the Rillaboom. It goes into the Rillaboom and not the Incineroar. Gets the critical hit, knocks it out in one hit. What did this Incineroar go for? It has Taunt. It does not have Flare Blitz. Completely misread the team sheet there, but that massively influences this endgame. The knockoff, how much does it do? It does not knock out. The Sneasler is free to go for close combat in the next turn. And this has been a massive turnaround.
Juan set so far behind in this game by a critical hit, knew that he needed another critical hit to bring him back into the game, and absolutely got it. That completely turns the match around. With no terrestrialization available, this close combat is likely to be able to finish off this Incineroar pretty soon. Juan happy to take a little bit of time, get a little bit of chip down, make sure that close combat can get the KO, but definitely in a much stronger position now.
Yeah, good read to Tio Team's credit. If you think that maybe you can live the close combat with the Sneasler being at -1, you also need to knock out the Incineroar, so you have to make sure that you're not knocking off into the Protect, since the margins on the battle might be that tight. And yeah, we do see that the Incineroar is able to live that attack quite handily, and knockoff will knock out the Sneasler. And then it's going to come down to Incineroar versus Incineroar, which does look like, as the faster Incineroar, Juan should win. But yeah, at least Tio Team gave himself the opportunity to get his own final crit on the other Incineroar and maybe win the game on Flare Blitz recoil there. But yeah, just a massive game. You can see like the quality of players and the quality of plays they're making. They were so even all game, and then just a series of crits made it seem like Juan just had no chance, but he didn't give up. He identified, you know what, close combat might just give me as good of a chance to win the game as a high horsepower miss, and Tio Team might even just ID that I can just Woodhammer and don't need to go for the high horsepower. So yeah, punches in the exact correct move, gets the lucky roll he needs, and is able to convert to a Game 1 snatching victory from the jaws of defeat there.
I'm never calling a game before the screen ends for as long as I live. That was incredible. So many options for both players to pull themselves back into this match. If you ever needed a testament to the skill of these two players, look how thin the margins were in that game, even with how volatile it was, how many elements of luck there were. That was a 22 HP Incineroar margin on this entire game, and it went down to like literally the game was giving the warning for 3 minutes left by the end. Everything was so tight from the early trades of powerful special attackers with the Volcarona and the Golden Go, and then those Rillaboom's trading high horsepowers and that close combat at the end. We're going to jump straight into the next game, though, with a different set of Pokemon coming out, the Ursaluna Blood Moon coming out from Juan Salerno's side.
Yeah, absolutely. Just about as even of a pair of trainers as we could have hoped for this top four. We see the Incineroar, like we've seen, Juan's is faster, does have the option to fake out either of the Pokemon in the field. If he wants to, can stop the fake out on Teo Team's Incineroar and is able to follow up with a Yawn or a Blood Moon onto either of the Pokemon. And on Theo Team's side, able to potentially protect on the Volcarona to stop that from happening and maybe taunt the Ursaluna in future turns so it can get the Quiver Dance up safely. But in doing so, you'd be risking a fake out Earth Power into the Incineroar slot.
So taking advantage of the faster fake out, Juan is going to fake out the other Incineroar. Volcarona's going to go for a Quiver Dance. If it gets caught by a Yawn, that could be pretty catastrophic, but otherwise it's a pretty big benefit. We're going to see the flinch on the Incineroar, and a Yawn does go out onto the set up Volcarona. That is an excellent play from one side of the field. Not much happened here, but now there's this forced switch from Volcarona, which could potentially negate all of its boosts.
Yeah, something that their team, having played this matchup so many times, might identify. Even if you fall asleep here, as long as your Volcarona is set up well, then after the Yawn ends, you're potentially able to win the game off of that. We see, though, that Juan is really just trying to maximize damage while the Volcarona is susceptible to attacks, and yeah, goes for a knockoff, removes the Grassy Seed, so that will never activate. No defense boost on this Volcarona will be easy pickings most likely later on for some of the physical attackers on one side, with the special defense getting so out of control now. And we also saw a lock in the Blood Moon into that Volcarona. So going to be a lot of damage here, but going to be some of that mitigated by the Grassy Surge as the Rillaboom comes in after the Incineroar went for a parting shot. I didn't actually see if it was into the Blood Moon or not. We'll probably get a good idea. Yeah, I didn't quite catch that.
So Blood Moon going into that Volcarona with the +2 special defense, definitely a lot less damage than Teo Team would have been taking before. I'm sure Teo Team is not thrilled to have lost the chance at getting the Grassy Seed boost, but still pretty happy to have not taken a huge Blood Moon into a different Pokemon slot. Going to be a big question about whether this Volcarona is able to wake up quickly enough to make use of any of these boosts, or if it's just a matter of Rillaboom trying to kind of solo these two Pokemon on the other side of the field, taking advantage of the attack drops on the Incineroar and being able to threaten a really powerful Wood Hammer that Juan cannot terrestrialize out of. So we're going to see a switch, actually, from that Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Yeah, we do know that the Incineroar is faster than the Rillaboom on their team's side, so you have a relatively safe parting shot into that if you want to, but that is another turn that the Volcarona gets to shake off another turn of sleep and heal a bit. We do see the Volcarona taking that first turn of sleep, the guaranteed one. It will have the opportunity to wake up in the future, but we do see the Rillaboom want to lock that Incineroar on the field, goes for a fake out, doesn't want parting shot to come out and allow Juan to get in his own fake out in the next turn.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice fake out. It really limits the amount of positional pressure that Juan's able to establish this turn. With that said, the Sneasler is still in a really prime position. I think getting the Grassy Seed active, being able to threaten powerful acrobatics onto both sides, and if Juan wanted to gamble on sleep turns, there's maybe even an option to try to set up a Swords Dance or something like that.
Yeah, we see the Rillaboom will be switching out on Teo Team's side. It's going to be into the Incineroar, trying to apply Intimidate on both Pokemon on the field. Definitely makes sense. Acrobatics without the Terra Flying might not knock out. You don't have the Grassy Seed, but it is a little bit weaker until you can make the Terrestrialization. We do see one of the trainers opting for the Terrestrialization, and it is going to be the Volcarona, going for the Terra Fairy to make sure that it can survive the Acrobatics, especially after the Intimidate on the Sneasler. And it doesn't look like the Sneasler went for its own Terrestrialization, so should be able to live that attack fairly easily. No wake up on the first possible turn from this Volcarona. However, it does survive the attack. Parting Shot going to go off into the Incineroar on Theo Team's side, so you do have Fake Out active, but we might see a reveal of the last Pokemon on one side if he chooses to go into it. But yeah, the Volcarona now having 2 turns maximum left of sleep will have a 50-50 chance to wake up at this next turn and probably take a knockout with Heat Wave if the Rillaboom doesn't go for a Terrestrialization. So yeah, definitely a lot of pressure felt here by the Fake Out and the sleep turns on Theo Team's side.
Yeah, and confirmed the Volcarona faster with the 2 Quiver Dance boosts than even the Unburden activated. Sneasler means that there's a really interesting situation of maybe being forced into a Fake Out, even though this Pokemon might be fast asleep this turn. just to try to cover for that option. And then, of course, the extra issue of needing to risk the flame body burn. This Volcarona is demanding so much attention, even though it has not launched an offensive attack this game.
Yeah, we're going to see a switch out of the Incineroar on Theo Team's side out into the Rillaboom, wants fresh fake out pressure in this game, and it looks like the Volcarona did stay asleep, but we're going to see fake out into that. Wouldn't have been able to act anyways, but we're seeing the effect of no Grassy Seed. Even the fake out was nearly enough to KO, and the Sneasler on Juan's side did not want to play around, or actually happy to play around with the Volcarona to some extent. Now should be in range of the Grassy Glide, but takes the opportunity to set up the Sneasler instead of attacking the Incineroar, or maybe going for a Terra Flying attack into the Rillaboom. Doesn't go for that, but yeah, this Volcarona has been expertly locked down by Juan.
So really interesting though, now that the fake out pressure's up from Theo Team, the Grassy Glide isn't an option this turn necessarily, or it can at least be blocked by Theo Team. Interesting for Juan not to go for the KO. I think we can kind of see why that Volcarona was trying to protect, and if it had woken up, that would have been a wasted turn. So Juan wanted to just build up the safer attack boost. But this turn is actually going to be really tricky here, as we do in fact see the fake out going out, stopping the Grassy Glide. I think this Volcarona is guaranteed to be able to wake up here, but oh, was it a speed tag? Maybe that Sneasler was just faster. That's going to be an acrobatics KO on the Volcarona.
Yeah, so much resources put into that Volcarona, and it all amounts to naught. It never got a single attack off in this match, whereas Juan has been able to progress the match steadily forward, sets up his own Sneasler to now +2, or maybe +1, I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, now back pretty low if the Incineroar comes back in. We see the Ninetales hit the field, and with just the Rillaboom and Incineroar and Ninetales left, not Pokemon especially well known for their offenses unless you're hitting super effectively, and with Theo Team having, or with Juan still having the Terra Fire on his own Rillaboom, it's going to be really hard outside of the Rillaboom's high horsepowers on Theo Team's side to get that super effective damage to make some ground in this game. As we see the Incineroar come in, limiting or attempting to do some damage control on the physical attackers on Juan's side.
Yeah, I think their team really had to hope for that flame body burn on the Sneasler, and without getting that is definitely on the back foot here. We're going to see Rillaboom go ahead and Terastallize out of its ice type weakness, trying to minimize how much damage the Ninetales can do. And it's looking really tough to break through this Rillaboom now, with Theo Team having lost one of the most important attackers here, with Close Combat being able to go out and take out that Incineroar completely. That's going to be a huge drawback for Theo Team, for sure.
Yeah, this battle looks to be getting towards its final stages as, oh, well, I guess it's not entirely over. Where there's Blizzard, there's a way, but doesn't get it here. We see a double dosage of attacks. Lots of switching, lots of pivoting in this match, but Juan finally sees the ends in sight, starts going on the offensive, takes out the Incineroar on the switch in with the Swords Dance, was able to KO it even after the Intimidate applied on switch, and now has his Rillaboom and Sneasler. The fastest Pokemon on the field, I believe, got the Unburden and is not switched out, so you're still able to outspeed the Ninetales. Going to be relatively close if you can KO it with a close combat. But yeah, just a masterfully played game by Juan so far, potentially final in its final stages.
You can see a Blizzard go out. The Sneasler did not opt to protect, went for an acrobatics into that Rillaboom. Really, Theo Team needs the freeze here, and it doesn't look like Theo Team got it, so that's going to be a Wood Hammer taking out the Ninetales, and it's just one Rillaboom versus the entire world. It's going to have an opportunity to go for an attack here and potentially take out one Pokemon, but with, so that's going to be a high horsepower, but I think with fake out pressure next to Ursaluna in the back against an Assault Vest Rillaboom that can't protect, all Juan needs to do to advance to finals, I think, is going to be that fake out plus Blood Moon option.
Yeah, Fake Out plus Blood Moon going to be the safest option here. There's nothing that the Rillaboom can do, doesn't have Protect, so can't dodge that first turn of flinch that Incineroar offers its team. And then the Blood Moon, you could, if you really wanted to slow play, go for a Protect and Yawn, but after Fake Out, it's definitely going to be in range for that Blood Moon. So Juan, one play away, able to advance past his previous peak of a top 4 at the Latin American International Championships. Going to be the first player to reach the finals, and notably, the final Latin American player in the tournament will be playing on Championship Sunday, as both players exchange handshakes, having played in the previous regional at Gdansk. I believe it was Theo Team that was actually able to take it to a victory in that time, learning from the lessons of that match. Juan able to convincingly convert this into a game or a 2-0 victory to reach the finals.
You can see both players had really similar strategies, but Juan just seemed to find the upper hand a lot for executing things, really positioning that grassy seed setup attacker with Sneasler so well in that second game. And even in the first game, making sure that it survived long enough to be able to handle all of the situations. We see Juan celebrating a little bit here as he lets it sink in that he'll be playing in the finals with this team that has not let him down even through really tough matchups. That's Sneasler just executing perfectly in the last two games to be able to bring him the win.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely impressed by both of those players, really. But Juan just finding the extremely minuscule win condition in that game one really impressed me a lot. And then in game two, just played a immaculately clean game. Was able to, get the yawn off on the Volcarona, just play that turn straight, made sure that it wasn't able to get out of control, and did get, some solid sleep turns, but a lot of the times that the Volcarona was asleep, he had fake out active on it. He was preventing it from really continuing to spiral out of control and was getting consistent damage on it. Even though he couldn't quickly take a knockout, was able to, over the course of the game, prevent that really central piece to a team's success, prevent it from actually getting out of control. So well done there.
I think one of the key factors was having the faster Incineroar, which prevented the parting shot from Teo Team's side from being able to let the Grassy Seed get activated. I don't think Teo Team ever was really in position with the Grassy Seed active on the Volcarona, and that made it a whole lot easier to just chip it down with things like fake outs and knockoffs. The sleep definitely didn't wind up mattering too much because of the fake out turns. I think the one thing Teo Team was probably hoping for was demanding enough attention from physical attackers on the Volcarona that maybe a Flame Body was an option. Not something that's super robust to count on, but I think that's what Teo Team had to have been hoping for, was landing a burn on either the Rillaboom or the Sneasler. Could have pivoted things just a little bit, but definitely well played from Juan, where as long as there weren't a bunch of Flame Body actives, then there were still a lot of ways for him to come through with that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Just an incredible finish here. And I'm not entirely certain, maybe the second Latin American player to make it to the finals. Definitely in the Scarlet and Violet era, it was just Thiago Latanzi in the 2024 season making the finals, ultimately losing to Marco Silva. Now Juan Salerno, the only Latin American player, the first one to make it to the finals. This year, going to be playing against certainly someone from the Japanese region in either Yuyatada or Kinagawa. So yeah, I'm sure he's very excited. He's got a rocky road ahead of him. Both players are definitely incredibly skilled, and we're going to see them relatively soon. But yeah, absolutely, he's got what it takes. He's got probably the most standard team in the tournament, so I think they'll probably have a bit more familiarity with their crazy teams than he might be used to dealing with. But I think over the course of this tournament, we've just seen so many examples of players like Juan just consistently using these same Pokemon, and even in unfamiliar situations, having the familiarity with their own team to actually generalize what plays they have to make to beat these incredibly skilled players using less conventional picks.
That's, I think, in my opinion, Pokemon at its best. Just understanding a team so intricately that you can adapt to any of the chaos that this game often throws at you. It's going to be exciting to see Juan with home field advantage trying to finally secure LAIC for Latin America. But first, we have to see who Juan's going to be facing down, which of these two incredibly phenomenal Japanese players, and we'll be able to showcase that match just after a short break. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with the last match of the day.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Victory Road stream broadcast of the Latin American International Championships in Sao Paulo, Brazil. My name is Cedric, and I'm going to be co-casting with Hayden here. We're going to be featuring some of the top VGC matches in the world here, actually at the top 4 of the tournament overall. It's been a long day for these trainers. It's been a long day for all of the event staff, and it's been a long day for us, but we're finally at the final match of the day. How are you feeling about it, Hayden?
We could not have left a better match for last today. I am so interested in seeing how these two players, Yuya Tada and Yuma Kinagawa, match up with each other. I've seen such incredible play. They're really redefining my sense of how intricate endgames can be, and I'm really interested in seeing how this plays out.
Absolutely. Two incredibly accomplished players, but we see the bracket, what they've had to accomplish to get there. Yuya Tada, an incredible match on stream against Hans Pizarro that we saw recently, just an incredibly played game 3, playing off of Hans's expectations. Then on the other side of the bracket, we saw Yuma Kinagawa with an explosive 2-0 versus Justin Tang, just really showing the ability to mix up his game plan modes and actually come out on top as a result of that.
Yeah, both players have established not just a powerful team, but a powerful amount of diversity with the strategies that they choose to pursue in each given game. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see them pushing each other to their limit, trying to find weak points in different teams as they explore this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And just for reference, both of these players are Japanese players. They compete in the Japanese circuit. So top 4 at this tournament has already secured them an invite to the World Championship, which is really important just because of the difficulty of the Japanese circuit in making it through consistently. So both of them have that burden off their shoulders and are able to play unencumbered, just trying to fight for the title or at least their spot in the finals. So Japan will be making it to the finals, but I think neither of these players are necessarily so happy to just let their fellow countrymen be the one in finals. They're trying to win it here.
Absolutely. What a wonderful opportunity for these two players to know that they'll make it into the World Championships, having secured a little more representation for Japan in that tournament, and then also to be able to play against each other to see who has the opportunity to play Juan Salerno in the finals of this tournament. As we take a look over at the player cams and see these two players excited and ready to jump into a game.
Absolutely. On the screen right now, we have Yuya Tada featuring this Rain team with the Trick Room element, featuring Pelipper, Archaludon, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, Farigiraf, Sinistcha, and Incineroar.
A couple of really interesting pieces that might be relevant in this matchup. Yuya's going to be facing down a Manual Sun team, so it might be hard to leverage the Pelipper to its full potential, and that Archaludon might have trouble getting off consistent Electro shots. But that Incineroar with the Fire Terrestrialization on the Flare Blitz, if Yu is able to incentivize setting up Sun from the opponent's side, that might be an opportunity to then punish it and do a lot of fire type damage of his own. I think this Sinistcha is also a really interesting pick. We've seen Yuya use it in a lot of really interesting ways to secure specific endgames. It has a really useful terrestrialization for handling fire type damage. It's got Machagacha, which is a really nice attack into the Blood Moon Ursaluna on the other side. So a pretty deep roster of interesting tools from Yuya that might make the matchup a little bit different than you might normally expect for Drizzle teams versus a Manual Sun team, which is normally a pretty tough matchup.
Yeah, usually these Drizzle teams are a little bit faster. They'll often have a Basculegion on there to make sure that you're controlling the speed tiers. And we actually see a rejected, probably just, you'd a little bit focused there. You'd focus, trying not to, let friendliness, I guess. He's focused. All right, we go into Yuma Kinagawa with the incredibly offensive Whimsicott, Hisuian, Typhlosion, Incineroar, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, Farigiraf, and the Flamigo. I do want to comment on the speeds between the teams. I feel like Yuma, as long as the Archaludon is not literally max speed, even a modest Typhlosion should be the fastest Pokemon against him, and then the Flamigo also should be relatively quickly and getting to attack first. The Flamigo, or rather the Ursaluna, going to be really critical in Trick Room just because even if in most situations, an Incineroar has a defensive terrestrialization available to it, Yuya's is actually the Terrifier, as you mentioned, which will be a boon in that it's able to really leverage the Sun and push that damage on the Flare Blitz even higher. It does make it very susceptible to getting knocked out by an Earth Power. But yeah, Yuya definitely extremely locked in here against Kinagawa, and you can definitely understand why. Kinagawa, the reigning Japanese national champion, Yuya definitely holds him in high regard, absolutely going to take as much time in team preview to gain an advantage and finally, be able to overcome not only this top 4 hurdle, but also overcome the best player in Japan last year.
Yeah, really big match for Yuya Tada to be able to establish himself as a dominant force in Japan. But Yuma definitely has a ton of tools that is going to make that really difficult. As we see that Whimsicott coming out, making it tough for Rain to be an option. And Yuya is going to lead with some of the pieces that we were talking about, that Incineroar and the Sinistcha, both with a fire terrestrialization. Neither of which are necessarily delighted, I think, to face down this Ursaluna. There's a lot of damage pressure coming out from Yuma's side.
Yeah, thankfully you have Fake Out Pressure active this turn. Of course, if the Ferrograph is present on the back on Yuma Kinagawa's side, you can switch that in, and with the Armor Tail ability will block the priority Fake Out and allow the Ursaluna to attack unencumbered. You might be playing a little bit. You could just Earth Power the Incineroar, but you can also most likely knock out the Sinistcha when hit with a Terrestrialization to the normal type and a Blood Moon, but we're not going to see any switches, just a Protect from the Ursaluna, playing pretty defensively this turn, as we see Moonblast come out from the Whimsicott into the Incineroar.
Just a little bit of chip damage into that Incineroar as some attacks fire off into that Ursaluna. I believe that might be a Machagacha. Oh no, that's a attack from the Incineroar and then a Trick Room from that Sinistcha. So a really safe Trick Room setup here, and the option to switch it. Normally Trick Room's super risky because Encore could fire off into the Sinistcha, but if that's a Farigiraf that Yuya's switching in, that's going to really block that strategy from Yuma's side.
Yeah, and if Yuma's not prepared for that, and there's no normal terrestrialization coming out from the Ursaluna Blood Moon, a Machagacha will do super effective damage, and Ursaluna not really known for its special defense. It has heaps and heaps of stats in pretty much everything except for special defense and speed. So yeah, the Machagacha would do a substantial amount of damage and allow for Yuya to more easily knock it out later in the game. We are going to see the Incineroar switch out though. We're going to be going right into the Farigiraf, which will block a Encore if Yuma goes for it, but we do actually see a Terrestrialization come out from the Ursaluna this turn.
Good call to be able to be safe from the Machagacha damage, and also to really maximize the damage output from this Ursaluna. Yuma has a lot of ways to do damage, but really needs to make use of the opportunities to do so. We do see a Machagacha firing out. Gonna do some nice damage into that Ursaluna, but not nearly as much because it was super effective. And this is gonna be an opportunity to do a Hyper Voice with the boost from Terrestrialization, which is a comfortable 2-hit KO on both of these Trick Room setters. Although, that Citrus Berry making it maybe a little bit tight on the Sinistcha.
Yeah, we still haven't seen the follow-up. There was no Encore lock, really smart call. Yuma, has his own Farigiraf, probably familiar with that particular trick. Goes for a Moonblast, just leaving the knockout with Hyper Voice on the next turn, completely out of the range of ambiguity. The speed turn of these Pokemon could be pretty interesting though, where we have the Farigiraf now entering the field, which does have access to the Psychic, which it might be kind of close whether a Psychic and a Machagacha follow-up is able to knock out the Ursaluna on Yuma's side if Yuya's Pokemon both outspeeded in the Trick Room. With all the common Pokemon, particularly the Ursalunas and the Incineroars, the speed tiering this matchup and figuring out how fast the Ursaluna on Yuma's side is definitely of utmost importance to Yuya, and he might actually be figuring that out this turn.
Gonna see the Whimsicott swap out, really not very much for it to do against a Farigiraf. So it's going to just be the Flamingo coming to this match, pivoting in as a Protect comes out from the Ursaluna. I think Yuma's also a little bit worried about the Psychic Machagacha double up and really doesn't want to leave that to chance right now, as we see a couple of attacks firing off into that Protect here.
Yeah, really cool switch in. On one level, you could just be trying to redirect and make sure you get one attack off, but more likely, Yuma does have Wide Guard on this Flamigo, so Psychic definitely will not knock out the Ursaluna without a crit, so you've actually really set yourself up with neither of the Pokemon in the field having access to Protect and Hyper Voice ready to go. You can just go for Hyper Voice Wide Guard, and if you don't see a switch from Yuya's side, actually just take 2 knockouts this turn, which is going to be really difficult and actually impossible, because both of the Trick Room setters will be set. Will be erased off the field. You won't have the option to get speed control later in the game. We do see that Wide Guard come out.
So, going to be that one unique pick. Kinugawa really leveraging some incredible abilities here, as the Psychic does bring that Ursaluna low enough that it really wouldn't have wanted to take a Machagacha, but that Wide Guard that you called out, Cedric, being able to protect both of these Pokemon from the Machagacha and very crucially securing an opportunity for Hyper Voice to take out both of these Pokemon here, as we see the Ursaluna going through the animations here.
Yeah, there's a critical hit on the Sinistcha based on the previous damage we saw did not matter. You did have the option from Yuya's side to go for a Life Dew that turn and maybe make it closer on the Farigiraf and the Sinistcha to survive the turn, but ultimately all that would have bought you is another turn to go for Psychic onto the Ursaluna, which could have been valuable, but ultimately not Not what happened there. Maybe something to consider for the next game is just try and hedge your bets so you can maybe survive and get another Trick Room up later. Not what happened there, and now we see the Ursalunas hit the field at the same time, and the Flamigo just sitting pretty, not affected by the Intimidate due to its Scrappy ability, really threatening both these remaining Pokemon.
There's a lot of pressure from Yuya's side on this turn with the fake out pressure and with Trick Room still up, but pretty easy way for the Ursaluna at least to protect itself on this turn. So we'll have to see what Yuma does. I mean, a lot of this does revolve around the speed order now of those Ursalunas though, so both players have got to be watching this turn pretty carefully to try to understand the speed interactions here.
Yeah, exactly. We do see the Whimsicott coming in, probably a little bit more expendable than the Flamigo, which can knock out both of the Pokemon in the field with close combat, or at least bring them quite low. We see Terastallization coming out from the Ursaluna, just trying to max out the damage, but we do lose the ability for its Incineroar to Terastallize away from the close combat. In future turns, as we see a Protect, Yuma really doesn't want to risk the Ursaluna speed not being in his favor under the Trick Room. We see a knockoff go into the Whimsicott, not going to do a lot of damage, and the Babiri Berry not going to be relevant to the Hyper Voice coming in. We see that Hyper Voice, whether it knocks out could be important information for the next game, and it does, maybe giving some indication of the training on the Whimsicott, but good information for you to know in the coming games as Trick Room slowly winds down here, as the Flamigo is just ready to close this game out.
I think that was the message that was just saying that Trick Room has ended here, which means that Flamigo is in prime position to be able to toss out a close combat wherever it would like, and we may still get a chance, though, to see what the speed orders are on these Ursalunas. If Yuya has the faster... Oh! And Yuya's going to go ahead and preserve that information, I think, not wanting to play this endgame. If Kinagawa had the faster Ursaluna, I think that game was completely locked. Maybe Yuya just didn't want to show the confirming elements of that.
Yeah, I think something to consider is also the speed of the Incineroar on Yuya's side. There's a distinct possibility that it could also outspeed the Ursaluna on Kinagawa's side. So also preserving that information, I don't believe the Incineroar speed tier was revealed there. So that could be relevant later, whether able to get a parting shot or a knockoff to mitigate the damage on the Ursaluna before it attacks, or Flare Blitz to knock it out cheekily. Could be something that Yuya is trying to keep a little bit ambiguous here. But yeah, devastating game one from Yuma Kinagawa there.
Yeah, Whimsicott wound up doing a ton, not by what it actually did, but just by what it pressured, forcing the Farigiraf switch in, even just forcing Farigiraf to come to this match, when I think you would have much preferred to be setting up some powerful Trick Room attackers. But it is really interesting to see how much how much ambiguity there is still in this matchup. Like, he just done a really interesting job of trying out an angle that would have worked really well if he had been able to catch an Encore from the Whimsicott. And when that didn't work and it was pretty clear that Kinagawa had the upper hand, just going ahead and forfeiting to keep that ambiguity about all of these different speed orders.
Yeah, superficially, it felt like Yuya didn't really ever find a foothold in that game. The Ursaluna just consistently was dealing way too much damage, and he never had a great way to pressure it. And the instant that he did, Yuma had just had the perfect counterplay with the wide guard Flamigo. You wouldn't really expect that to... You'd expect offensively it just to be really well suited to handle the Incineroar, Ursaluna, and the Archaludon on this team, but wide guard definitely an unexpected boon for Yuma Kinagawa, just to be able to completely stuff what offensive angle that Yuya was trying to target into the Ursaluna. So definitely back to the drawing board and how better to deal with the Ursaluna on Yuma's side, but really critically doesn't know yet which of the two is faster. At this point, he might have some suspicions based off of how he's trained the Pokemon and also the faster or prankster Tailwind on Yuma's team. However, you of course have your own Tailwind, so your Ursaluna might be trained to be a little bit faster. It's really still uncertain, but Yuya might just have to hedge their bets and make a call on who is faster and try and build a game plan around that, down one game in this top four.
Well, one really interesting factor, we did get to see the Sinistra and Ursaluna ordering. We don't know how Yuya's Pokemon are trained in terms of speed relative to each other, but it could be that Yuya knows a little bit more information than we, the viewers, do. If that Ursaluna happens to be like a little bit slower than the Sinistra, then Yuya already knows what the speed order is and can sort of preserve that information advantage. Of course, we don't know. Perhaps the Sinistra is just a completely different speed, and in that case, everything is quite ambiguous still.
Yeah, exactly. We do see a lead. We're going to see a Whimsicott Ursaluna Blood Moon come out once again as we see a repeat of the Incineroar and Sinistra. So nothing new learned. Yeah, we're just going to have to see whether there's a major adjustment. You can still fake out the Ursaluna relatively safely, but that's only if you expect Farigiraf has not come. If Yuma has adapted extremely hard, to this lead in particular and wants to counter the fake out, which we have seen him capable of doing in previous matches, we could just see a fake out stuffed into the Armor Tail for Graph Switch in as Earth Power knocks out the Incineroar. Definitely could be a high impact turn, or could just as easily be a relatively slow paced fake out protect turn as we saw in the first game.
And it looks like that Whimsicott is swapping out. If this is a Farigiraf and Yuya locked the fake out, that's going to be huge. But it's just going to be the Incineroar hopping in. Maybe a little bit of a adrenaline rush for Yuya there, but just a pretty standard switch here, pivoting in a Pokemon that's pretty strong. As we also see a Terastallization firing off right away. Going to be same as last time, just going for a lot of damage from this Ursaluna pretty early on in the game.
Yeah, we see the Terra Normal has the potential, if it's able to attack, to KO both Pokemon on the field. Oh, and it is the faster Incineroar, which we commented on in the previous game. That preserved information could be critical in this game. Maybe Yuma was just expecting, if no fake out comes out, I get a free KO here. But also critically, Yuya covered for the Farigiraf coming in there with the parting shot, so something on his mind for sure. We're going to see the Ursaluna of his own come in on that Pokemon slot. We're going to see the normal type move come out. It's going to be a Blood Moon, but the parting shot might have put it out of range. Yes, perfect for the Sinistcha to survive this turn on 30 HP. Definitely would have been in range if not for the parting shot. Just showing the value that, Yuya did lose that game 1, but might have just lost the game on the spot, or lost game 2 on the spot if he had not preserved the information of the speed on the Incineroar.
Yeah, I really love that parting shot being able to fire off before the Ursaluna. And now there's this option, because we can see the Farigiraf in the back. There's an option to now, if Yuya also has the slower Ursaluna, the other piece of information preserved, there's the potential to just block a fake out here and start firing off a ton of damage. Now with the only Ursaluna that doesn't have special attack drops on the board.
Yeah, exactly. We see Sinistcha switching out, doesn't want to allow for a fake out to stifle Yuya's Trick Room offense this time. Could be a Blood Moon into the Incineroar with a Terastallization, which would take a knockout, but it is just an Earth Power to take that KO without having to burn the resource of the one-time usage per 2 turns. Blood Moon could have covered the Flamigo coming in on the ground move, but Yuma does not make that call, as we see a Hyper Voice coming out from the Ursaluna. Does a lot of damage, even in spite of the drop on the special attack, but critically not enough damage so that the Ursaluna would be in range of 1 or 2 more Life Orb ticks. We are going to see the full brunt of this Ursaluna's force and Trick Room. And critically, we do finally know the speed order of the Ursalunas. Unless it is a speed tie, Yuya is the slower of the Ursalunas, so is a little bit better prepared for this Trick Room. Yuya is better prepared for the Trick Room than Yuma Kinigawa is.
And now we can see exactly why Yuya forfeited in the previous round, not wanting to confirm these 2 pieces of information that have been very crucial to the first 2 turns of this game, having the slower Ursaluna and a Incineroar faster than the other Ursaluna. Having that speed sandwich has been so critical for this very Trick Room-centric game plan that Yuya's been executing. As we now see that Flamigo that was so impactful from the previous game hitting the field with its Focus Sash intact, that might make things a touch more tricky for Yuya in this 3rd turn of Trick Room.
Yeah, we see a really quick double target lock into the Flamigo with the Blood Moon and the Psychic. Doesn't want to go for the Hyper Voice, even with Terra Normal. Hyper Voice probably knocking out the Ursaluna Blood Moon on Kinigawa's side. Just doesn't want to take that risk, but that does expose Yuya to a Protect from the Flamigo on Yuma's side. We do see the Detect from the Flamigo. We see Yuya reeling. Tournament run might have just ended right there. At least it's a big setback, because we see the double up into the Flamigo. We're going to see what Yuma, as Yuma sees it, we see the double up cold as ice, as the game is not over in Yuma's mind. Gotta still make use of this. We're going to see a normal type move come out, and what is it going to be? It's going to be the Blood Moon. Doesn't opt for the Hyper Voice. Takes the knockout on the Farigiraf cleanly, and now priority, definitely an option in the future. Can go for Encore locks later on with the Whimsicott. Fake out no longer active, but yeah, definitely a critical play there. Could have maybe gotten a little bit of extra credit with the Hyper Voice, but just wanted the Farigiraf gone. Maybe indicative of what Yuma is aiming for in the later stages of the game.
One thing that this opens up, though, the Rage Powder on the Sinistcha means that Flamigo will no longer be able to take out a KO on this Ursaluna. So the Ursaluna might have some safe targeting into the opposing Ursaluna. If it can time the Blood Moon right around Protects, there's the option to just redirect any attacks from that Flamigo. The downside is I think this is the last turn of Trick Room, or pretty close. And so being able to time that effectively is going to be a bit tricky.
Yeah, it's definitely
I
tricky.
think we have one more turn of... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you've also burned the Blood Moon on the previous turn, so you have to go for either Earth Power or Hyper Voice, meaning if the Flamigo wants to go for a Wide Guard, it will be immune for damage on this turn. Even having just used Detect, you can use Wide Guard after Detect without it failing. You could knock out the Ursaluna with an Earth Power if you target it into that slot, but of course you have the Whimsicott in the back, which is going to be fairly easily able to take that not super effective attack. When we see the Blood Moon does go for Protect as the Encore Whimsicott comes on the field, Farigiraf not knocked out, that Pokemon's not going to be able to attack next turn if Yuma decides he doesn't want it to. Life Dew, at least getting something out of the turn, healing up the Sinistcha, but again locking into a status move that does not do damage, just one step closer for this Whimsicott to locking down this game for Yuma Kinagawa, as the close combat Flamigo is just really well primed to start ripping through the normal type or dark type Pokemon on the Ursaluna slot.
Yuma is so good at these just absolutely lethal switch ends. Getting into this Flamigo Whimsicott mode at the right time with an Encore Pressure threatened, I should say, onto this Ursaluna is so huge, and it's forcing Yuya to just waste the end of this Trick Room by pivoting and adjusting here. And there's just nothing left to take close combats, as you mentioned, as this Whimsicott is buying exactly the amount of time that this Flamigo needs to be able to just put out a ton of pressure.
Yeah, we see the Intimidate, of course, failing against the Scrappy. Some damage control, though, going for Rage Powder on the Sinistcha, making sure that you're at worst locked into a move that might be kind of useful. So instead of just the Life Dew, which has no priority, going to be hard to get those off and get a lot of value of those. Out of Trick Room, we see Close Combat does not knock out the Sinistcha, so you can go for another Rage Powder on the subsequent turn, but of course the Whimsicott should be able to clean you up with a Moonblast and attack before the Flamigo does. And allow the Close Combat to redirect into the Flamigo or into the Incineroar slot. You do have Fake Out active on this turn, which will be effective into both of the Pokemon. There's no Ghost Terror, there's no Covert Cloak, so you can just go for a Fake Out into both slots and maybe buy a turn for the Sinistcha to get something going, but it'd be a pretty major slip up or opening for Yuma to allow the Sinistcha to get this Trick Room up. So yeah, really something that you might just have to hope for here.
You're going to see the Whimsicott pivot out. It's kind of done its job with the Encores it's done so far. It's going to pivot back into that Ursaluna, which Yuma now knows is faster than the other Ursaluna. So a really good time to bring it out, as Yuya is nearly forced to switch out that Sinistcha. Really wants to preserve that for later. And Flamigo going for that Detect again, just making sure that its Focus Sash stays intact. It really needs to be firing off close combats for the highest possible value, and it's happy to waste this turn of Fake Out pressure from Yuya's side.
Yeah, really interesting. Although it definitely would have been pretty unlikely for Yuya to get the Trick Room up. Yuma did allow that opportunity by switching and detecting, so yeah, maybe an indication.
It was Encored.
Oh, yes, exactly. Yeah, so Yuma just trying to lock this down, protect the Flamigo. You know that you have the speed advantage for the rest of the battle, so you can just go for, you have to attack it twice through the Focus Sash, so that means you're getting 2 close combats off in this battle, which as long as you don't let the Focus Sash go down to the Fake Out, should be relatively consistent to get to.
Yeah, just really impeccable gameplay from Kinagawa here. There is an interesting angle here from Yuya with the Terra Fire option preserved on this Incineroar. If it can survive this close combat because it's no longer weak to fighting, if it could somehow get a KO with this Flare Blitz on the Ursaluna, that would be huge. I think it's pretty tough, but we're gonna see that damage roll come out. If this is a KO, that completely turns the match on its head, but it's not close. Yuya really needed a critical hit there. And with that, I think this normal type attack from the Ursaluna, it almost doesn't matter which one it is, but it's the Blood Moon going to be able to finish off this Ursaluna. And I think that's going to finish things up, where Kinagawa is going to be able to seal up this game now with the Flamigo finishing off the Incineroar and the Ursaluna finishing off this low HP. This low HP Sinistcha. Because of the Flare Blitz recoil, that Incineroar is, even with the Hospitality boost, I don't think going to be out of range from another close combat. Might be close.
Yeah, you do just also have the option to close combat the Sinistcha, make sure that knockout goes out, no Trick Room goes up, and just with all the single target it's really only single target damage that the Incineroar can threaten. So just through virtue of having more Pokemon, you should be able to knock out the low HP Incineroar. But that is it. We see Yuma Kinagawa convert into that Flamigo Whimsicott mode once again in this top 4 match, making it to the finals of the Latin American International Champion, besting Yuya Tada in a very fun 2-0 set. Yeah, just incredible competitors, the both of them. Both of them have made it to the top cut of international championships before, but I believe the first finals appearance for Yuma Kinagawa at an international championship, despite actually being the Japanese national champion. So definitely familiar to these final stages in general.
Yeah, really exciting to see Kinugawa getting a chance to compete at this international finals. Such a unique and interesting team. Flamigo and Whimsicott with like such unique choices even on those teams, like the Faint choice on Flamigo, the Babiri Berry on Whimsicott. I just think that team is so cool, and you can see the grins on these two players' faces as they discuss what was a really exciting and interesting match.
Yeah, I think although the endgame looked relatively secure, I do feel like both of these players have been immaculate at securing really solid endgames, but the mid-game plays and the reads are ultimately what decide the matches between the two of them. And that's really what happened. Like it felt like the early game, Yu was doing an excellent job of controlling the pace of the game. The reveal of the faster Incineroar in the slower Ursaluna, critical pieces of information that he hid in the first game, ended up allowing for a really strong Trick Room setup for him. However, just made one slight targeting misstep into the detect from the Flamigo, and everything came cascading down from there. So just overall incredible play from both players, but really it came down to one really precise read to bring Yuma back into the game, and then a series of really strong positional plays to convert that to a 2-0 victory.
In the previous top 4 set, we discussed how incredible it was for Juan Salerno and Teotihuacan Maso to be leveraging these teams that they were really familiar with and sort of knowing all of the ins and outs. Kinugawa was trying a completely different strategy here, using like unique and interesting and powerful picks, and then leveraging the fact that opponents were going to be a little bit off kilter against them. Flamigo reduced so much damage here by going for the wide guard in game 1 and the detect after demanding targeting in game 2. That was just really tough for Yu Yatada to be able to adjust to. And I think that was just at its best an exceptional way to leverage a non-traditional Pokemon coming this far in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. The finals is really just going to be a battle of one of the most conventional teams in the format against something that is debuting truly at this event. So, I mean, Juan is definitely going to have time to prepare overnight and get a little bit more familiar. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting finals at the Latin American International Championships to see what these two players cook up for each other. Just that's one of the kind of interesting things about these finals matches is that you have so much time to prepare, so that unfamiliarity that might be an issue in the Swiss or the top cut regions of the portion end up becoming a lot less influential. But I think just given the caliber of Yuma Kinugawa's play, I don't think that's going to be a huge detriment. He has truly shown mastery of this team, and even against opponents that seem to be on balance and not off balance by the surprises, has been able to convert to incredible wins. So going to be an exciting finals between the Argentinian Juan Salerno representing Latin America versus Yuma Kinugawa, the Japanese national champion from the previous year.
Yeah, I think as you were mentioning earlier, Cedric, these are both regions that we don't get to see as often on official English-speaking streams. And so I'm really excited that we get to showcase one of the best players in Japan and one of the best players from Latin America being able to go toe-to-toe with regions that have very different distinctive styles. I think it's just going to be so interesting to see them go face-to-face. I couldn't be more excited for finals.
Absolutely. It's going to be a delight. And this was such an international top cut. I believe in the top 8, we had 6 or 7 different nations represented. There was 2 Japan, so I believe that would actually be 7 overall. But yeah, just an incredible showing between all the countries able to represent themselves well. Just their top representatives came to this tournament and were able to convert into the top cut bracket. A lot of the times, or at least some of the times in these tournaments, we can just have a team building group between a certain nation just actually break through, figure out the meta, and dominate the tournament. That hasn't actually been the case, which might be a credit to just the longer running format of Regulation H. Now through our second iteration, there's not a lot left to surprise people with, unless you're, of course, Yuma Kinugawa. But yeah, it seems like a lot of people just stuck to their guns, figured out what they were good with, and just played their hearts out to make it into this top 8 across all regions. And yeah, just truly one of my favorite internationals I've watched.
Yeah, absolutely. A wonderful shout out of just how much diverse and exceptional team building from throughout the world has collided at this, I believe, final tournament of this regulation, with still so many new surprises, even with how established the tournament is. It's going to be so great. We'll be tomorrow passing it over to Ben and Matt to be able to cover the finals. I'm really excited for them to get to do that, but we'll still be around to cover juniors and seniors. So we hope that everyone watching now will be able to tune in and see our Victory Road coverage of Grand Finals Sunday. But for now, we'll take a break and we will see you all tomorrow.
Bye.